You'll see that helicopter actually, and I captured some video this morning of it just making just sort of circling around that body of water, hoping to find potential debris or even more victims. But this has so far just been the sight and the sounds pretty much around Reagan National this morning. We also learned that some of the debris discovered has in fact floated south toward the Woodrow Wilson Bridge near the National Harbor. So we've seen from the acting county executive there, Tara Jackson, that the piers and the plaza there at the National Harbor has been closed so that the recovery mission can continue to get underway. But as you can imagine, guys, just hearts are extremely heavy this morning. So many people are just really finding it difficult to process this news that over 60 people just trying to land so close to landing right here at Reagan National Airport encountered tragedy in the overnight hours. And one couple that I ran into a few minutes ago, we have Antoine and Charlene. They're D.C. natives, and this is a special place for you all. You were telling me that you all come out pretty much every day to take in the sights and the sounds along the river. But this morning, it feels a little different knowing what happened last night. Just tell me what it's like to sort of process this information in a place that you all, that's very special to you both.
First off, I want to send my condolences to the families of this tragedy. It's bad, and you know, we come out here every day for the past 2 years. It's been peaceful. You know, I want to take it back in the 80s when the first plane crashed here in D.C. You know, we never witnessed nothing like this in 38 years of me living, and I want to let you guys know this is super heartbreaking. So once again, you know, we want to send our condolences out to the family, the friends, immediate family, to all of the tragedy.
Yes,
thank you.
It's so hard to process. You know, we've been asking people, you know, a lot of people are booking summer travel, and we know spring break is around the corner. And so these airports are going to be busy over the next few months. And so I'm asking you, does this affect how you feel when it comes to travel at all, knowing that this happened?
I'm scared now, even more scared.
Why?
We actually come down here, me and my wife, we've been coming out, like I said, for the past 2 years, and we've been processing, watching the planes take off and come in and take off, because that's one of my fears. You know, I'm afraid of heights, and being in the air is, it's unbelievable. But seeing something that close to home, it hurts. So I honestly, I think I prefer traveling by train now.
What would make you more comfortable? And even for those watching who may have a little bit of anxiety given what happened last night, what do you think that officials could do more of to maybe ease some of those concerns?
It's going to be hard, honestly.
It just takes some time, right?
It's going to take time, patience. Yeah. Hopefully we all get through this just as well as the family do. Yes, ma'am.
Antoine, Charlene, thank you so much for just giving us a few moments of your time as we all just try to get through this together. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. And so that's just giving you more of a sense of how people are feeling today in and around the city. We talked to a longtime Virginia resident a few moments ago, and now Antoine and Charlene from D.C. So just the DMV as well as the rest of the country just hurting this morning. And I'd even say globally, knowing that there were some talent aboard from other countries. Back to you.
And
Thanks,
you can
Makia.
feel that, Makia, the sadness, the shock, and even more now as we learn more about the people who are on board.
Well, as always, you start to see the faces of those who are impacted by this, and the emotions get even stronger. And you know, to Makia's point there, with the gentleman she was talking to, there's so many layers of this, right? In the tragedy itself, which you know, unfortunately, you hear of playing out in other places, which leads to this happening here. We're very territorial, right? We want everything to be good in our backyard, which our backyard is the DMV. And so it hits everybody a little more personally just from that level. And then you have the extreme personal level of knowing that there are people in our area that are, you know, that watch us or that are potential to watch us all the time, that their lives will forever be changed because of these incidents that happen. So, you know, you have the surface, I think, grief like that gentleman had, where it's just like, okay, let me question what I feel about this and how I'm feeling and what do I want to do with my future of air travel. And then you have the people where it's just like, wow, this really can't happen anywhere.
It can.
You know, even though it's been 15 years since there's been a commercial crash in the United States, you know, this was the time for this to happen in D.C. And then obviously, because it was here, you have people who were traveling back to this area from Wichita, where the flight originated.
Yeah, it can happen to anywhere, anytime. And we heard that echoed from a woman at the airport, and Melanie Alwick reports as well. We want to get to our newsroom and check in with Stephen Graddick and Jacqueline Matter. You all have more information on the victims.
Guys, you mentioned some of the faces and the names and the souls that might have been lost in all of this. And we just wanted to kind of give you some context to who might have been on that flight, at least to the folks who have been confirmed this far.
Yeah, we know that there were 67 people on board both the helicopter as well as the American Airlines flight, but really not getting a whole lot as far as confirmation numbers are concerned. But we did hear earlier, probably about an hour and a half ago, from the Skating Club of Boston. We took that live here on Fox 5, and they confirmed 6 members of their skating club were among those who had passed away. 2 of them skaters there, Spencer Lane, who is 16, and Gina Hahn, who is 16 as well. Spencer Lane, they referred to him as a phenom, an up-and-coming skater. We do have a photo of what Spencer Lane had tweeted, or excuse me, posted on Instagram yesterday. You can see that in the upper right-hand corner. He posted that before he got on the flight there with the call letters for Wichita, Kansas to DCA. We also heard from the spokesperson there. His mom was reportedly on the flight with him, Christine Lane, and then Gina Hahn's mom, Jin Hahn, was also reportedly on that flight too.
Yeah, and a little bit about Spencer. I mean, we went through all of his social media, went through the club just to kind of see who he was. He was a phenom. I mean, he was just a great skater, and along with a few other skaters from Boston Skate Club, I think 4 finalists actually finalized in that competition that they were doing in Wichita. But he also put in a separate post this. He says, "I'm happy to have qualified for the National Development Camp earlier in November." So he just qualified for this camp that he was a part of in Wichita, which ended up starting January the 21st on Tuesday, just of last week, and then now to this. And of course, a few of those skaters stayed behind to get that extra training with their coaches, getting some special attention and look at from a lot of the skaters there, skaters from around the world. Some of the best skaters were there to celebrate and, of course, be with some of the best champions in the world to skate.
Yeah, you mentioned some of the coaches as well. We do believe 2 of the coaches of Gina Hahn and Spencer Lane were there as well. Vadim Namov and Evgenia Shivkova. Those 2, they were married, and they competed in figure skating for years. Here's some photos of them. They actually won the gold in 1994, were world champions, and then won silver and bronze in 93 and 95 respectively. So they themselves were phenoms of the skating world, training these younger generations. And so I did find a video on social media of Evgenia coaching Gina at a competition back in November. And, you know, it looked like they were very close. Oftentimes there are dedicated athletes that spend hours and hours in the gym with their coaches. So you have to imagine the bond they may have had together, but all of them traveling as a family, in a sense, the skating family. And something I did want to note as well, this is not the first time that the figure skating community has been affected by air tragedy. Actually, in 1961, 18 members of the U.S. figure skating team died in a plane crash en route to the World Championships in Prague. So we heard the Skating Club of Boston mention just how devastating this is for the figure skating community as a whole.
Yeah, and of course these skaters, again, coming from all around the country, sometimes the world, to be a part of what we consider one of the best skating events to happen at the top of the year. Guys, just simple tragedy. We can't stress it enough that these skaters, some of them young, some of them old, parents coming to accompany them. Of course, our newsroom is busy this morning, working hard to try to get more information about those people who may have been affected on this flight, guys.
Stephen, Jacqueline bringing us the details there. Just a couple things we want to point out before we go to break. You know, to their point, and if people are wondering about the you know, the correlation between the skaters and the coaches, you know, a lot of these were the younger kids who stayed after the national championships just to get a little more time with some of these elite coaches. It was a little bonus time for them to become greater skaters.
All right, we'll have much more on those skaters, on all of the victims, and the latest on the investigation on the other side of the break.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of the crash last night at Reagan National Airport between a U.S. Army Blackhawk helicopter and a commercial airline flight from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C., DCA. We're coming up on the 11 o'clock hour, and just to let you know, a little housekeeping here. We are expecting to hear from the President of the United States shortly. Also expecting to hear from other cabinet officials. We know for sure the Transportation Secretary. Don't know yet if we'll hear from the Secretary of Defense or not. He did make a statement last night. We're waiting on an updated one this morning as well, but they typically defer to the president when it comes to this. But Sean Duffy, of course, Transportation Secretary, did speak out earlier. He was at Reagan National Airport with Mayor Bowser and other city officials. They have since turned the investigation over to the feds because now, unfortunately, when they realized there was no more chance of rescue in this case, the rescue mission was headed up by D.C. officials. When they learned that this would be, in fact, a recovery mission, meaning no survivors, then it turned into a federal investigation.
Yeah, now the NTSB is involved. In terms of numbers, we know that 67 people total are expected to have been involved and passed away in this collision. We know that the majority of those were on that commercial flight, 3 others on the military aircraft that collided just before 9 o'clock last night. And we know that more than 300 first responders went to the area, the scene of that crash, and did all that they could for hours on end, searching, looking for those victims, and they did not see and find any signs of life. They had to fight treacherous conditions overnight. We understand it was brutally cold, of course, and it has been, and also there was ice in the water. They had to literally break through the ice to get to the bodies and to also get to some of the materials from the aircrafts themselves that now that they will go through meticulously to find out how something like this could have happened.
They do believe the victims are contained essentially in the area of where the aircraft went into the water. They have to go into the wreckage of the fuselage of the commercial aircraft by hand, essentially, and try to find the remains of those who were on board. In the big picture there, we have a couple different angles of this camera from the wharf and our other camera that we have from Southwest D.C. But, you know, something that's interesting that you could kind of see is, you know, we've had this shot up throughout the day today, what appears to be the wreckage of the helicopter, and we've seen some other shots that have wreckage of more of the fuselage. It's in very shallow water. There is a channel in the Potomac in that area for the shipping channel, the deeper, larger vessels, that's about 30 feet deep, but a good chunk of the water in that part of the river is only about 8 feet deep. And we heard from the D.C. fire chief, actually, that in some of the places where the plane, in particular the fuselage, came to rest, it's only waist-deep water. So very shallow, and that's why in some of these cases you're seeing not the full-size boats, but you see some of the, you know, there's rescue boats that can go on, you know, essentially skirt on top of the water. They don't need to be in any type of deep water. And also we saw a couple jet skis go by as well, which you rarely ever see on the Potomac River. But a few of those were just floating by as well recently, as they still have dozens and dozens of people in the water that are going to be working throughout the day today on the recovery mission. And
as we await to hear from President Trump as he takes the podium in just a couple of minutes, we want to look at what former presidents are saying. We understand that former President Obama as well as Biden have both posted statements on X. This one's coming in from former President Biden. Jill and I are praying for the families of the victims who tragically lost their lives in the plane and helicopter crash near DCA. We are immensely grateful to the brave first responders and emergency personnel on the scene.
There's a quote from former President Obama as well, saying our hearts break for the families who lost loved ones in the tragic plane and helicopter crash at DCA. Michelle and I send our prayers and condolences to everyone mourning today, and we are grateful to the first responders who are doing everything they can to help. We're going to, we just had the photo up from the briefing room at the White House, and they're clearly, you know, the correspondents are in position, and they're just waiting for the president to come out to address the nation. That is expected to happen in a few minutes. When it does, we'll get to it. Right now, we want to go back to the airport. That's where Lili Zhang is this morning. And Lili, we'll send it over to you right now, because I know you have a rather unique vantage point of some of the activity behind you. But keep in mind, if we interrupt you, it's only because we're going to the president, okay?
So we are by Gravelly Point. This is basically a few hundred yards away from the runways over by Reagan. As you guys mentioned, this is a massive operation in terms of recovery. And behind us, I'm going to move out of the way here so our photojournalist Matthew Myers can kind of give you guys a better look at it. This is an idea of what we're seeing out here. You can see that area is taped off. Gravelly Point typically is an area that a lot of people might come to do some plane spotting, watching the planes land and take off. That is not what we're seeing out here. In fact, I don't really see anyone who would be kind of typically, out here to take in the scenic views. Not seeing that at all out here. But I will tell you, in the past 20 or so minutes since you guys last came to us, I have seen more first responder types coming out, more emergency crews coming out. What we have not confirmed is specifically what area of operation this area is focused on. So that's some of the information we're trying to get out here. However, as we've been hearing this morning from the CDC fire chief, we were told that they are confident that they are going to find all the remains of those who have died in this crash, but it's going to take time. This is, again, a really massive operation, very somber mood out here as well. So just imagine the conditions that these women are working out here in. So we will keep you guys posted as soon as we learn specifically what is happening behind us. This is, again, about as close as we're going to be able to get without impeding on their operation. But like you guys mentioned, a pretty unique view of what we're seeing out here in terms of this operation.
Lily, we literally just saw 10 seconds ago a plane landing right behind you on the runway there at DCA. Is that the first plane that's gone through this morning?
We haven't seen, that was the first time we've seen it too. I think we mentioned before that the airport mentioned they would be closed until 11 a.m. So we're right at that hour mark now. So we haven't seen that up until just a few minutes ago, like you guys saw.
All right, right on schedule at 11 o'clock, it appears, or just a few minutes after. Lily, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Lily Zing down at the at Reagan National Airport, right by Gravelly Point, where people go to watch to get the close views of the planes taking off and landing.
And you can definitely see the robust activity behind her. And we've learned, too, that the whole investigation has stretched because they found debris as far away as the National Harbor area. And that's why some piers and areas around there are now closed. So it's definitely a large swath of area they have to cover.
So it's one of those things where, it's obviously it's a terrible event, it's a tragic event, but there are a lot of responders that have to work this and have been out there working since 9 o'clock last night. And their job is not an easy one. Stephanie Ramirez has more on those efforts and what that entails and how they get that part of the job done. Steph?
Yeah, arduous is the word that the D.C. Police Union chair or president had said on social media today, and we are hearing it live as to why. Now, we're not going to say exactly because it is disturbing, but listening to first responder communication as of 10:48, right? So not that long ago, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago at this point, there were more remains recovered, but this is not full bodies being pulled from the wreckage. It's body parts that are being recovered, and it's disturbing. And so that is the work that is being done here by all the heroic first responders. I'm going to step out of your way and show you. This is the recovery collection site here, the casualty collection site here at Southwest. This is D.C. Police's heliport, and this is where all the boats are bringing their remains to, as well as the debris that they are collecting from this crash site. And then, as we've been telling you all morning, all the remains, the human remains from the victims, are being taken to the tents to the right of us, and that's where a makeshift morgue is located this morning. We have been hearing of transports. We're hearing when more remains are found, and they're bringing it to this site. And I can tell you, being here since this early morning hour, in the early morning hours, there were first responders who were upset because this is such a disturbing site here. Over 12 different agencies from all across the region assisting in this. You're talking about the debris, right? The debris field moving. We've learned that that has now moved closer toward National Harbor. So the county executive had announced that the piers and plazas are closed at National Harbor. That's also a complication I'm hearing from sources. We know that the Potomac is a difficult waterway to deal with on a regular summer's day, right? The heavy currents, the caves underneath. Now, we know that there's some 5-foot distances, a little bit more where this crash happened, but it's still different currents that they're dealing with. We were told by neighbors they had to break through ice. And now with the debris field in these waters that aren't exactly clear, it's a danger to respond to this as well. And so trying to make sure that the first responders are safe while doing all the work they can is a challenge, but it's a challenge that they are getting done here. I know we're waiting for press conferences to happen, guys, so as soon as that happens, just let me know. I'll toss it back to you. But in the meantime, we are reaching out. I was speaking with an NTSB spokesperson who was telling me with regard to the debris that's being pulled here, that is going to be evidence at some point. And so there are plans to take it to another location that might be a nearby hangar, but we do not have that confirmed yet. They are planning a news conference for this early afternoon where I'm sure those questions will be asked, or those details, that information will be shared. Also want to talk about a very somber scene that we saw here this morning. Our colleague Josh Rosenthal, who had been reporting all through the night, he had captured on camera a moment where it looked like there was a coffin, first responders lined up, and an American flag, draped over that coffin. And we've been asking first responders, nobody's officially confirmed yet, but they do believe that it's likely that was the Army service member whose body was recovered, and that's usually typically the level of respect that's given to a service member. The sources I've been talking to saying that they are trying to give the utmost respect to all of the victims in this crash, making sure that they are taken care of with regard to their remains properly transferred, and trying to identify as much as they can as quickly as possible. We have not heard at this hour of any more remains identified, but they are working on bringing what they can in still. And I'm told to expect this footprint, this scene here, to last for a little bit. We don't know how long that's going to be, but if you're driving through the area, you live through the area, expect the checkpoints, expect the road closures. It's a big deal. It's going to be a big deal for a little bit of time. Guys?
Stephanie, when you talk about those somber views that we saw earlier this morning, I saw that reporting too from our very own Josh Rosenthal, and that same image with the flag draped over the coffin. He also panned over and you could see luggage in a stroller, that they were removing. So
that's tough.
It's heartbreaking.
All right, we want to get back down to the airport. By the way, that flight that just landed appears to be a flight from Minneapolis that left a couple of hours ago. Just landed safely at DCA. Let's get down there now. Tom Fitzgerald is joined by Mayor Bowser. Tom?
Yeah, good morning. Mayor Bowser, over the last couple of hours, a lot of questions. What is the number one thing you're working on right now?
Our focus is having DC Fire and EMS continue to support the recovery effort.
You've had briefings. The conditions that are out there right now have been awful for those folks that are working out in the water, and they're still out there right now. What have you heard with what they're putting up with?
Our first responders, this is what they do. This is what they're trained for. We have our DC Fire. We have MPD boats out. We're supported by the fire boats from all around this region, Virginia and Maryland, and federal resources as well, divers going into the water. The NTSB is taking the lead on the investigation of this crash, and we will continue to support them until we've recovered everyone.
I know a lot of times in situations like this, it is a collective effort amongst the three jurisdictions in our area. Governor Youngkin spoke to us a short time ago about that. How quickly has this all come together since the events of 9 o'clock for last night?
Well, I'm very proud of our team. I think that our first responders and our mutual assistance agreements have performed in the way that we all expect.
When you talk to folks right now as far as transportation around the area, obviously we're expecting this airport is going to open up later on today. Have you been giving any advice to people as far as modes of information they should be receiving and what things they should watch out for while they're traversing around both the district and our regional area?
No, absolutely. For the traveling, the flying the public coming into Washington or leaving Washington, check in with your carriers to see what adjustments they've made today. The airport authority will open the airport at 11. but I know that a lot of flights have been adjusted.
We've had bad days here over the years, and I was thinking about the Navy Yard this morning, and obviously 9/11. As a lifelong resident of this area, what have your thoughts been over the course of the last 12 hours?
Well, it's such a shock because the likelihood of a non-commercial flight colliding with a commercial flight, we're all trying to figure out what exactly happened. We have a restricted airspace here, and the commercial flights are very closely monitored and choreographed coming in and out of the airport. So the bottom line is we want answers. We know that the NTSB is independent and very good at getting to answers. We hope that they will be transparent and share as much information as they have with the public as soon as possible. I expect that they'll be having a press conference at some point today outlining their process. I don't know if they'll be prepared to talk about a cause.
And having covered disasters before, you explained to folks earlier that we're going to have a transition now over the next couple of hours.
Yes.
We see behind us actually the National Transportation Safety Board's briefing here. What transition role will that mean for the district government as this moves forward?
Well, it means that we're going to continue to support the effort, but the NTSB is the leader, and that's a well-honed practice that the emergency responders, we handle that emergency search and rescue effort, and then when we transition, as we have done, to a recovery effort, the NTSB takes over the investigation.
Mayor, we know it's an incredibly busy morning. We appreciate time for some questions. And,
Thank you.
So that's the situation here at Reagan National Airport. Marissa and Steve, we'll send it back in.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Appreciate the mayor joining us this morning as well. 13 past the hour. We're keeping an eye on the White House. Keep in mind, these press briefings are very fluid.
Yeah.
Scheduled to happen at 11. Could be any time now. Could be 11:30. Could be, look, you're looking at the briefing room just as we are. Interesting, we saw the plane landing in the background of Lili's live shot, and that was the first plane that we saw land at the airport. As you have the big picture of Reagan National up now, the airport operations to begin at 11 o'clock this morning. Now, not all the planes are flying. As a matter of fact, more than 270, according to FlightAware, 270 outgoing flights are canceled today. But we did see that plane landing, and just tracking through FlightAware online, the first plane that landed was coming in from Minneapolis, so they would have left hours ago, knowing at some point that they could potentially land at Reagan National. There's a couple more that are currently on the way, I believe one from Nashville, one from Houston. And then it looks like they're rerouting some of the planes back to Reagan National that they had to take to Dulles last night.
And we know that some people, too, who were at DCA decided to go to other airports or take Ubers or what have you. A lot of shifting took place in light of that collision that happened last night just before 9 o'clock. But we expect to hear more from officials. I know when we heard from Stephanie, she made a point to say, even with the first responders, they have heavy hearts. I think so often we think about them going out there and being mechanical and methodical about the work that they do, but it's pulling at their heartstrings because they, like us, have families at home. And whether you know the people directly who are involved in this, it could have been anybody.
Yeah, everybody's human, right? And we saw messages overnight from some of the responders who were just basically saying, you don't want to know what we've been having to do all night long. But they've been out there working, doing the heavy lifting for sure, trying to get whatever closure they can for the families. Let's take a look at what some of the other reaction has been, obviously, as we've been keeping an eye on things here, but we're hearing from some of our other partners here in the DMV, and, you hear from places like the Washington Nationals. Of course, Nationals Park is really right outside of where Stephanie Ramirez has been all morning. It's right outside the staging area where, unfortunately, has turned into a makeshift morgue/investigations area, but the Nationals clearly putting out their message saying that they're just devastated by the events that unfolded last night.
And the Washington Commanders are also chiming in, a quote about last night's horrific accident over the Potomac River. They are mentioning the first responders being grateful for their efforts throughout the night, and finally saying, may God bless all of the victims.
And there you go, from some other folks, of course, in the area, just been putting out all the well wishes, and it's the kind of thing that takes everybody to just take a step back, and you realize about everybody's mortality. This photo right here is just, that's really, to me, shows just how close this plane was to the airport, right? And that is just It's just a stunning photograph when you see the huge chunk of the fuselage and the wing section of that plane, and then you see where it was supposed to be and the destination right there in the background. It looks like you're just so close, right?
Yeah,
but so far.
close. We talked about it earlier, Steve, to the point some of the people on boards reports of them sending text messages to their relatives saying, "I'm about to land," you know, so they were so close to making
Well, I mean, you think about it. At that point of the journey, you know, you're like within minutes of unbuckling the seatbelts and getting in line to get off the plane, and after a long trip, and in this case, a long trip from Wichita, Kansas. So, I mean, literally like inside of the runway, wheels down, ready to land in just a few seconds when tragedy struck. Should we get back to Makia?
Yeah, let's go and check in with her. She's live at Haines Point. Makia, you've been speaking with people walking by, too, reacting to this collision.
Yeah, Marissa, Steve, I've really had a chance to get a pulse of just how the DMV is holding up this morning, but I want to take a moment to stop and just show you that some of the planes are right on schedule when it comes to the flight operations that Reagan National mentioned via X earlier this morning that would resume at 11 o'clock. This is the second Southwest flight that we've seen come in and land at the airport. I know that you guys were also encouraging those who do have travel plans to check with their airline carriers because some flights are delayed. Well, many are obviously delayed, but also some are canceled. But I can tell you that flight operations have resumed. We see the planes are just coming in and out once again at Reagan National. This just over about 11 hours since the tragedy on the Potomac that we saw overnight. Just to sort of also let you know where we are this morning. We're at Haines Point, so we're just east of the river. Again, we can see Reagan National just from a distance, and then also Bolling Air Force Base not too far from that. But also, as it's been mentioned this morning, as the recovery mission continues, much of that debris has spread as far south as the National Harbor, and because of that, we've seen some changes happen there with regards to piers and the plaza being closed for now as investigations continue. Also, the National Park Service issued a notification as well. Parts of Ohio Drive here at Haines Point is also closed to the public so that assistance can be done with those investigations as well as the recovery mission as well. So only a certain part, which is pretty much dominated right now by the media and a couple of runners and bike riders on this side of Haines Point is currently opened. But for now, that's just a little bit of the action that we're seeing. We're seeing also just some of those icy patches finally melting along the Potomac River. We knew how much of a challenge this became for many of our first responders last night, but this is just sort of an update for now as to what's happening. So again, flights coming in and out so far that we have seen since 11 o'clock at Reagan National Airport, and Ohio Drive here at Haines Point also closed to in response to the investigations that continue. All right, guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Makia, thanks very much. And the plane that landed while Makia was talking, the Southwest plane that she mentioned, that one was coming in from Milwaukee and was actually only 30 minutes delayed. So not too much of a delay when you're looking at these. The flight that came in from Minneapolis was about 45 minutes delayed. And the next one that's going to pass over Makia shortly is a flight coming in from Houston. And that one is actually 5 minutes early. So a lot of the airlines are catching up on that. Now, I did see that one plane did take off from DCA, but again, you know, they're still listed of hundreds that are canceled. They're going to have to make adjustments. So if you are flying today, just because you see some up in the air right now, that doesn't mean that yours necessarily is going to go. Please check with your airline, because it's our understanding that while the airport is open, it's up to each individual carrier as to whether or not they want to fly out of DCA today.
They can make their own adjustments. We are now less than 60 seconds out from hearing from President Trump. That's why we have that briefing room there in the upper right corner for you. But we certainly, the question that everyone has, amid the sadness, there's the shock, but there's the confusion as to how did something like this occur?
Yeah, and I mean, you've seen the videos online, and you know, you can make your own judgment call as to what you think happened there. The question is, we just don't know at this point. You know, we've all seen it, and, you know, we heard from the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, earlier this morning. We'll hear from him again in a few minutes. And when he spoke at 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning, he said up until the moment of the collision, nothing was out of the ordinary. Everybody was supposed to be aware of everybody else. the plane was on the correct trajectory and the helicopter was supposedly aware that there was aircraft in the area. We just don't know what happened.
And we also ruled out weather as an issue because it was clear. And speaking of weather, we had our chief meteorologist, Tucker Barnes. He said the good thing is that today there's no rain in the forecast, and that will help with the investigation and also the collection of all of the evidence. But we do expect to have rain tomorrow. So looks like President Trump is taking his place now on the podium. Let's listen in.
I'd like to request a moment of silence for the victims and their families, please. Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Blackhawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of really, we are in mourning. This has really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people. Unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy, icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas. But we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people. and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray, and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, "Do you see?" You know, he was talking about, "Do you see him?" But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also he said, "Follow him in." And then almost immediately after that, you know, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine. Follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter. I mean, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and it was, by that time, it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, it still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower. But it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have, and then they changed it back. That was Biden, to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, you know, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We've had a whole of government response, local, state, federal. And when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible, with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's not acceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President, and I appreciate the confidence you placed in me. Thank you.
Pete, would you like to say something, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. From the moment we found out about this, we were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened. I would echo it as well. No excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We first and foremost, from the Defense Department, want to pass our condolences to the 64 souls and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers. A young captain, staff sergeant, and a CW2, chief warrant officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. And I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Blackhawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you very much.
JD, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole-of-government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means, on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C., is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering the fact there is no direct air travel between the 2 countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. the situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Ms. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
You're asking me a question about Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem. I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it. But it is a very serious problem.
Mr. President, we don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Blackhawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have
policies?
lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm
blaming-
surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming your
Please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who is at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was the crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower, we're higher, or they're... So if somehow there's a screw-up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but, you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines standard, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play, and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive order,
Not about this.
On your executive order, you've already issued an executive order you say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We see, like, everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hires in the federal government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real. But the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's
Who said
website.
That, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration too. So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 2 days, 3 days ago, I signed a new order, bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It was on the website.
Please. Quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Welcome back to the. I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in a helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any indication?
I heard that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your viewplane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. Had a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations, and the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I apply to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training that was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about that?
You don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I've got a question about the.
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir.
I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay.
On his
question, the first question. Should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened. And the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
A lot to get through there.
Many
a lot
layers.
to try to digest through all the layers of the conversation. The bottom line is, when it comes to what was the matter at hand, which is the collision between the helicopter and the aircraft last night, not a lot of new information. As the President Trump said, he's like, we have some opinions that we want to throw out there, but eventually he did by simply saying, how could you not see something, referring to the pilot of the helicopter when it is your job to see something. I think a couple of things that were new, Marissa, again, sticking to the facts of what will be the investigation into this, we did learn about the ranks of those who are on board the helicopter, 2 staff sergeants and a chief warrant officer. And we also, through the question that was asked and the response, may or may not have been night vision involved. That's all going to be part of the investigation.
Yeah, and President Trump definitely echoing what he posted on Truth Social shortly after the collision about what he believed was to blame for it. I do want to mention, too, that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy did say he believed that an elevation issue was involved, was, you know, a part of this. But of course, they will really work harder to get down to exactly what caused the crash. But in terms of nuts and bolts, that's the best that we got out of it.
Right. Yeah. So not a lot of new information now. And, you know, listen, these investigations, they can very easily take a long time. Although you heard Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying that we don't want this to take years. We want to get to the bottom of it and try to figure it out. Now, you heard everything else that was involved, not exactly on target for the investigation. A lot of DEI talk throughout administration officials, obviously trying to make their playbook well known to while they have the ear of America. It is to be seen if that has any impact on the crash at all. Right now, there's nothing substantiating any direct correlation between that aspect of things and what played out last night.
Absolutely.
This appears to be some type of most likely human error. Even Sean Duffy saying that this should not have happened. We're going to get to the bottom of it, but from what we know right now, this is something that just should not have happened.
Yeah, and also we won't make excuses, and we'll make sure that we get to the bottom of it so it does not indeed happen again. I want to go out live now to Tom Fitzgerald. He is at Reagan National Airport. Tom, I know you were watching that briefing just like us. Initial reaction.
Well, we heard a lot there. You know, let's take small bites out of this. There was really 2 components of what we just heard. You know, there was an operational section of this, and clearly there was a political section of this as well. So let's start with the operational point. What do we know right now? What is being done? The news that the President revealed right out of the gate here is that he has named an acting FAA administrator. Now, you may remember the previous FAA administrator had resigned prior to President Trump taking office. This will be Christopher Rocheleau, the president says, who will now effectively be in charge of the Federal Aviation Administration. The president said in detail the audio and video recordings that he had listened to and watched. One of particular, the president said, one from the Kennedy Center, which he was able to see the midair collision between the Army helicopter helicopter and this American Airlines flight. He also then didn't go on to say that he had listened to recordings as well, too, extensively from ATC, air traffic control, which led the president to question some of the decisions that were made, repeating what the air traffic controller had said to the helicopter at one point, do you see them? The president says, he wants answers to these questions that people have, and he says, previously, in previous air disasters, in the rollout of these things, he says sometimes it can take years for those answers to be coming forward. The president says he wants those answers sooner rather than later. That we also did hear from the current head of Transportation Department, Sean Duffy, once again reiterating that air safety in the United States, in his words, is the safest in the world. And then we also heard from the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. At that point, there was also a political component of this as well, too, Sean and Marissa, and we can go into that if you would like as well.
Yeah, let's get right into it. I mean, he spoke very openly and blatantly about DEI initiatives that were made by previous Democratic administrations. I'm curious to know your thoughts on that, because at this hour, we don't know who, in terms of their races, nationalities, genders, were on the aircraft. So I think some of the reporters there were asking, how are you drawing that connection, and if there's any? And at this point, we really don't know.
Yeah, I think, Marissa, earlier in our coverage today, you had asked me about a differentiation between the president's posts on his own social media site, Truth Social, and the official White House account that had come out. They were, radically different in tone. And what I could tell you is that that's kind of what we heard in the middle section of this, where the president went into some political debates surrounding all of this. Now, he read from several articles, although he did not quote which ones they were, basically saying that DEI, diversity, inclusion, and equity changes that he claimed had been made under both of President Obama and President Biden, in his words, led to the hiring of people with, in his words, psychiatric and mental deficiencies, as well as intellectual and mental deficiency. The president then went on to launch a viscerally personal attack on the former Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg. I won't repeat what the president said, however. It was a graphic language. Anybody who was just listening heard it. But he also did say at the end there that he is not blaming this on the air traffic controller, and there are more answers that need to be forthcoming.
Like you said, Tom, I mean, you said it great off the top. There was two different elements in play here, right? There was the element when it comes to this investigation, and then there was the political element that got a lot of attention and will continue to get a lot of attention as well. Right now, there's no correlation between the two that we know anything about. And if there were, it would come out in the investigation. But right now, I think most people are focused on what it was that went wrong here. Yeah. And to be clear, and I know the president made a lot of references to the air traffic controllers and the helicopter. In most cases, even if it's a military helicopter that is flying in the airspace around Reagan National Airport, once that initial communication is made, the air traffic controller's position, and this is my understanding, is that you let them know, everybody lets each other know, we're going to be in this airspace. Okay, here's what you look out for. Here's what we have coming in. Here's what we have coming out. And at that point, once that conversation is had, at that point for the helicopter, it's a visual. At that point, you just make sure that you are not in anybody else's way or causing any issues. And that first conversation happened. So if that part was there, then it appears that the air traffic controllers had that communication, which was made, and at that point, something happened with the helicopter.
Which goes back to Duffy's original comment and remarks, is that everything was standard, really up until just a few seconds before the crash.
All right, let's get to Lily Zhang. She's outside Reagan National this morning. She's kind of down by Gravely Point. Let's check back in with her now as we're continuing to hear from more and more people down at the airport.
Hey there, good afternoon to you guys. Yeah, so we are by Gravelly Point. This is about a few hundred yards away from the runways at Reagan National. I can tell you in the past half hour, 45 minutes or so, we've seen about a half dozen planes coming in and landing. I haven't seen any take off necessarily from here yet, but that's just in the past half hour or so. Behind us, what's happening is we are seeing a lot of first responders, people who have responded to this incident in terms of the recovery efforts, like we've been reporting throughout the morning. According to D.C. fire officials, they are confident that the remains of those who have died in this crash will be found, but it does take time, and this is kind of an idea of the massive effort that's underway right now. All of the people who are here trying to resolve all this and trying to make sure that everyone is found. I do also want to tell you, Gravelly Point is typically an area where people either come and watch planes take off and land. It is also, as we've learned, a spot for a lot of Uber drivers, Lyft drivers who are out here working every day. And I just met a gentleman, if you can come here real quick, sir. This is Ishmael. Ishmael, you mentioned you are a Lyft driver, right?
Yes.
What is this area? Bring me up to speed. You and I were talking a little bit off camera.
Yeah, this is like the Lyft hub and the Uber hub. Like any driver who drives Lyft or Uber, they usually come over here to wait in the queue for like a ride. Like any plane that lands down, whoever requests the ride when they get out of the plane, it literally comes into whoever Lyft queue right here, like right on the spot. And it's just like, I guess maybe the airport made it like that way, so that way passengers are able to get like rides in an effective way at a faster rate than having to wait for like 30 minutes to an hour for the drivers to come from like downtown or like further places. So they just created this spot just for that. But also some, locals who come to fish or ride in the boat, they also park over here.
So what have you seen this morning? Have you been driving around? Have you been just having to park in one spot?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the day. Like today, because there's a lot of planes that's coming in, and also due to the crash, we all came over here because whenever we get a ride over here, we go down into the city. And over here also makes it more easier to make like money without wasting gas and driving around or sitting down and waiting for like somebody with a shorter pay ride. Like over here, sometimes the ride's like $50, $60, like longer distance, if you want like a longer distance trip.
And Ishmael, do you fly often?
I haven't flown in like about 6 months, but I used to fly often.
Tell me about how you're absorbing what you've seen and heard so far. As a flyer, does this make you nervous? Have you ever been nervous before?
I mean, I'm nervous a little bit right now because this is my first time being on any news channel. But it does make me a little bit nervous because now, whenever I get in the plane, I have to think about if there's something else that might be in the air that might, where there's perhaps the pilot wasn't communicating what's going on around them. And if we take off, maybe if we hit something or something run into us, it's kind of like bringing a little bit of fear to someone like me who flies often. Because this is a huge tragedy, and my condolence to the families who might have lost a family member from the crash.
Absolutely. Ishmael, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you, sir.
No problem.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're hearing out here, guys. Again, this is typically an area where people are coming to watch the planes land, watching the planes take off. But today, a lot more somber out here as you're watching an up-close view of what's happening behind us with this recovery effort.
All right, Lily, thanks very much. We want to take a different view. I know we've seen the unfortunate view of that collision on the camera, basically at the Kennedy Center, that we've shown you just so many times this morning. Watch the left of the Capitol. I know it's hard to see. But you can see the lights coming in, and there you go. There's the fireball. This is a camera that Fox has down by the Capitol. And again, you can see it coming in. You see the plane, the helicopter, one big light, one small light, and the collision right there as the plane is in the final approach to the airport. So it's pretty scary stuff when you see it from different angles.
And both of those aircrafts then plummeting into the Potomac River. We want to bring in an aviation expert. We have Mr. Richard Leedy joining us now to give more expertise and insight into what occurred overnight. So, Richard, bring us up to speed on what you believe is at hand here.
Okay, certainly. Good morning. From Dallas, I'm a retired captain from American Airlines, 41 years, and now I'm an instructor at another airline and get involved in aviation litigation.
I believe what happened here is the PSA airplane, it did have an American Airlines flight number, but the pilots and the maintenance are all conducted by PSA Airlines, not American Airlines. The aircraft, the PSA aircraft, CRJ 700, was on approach to runway 01. The air traffic controller rightfully offered them a side to the right to make a visual approach to runway 33. No problems there. Then you had the Sikorsky helicopter, Blackhawk helicopter, flying legally over the Potomac River low altitude from north to south. That's where the problem occurs. The call sign of the Nighthawk, of the Blackhawk helicopter, was Pat 25, and Pat 25. The controller said, Pat 25, do you see the CRJ, the PSA? And the military pilots said, yes, we do. And then the military pilots said, may we maintain visual separation. We call that in aviation, see and avoid. See the other aircraft and avoid them. That's what did not happen. The military aircraft, maybe because of mini lights, or most importantly, the military aircraft, the helicopter, could have been wearing night vision goggles. If they were, that limits the vision. And they had a crew, I believe, of 3 instead of 4, and that could have also limited their look outside the aircraft to see the CRJ and see and avoid.
You know, Richard, it's a fascinating point, and you know, it's certainly a lot of questions as to how they did not see this coming. I've talked with other people some who have even flown Blackhawk helicopters in the past, and you know, depending on the positioning inside the helicopter as to what your level of visibility is, like you said, whether you have the night vision on or not. But another point that they brought up is in this particular case, where we see military and other helicopters flying up and down the river all the time, much like you would have on a highway, there are designated areas where those helicopters should be flying, and there's designated altitudes at which those helicopters should be flying. So if it wasn't in one of those two things, whose fault is that?
That's going to be the fault of the military Army helicopter. There's an instructor pilot on board and another pilot or 2 getting training. Nothing unusual about that in airline or military flying. That's not a risk by any means. You still have to have extra caution. But there is a particular area that the military helicopter should have been flying in, and that's what the controller, I assume, expected, a certain altitude and a certain route over the Potomac River. And the question in investigation will be, was the helicopter in the particular corridor that they were cleared in, flying from Bowling Army Base southbound along the Potomac River? That's done very often, and again, see and avoid. And so was the helicopter in the right position? Did they see the CRJ? Of course, there's not a voice recorder on the Blackhawk helicopter. There isn't a CRJ, but things happen too fast. I'm not sure you'll capture very much there. Also, there's a TCAS, traffic collision avoidance system, on the CRJ, which I could talk to you about if you have the time.
Go right into it. I do have a couple of follow-up questions.
Sure. TCAS, traffic collision avoidance system, on every major airplane, and this is a regional airline, and it's still operated under what we call FAR 121 of the Federal Aviation Regulations. So they had TCAS. TCAS, to keep it simple for your viewers, warns the pilots of an intruder of an airplane, fixed wing or rotary wing, a helicopter or a normal airplane, getting too close to an intruder. And the first thing you hear is traffic, and then you see a target on an instrument. When a collision is not imminent, but close to imminent, then you hear a command, climb, or descend. However, that is blanked out below 1,000 feet. You may hear traffic, but for obvious reasons, you're close to the ground. You don't want a command to climb or descend. Why not? Because you're close to the ground, number one. Number two, there should be nobody in your way at below 1,000 feet.
You know, it's tough. You know, my question to you, Richard, is along those lines as well. And we just heard, you know, the president say, well, why wasn't there an effort to have some type of avoidance for either the Blackhawk helicopter or the commercial plane, which is closer to what your expertise is in flying? How, at that literal last second, that last moment, how realistic is it that there could be some type of avoidance maneuver?
Well, we train in the simulator with using TCAS, but you have plenty of warning. You have the oral warning, as I mentioned, and then lights come on an instrument, the vertical speed indicator, that say climb or descend, also on an instrument called the attitude indicator. Very simple. For an aviator, it's simple, that is. So, but in this case, this collision occurred around 400 feet above the ground, maybe 300, one of the two. That is, for the CRJ, there are a half a minute from touchdown, 30 seconds. And if they looked up and they saw this helicopter, it's too late. Again, the helicopter said, I have the CRJ in sight. The controller said, maintain visual separation. That didn't happen. Could have been all kinds of distractions. Most likely there were distractions. No voice recorder on the Army helicopter, I believe.
All right, Richard Levy, thank you so much. I mean, there's so many layers to this. Still a lot of questions to be answered, but we appreciate you at least giving us a brief history of how these things normally work. We want to go back out live to our team of correspondents. We have Homa Bash. She has arrived at the Ashburn Ice House in Virginia. And Homa, this has certainly just hit the hearts of the ice skating community. We know that more than a dozen involved in that sport were on that flight.
Yeah, you know, and we can't confirm right now that anybody specifically from the Ashburn Ice House was actually on that flight. But it is a very somber mood, very sad situation here, because as you said, the ice skating community is a very tight one. These families, these children, they dedicate so much of their lives to this sport. They're here for hours and hours. And right now, at the same time that there are children practicing inside and having lessons inside, and that is why they've asked all the media to be standing out here so as not to disturb the young children that are inside dealing with this situation. There is also a growing memorial inside. There are so many people that are bringing by flowers. There are skaters, there are families, and there are strangers. We talked to one woman who said she lives in Herndon and she just felt compelled because Virginians stick together. She said this hit her heart. She had to go to the store. She bought flowers and she brought them here, placed them inside. We spoke to the general manager here just a little while ago. He's telling us, again, can't confirm if any of their skaters or coaches were on that plane. They are waiting for information and getting information just as we are. But they had 3 skaters that were in Virginia between the ages of 10 and 14. So, again, don't know if they were on that plane, but they would have been with their parents and or a coach on that plane. But, you know, it's just a very somber situation out here right now as we wait to learn any more about what this community is going through. And I will say we were also at the Fairfax Ice Arena about half an hour from here in Fairfax County. We're in Loudoun County right now. They were so distraught. They asked us to leave the property. They said they didn't want to speak right now. And it's just, you know, it's really, really broken hearts here, guys.
Well, Homa, we know at this hour, as you just told us, we don't know what the situation is in terms of victims who were directly impacted at the Ashburn Ice House, but we have been checking in with SkateQuest out in Reston, and we spoke a couple of times with Coach Ross, and he talked about the heavy hearts there because they did have a few people involved. And I'm curious to know, in terms of the adults there where you are, do you find that they're struggling to speak with the youth about this tragedy? Because it's hard on all of us, and it can be even harder to explain it to the youngest amongst us.
Absolutely. And that was one thing when we were speaking to the general manager. We said, you know, is there any way we can help? And he said that they were, in fact, looking for a grief counselor because for many of these kids, this is their first brush with death and loss. And they're looking for somebody who can actually come out here and speak to them at that level, because this is such a massive thing, you know, for us as adults to be dealing with. So to see these children, these are their friends, their teammates, their coaches that have been potentially affected. So they are looking for some sort of way to bring a grief counselor in here and talk to them about it.
A lot of people have a lot of questions, and a lot of people have a lot of worries, and a lot of people have a lot of concern, and you can only imagine. Homa, thank you very much for the folks who are going in there. You know, the manifest is not out, right? Word has spread, obviously, amongst, in this case, the skating community. We saw it in Boston, we saw it here in D.C., we saw it in Reston, where Bob was earlier. There are people who know of people who were supposed to be on board that flight, right? And they, in some cases, they know people who were on board of that flight. We don't have all of those answers yet. But there are reports, especially coming out of Boston, a lot of these young skaters, and keep in mind, these are teenagers, right? I mean, some as young as 12 years old, that are the up-and-comers in the sport of skating. The ones that are at the top of the game, and they're pretty young too, but the ones that are at the top of their game that were competing in the national championships over the weekend in Kansas, in Wichita, a lot of them were already on to the next spot. Right? They competed over the weekend. They won. They placed. They realized they have to do better next time, whatever it was, and then they left. What happens is when you have these tournaments like this, the younger skaters, a lot of times it's like the developmental academies, they have the opportunity to then stay. A lot of the coaches sometimes will stick around, and so the younger folks have a chance to work with some of the coaches and just get better themselves based on what the people who are already at the top of the game have done. So it's those youngsters who are the future, who in this case were some of those who stuck around an extra day or two to try to get more training, a little more one-on-one, maybe work with some coaches you didn't have a chance to work on in the past, now that everybody's together for this national competition.
And some of those young people on the flight with a parent or parents when they stayed and hung back for that developmental camp. And I want to mention, too, when we talk about the Russian former world champions, the couple that we've learned perished in that crash, their 23-year-old son, Maxim, he's one of the older ones that you kind of alluded to. He had already left after performing, I believe, placing fourth in one of his competitions there. So these were the younger groups.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, a large portion of the 60 people on board that flight were either young skaters, parents of skaters, coaches of skaters. It's not all, but it was
about a third.
About a third of the flight. Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, I want to bring in Katie Barlow. Welcome her to our coverage this afternoon, as it's 12:21 now. Katie's kind of taken over the spot where Stephanie Ramirez has been working all morning long, and it's one of those tough spots, Katie, where you basically have a makeshift morgue that's gone up in the background. You have an area where they're processing a lot of the information and evidence that they've been collecting. It's not a place anybody really wants to be today, Katie, but in a situation like this, for all of those rescue workers who have been out all night long, it's part of the job. It's a very unfortunate part of it and a tragic part of it, but they're still working hard this hour.
Yeah, we saw the tweet put out from the D.C. Police Union about the treacherous work that first responders have been working throughout the evening into the day. Of course, they're continuing to work behind us. As you said, they've kind of set up a mobile morgue here where human remains will be delivered via fire and EMS trucks. And you can see that tent right behind me, the red tent that Doug, I think, is zooming in right now. That is where we understand that they are transferring the human remains that they collect and bring over to the casualty collection point. I'll also say, to your point about the first responders who have been working nonstop through those treacherous conditions in the water, we spoke to officials. We understand that there are multiple dive teams that are continuing to work out of Prince George's County. MPD also has divers. And speaking with officials just a few minutes ago, they're less concerned about the temperature of the water at the moment and more constrained by the amount of air in their tanks. So their focus right now is rotating teams in and out. That's why we've had assistance from multiple jurisdictions around the area. So our understanding is they are bringing both debris and remains over and via boat, and then they transfer them to that red tent behind me, the mobile morgue. I got a chance just about 5 minutes ago. There hasn't been much activity behind us since about 10 o'clock this morning that we've been here. But for the first time in a couple of hours, one of the DC Fire and EMS trucks backed up to that red tent. And you could see, if you got up closer to where the fence is right there, you could see there were gurneys that were coming out of the truck and into the tent that had body bags on top of it. And we know from Stephanie Ramirez's reporting this morning, unfortunately, some some of the human remains are not, complete bodies as we would think of them, but pieces, and that will make the work ahead more difficult and identification perhaps more difficult. But they are, you can see the medical examiner truck right now is also there. Perhaps our understanding is that the remains can't be fully processed out here, so they will continue to go on to the medical examiner, where we understand that MPD is also working with them. Homicide detectives are assisting with the investigation, as they do, as is typical with any death within the District of Columbia.
Katie, I know you haven't been there live on the scene that long, but have you managed to speak with any passerbys yet to get their reaction on today's tragedy?
No, we haven't spoken to any. I know our Stephanie Ramirez was able to talk to a couple of people this morning who live in those apartment complexes. We were able to get closer earlier, but have since moved kind of further away. I will tell you, a number of individuals kind of stop and stare, right, to see what's going on. People who are either walking through this area for work or people who live in the area. You can see some people shaking their heads and just in awe. And there was a crowd that was gathered there just a short while ago, but there actually isn't that much foot traffic around this area. I don't know whether everyone has chosen to stay inside for today or get away from the area, but there's not a ton of foot traffic going around at the moment. The MPD actually has it quite secured around this particular area. You can see a few folks walking here and there, but from the folks Stephanie talked to this morning, I believe she talked to one individual who lives in this area who was here for the crash decades ago, and was talking about how this brings back all of those horrible memories from that time as well.
That was in the 80s.
1982. Yeah, long time ago. Katie, thanks very much. We're going to check back in with the crews all across the area as more and more information continues to flow into the newsroom, and we're learning more little by little about some of the folks who may have been on board as well. Also, weather could be an issue. I know we didn't have to deal with it today, but some changes are looming in the weather department, so we'll let you know about that coming up as well. So we're going to take a short break. It's now 12:26, and our nonstop coverage continues with a little bit more right after this.
It is 12:30. Thank you for staying with us here at Fox 5 as we continue to cover this breaking news happening after that plane collided into a helicopter near the Reagan National Airport last night, just before 9 o'clock. We've been live on the air providing wall-to-wall coverage since it happened. We're going to continue to stay on top of it.
So just before we get to, back down to the airport in Tom Fitzgerald, just to let you know, we have the videos of all the different shots of the river out there and the recovery efforts that continue. They still have to pull about half of the victims out of the wreckage. So they have quite the job ahead of them, and it's quite an ordeal when it comes to recovery. We've been very fortunate with the weather. It's been very windy out there, and I know that that has helped spread the debris field now well south of Reagan National Airport down to National Harbor. However, we're going to have a big change in the weather tonight. And we just talked to Tucker a few minutes ago, and we could get up to an inch of rain tomorrow morning. That is going to make visibility so much tougher. So it's more of a challenge, and I know that a lot of these workers have been, on and off since 9 o'clock last night, but they're going to be racing to try to get as much of this done as they can today before the bad weather sets in overnight into tomorrow.
Yeah, because it's going to make everything more complicated in terms of the investigation and gathering all of the evidence.
And just imagine the visibility in the water, too, right now, where they're actually, they're in waist-deep water in some places now, but even so, even that, if the water rises up, you get an inch of rain dropped on top of it, and then you muddy everything up in the river as well. It could make it a lot more challenging. So just keep that in mind, as we work through the next couple of hours here. All right, let's get back down to the airport right now. Tom Fitzgerald has been down there at Reagan National. Let's check back in with him now. Tom?
Yeah, we are in a bit of transit right now because the area where you had seen previously this morning, most of the news briefings going on, that is about to change as we switch over here with the National Transportation Safety Board taking over now for the rest of the afternoon. So what we process right now of moving the entire Washington press corps right now into that location. So where we are right now is basically straddling between what everybody knows as Terminal 1, which was the original Washington National Airport, and Terminal 2, which, as you all know, opened up in the 90s. So what we've seen here, and just go down here a little bit, you can see the walkway down here. This airport is starting to come back to life as an airport right now. Throughout most of this morning, you could walk and traverse the holes in the walkways here in the areas of this airport and not see anybody. In fact, we had told you earlier today when we drove here in the morning, there was nobody on the roads with the flights canceled. The arrival board was all red. The departure board was all red. That has changed now. Flights have started to come and go. What we are expecting is somewhere in the 1 to 2 p.m. range. National Transportation Safety Board is going to be holding their briefing on this. They've moved to a different location, so we are in the process of moving ourselves right now. We have seen a number of passengers go by, as you can imagine. A lot of them were slack-jawed at not only what had been going on out on the Potomac River this morning. They've been watching this, knowing that they were either going to have to fly in or out of Washington Reagan National Airport today, but also seeing what was going on here in the airport as far as the emergency response and the briefings that has been going on. So there's a lot of moving parts, and I know what a cliche that sounds like right now in a moment like this, but there is an incredible amount of activity going on, not only to keep the public informed through the communications angle of all this, but also, operationally, they are trying to coordinate all of these different aspects of this response, both from Virginia, the federal government, Maryland, D.C., and the surrounding areas, to make sure that everybody is on the same page. And so far, every official that we've spoken to say that they've had a good relationship from all of these entities. In fact, you even heard, the President of the United States say that at the beginning of his news briefing at the 11 o'clock hour right now. Guys?
Tom, thanks very much. Hopefully we'll get more answers from NTSB. I know it's very early in an investigation like this, and I know it's very hard to tell exactly what it is that went wrong. What they can do is obviously go back through, they can listen to the communications, they can try to more so eliminate possibilities than come up with a conclusion at this point.
Yeah, he said that he does expect that briefing to happen somewhere between 1 and 2 p.m., but as soon as we get that information, we'll pass it along and obviously carry it live right here on Fox 5.
All right, we'll have that for you coming up when it does happen. In the meantime, let's get back down outside the airport. Tom, inside. Let's go back to Lily Zhang. She's outside the airport with more for us. Lily?
Hey there, good afternoon to you guys. Yeah, so as Tom mentioned in his report, a lot of activity happening behind this. I can tell you that it appears to be a combination of state, federal, local partners behind us. You can see back here, this is off of Gravelly Point. Parts of this area are still blocked off. Going to go out on a limb and assume here that it's going to be blocked off for some time as they comb through this recovery effort. So you can see kind of a glimpse of what is happening out here. We've seen some more cars, some more tents coming up. But again, still waiting for that briefing to see if they can kind of give us a better glimpse of exactly how this operation works. Now, I will tell you, aside from those who are part of the recovery efforts, we're also getting a chance to speak with some people who have, of course, heard this news and felt the need to come out here and see it for themselves, one of which includes our new friend Michelle here. Michelle is from Potomac, as you mentioned. Yep. You mentioned, so Gravelly Point is an area that people typically come to watch the planes take off and land. What has your experience been like here in the past?
We come pretty often. I have 3 sons, and I'll drag them out here, and we have a big picnic and watch the planes come and go. It's just one of the few airports in America that you can actually get really close to the flights landing and coming. It's beautiful. It's usually really crowded, lots of runners and hikers, and I came down thinking I would be able to do the same and go to Gravelly Point, but they're shut down today, obviously, for, I guess, military? I'm not sure. But we also track, we track flights on flight radar, and I listen to a lot of air traffic control. And last night we were listening, I listened a lot live, and we were listening when everything happened, and it was really, really devastating. You could hear in the voices of the controllers that something bigger took place than just a mishap. And then we turned on the news and, of course, saw what had happened. It was pretty, and I wanted to come last night, but it was at like 9 o'clock when it happened, so I decided to come today and just pay my respects and come down. I don't know. It's pretty horrible.
You also mentioned recently you and your family got to tour the air traffic control towers, and then last night you're hearing their voices. Yeah. What was it like kind of putting name to face?
It's a good question. That part was really hard for me, and it was kind of shocking at first. Yeah, in July, they allowed us to tour the tower over there, and we got to meet the ground control, all of them basically. And it was really interesting because I had been listening for a year, and then I reached out and they gave us the approval to come in. And so last night I was listening like I normally do when I'm doing dishes or making lunches, and I heard some of the normal traffic controllers, give the approval to land, and talking to the Blackhawk, and you could hear in his voice the fear. And then when it happened, you heard them. They normally don't ever break. They're very, They calm. And last night you could tell in their voice that it was pretty devastating. And that's when we turned on the news, we realized exactly how awful it was. But it's kind of cool to have a voice to, have a face to the voice, and we recognized some of them. In particular, there was a woman controller who we had met on the tour, wonderful person, and you could hear in her voice, which she never usually breaks, and she was having a rough time, so it was really devastating.
Michelle, thank you for sharing your experience and your perspective with us. So that is a lot of what we're hearing out here from some folks. Typically, this is a spot where people really enjoy coming to watch the planes take off and land, but today, a very different mood, very somber as they absorb this news out here, and more to come as we learn more about the recovery efforts in the hours to come. Guys.
It's so true, Lily, and even though we've been reporting this since it happened for hours on end, and we see the video, we see the interviews, we bring you the statements, it still doesn't seem real.
No.
That something like this happened. It's such a rarity.
No, it doesn't, especially when the first, calls came in last night, small plane, and, you don't think that this is the result of it, right? That you have like just this massive tragedy that plays out right on the shores of the Potomac, and in this case, actually in the Potomac River itself, which is where the planes ended up, unfortunately, the aircraft. Speaking of, let's go downstream a little bit to Old Town Alexandria. David Kaplan is down there now, and he's down at the Old Dominion Boat Club. Folks, they've been very good to us in the past when we've had our zip trips down in Alexandria, and Dave's down there checking out what the scene is like in Old Town. Dave?
Yeah, Steve, good to be with you. We are here. It's about 12:38. Just looking at my watch, I just talked to the general manager here. He says that the last sort of low-flying helicopter that sort of appeared to be searching here the Potomac River happened about an hour ago. It's been relatively quiet thus far. I'm going to step out now. These trees are blocking our vantage point, but I can tell you we're about, I'd ballpark about a mile downstream from where it appears that many of the search and rescue, the search operations are happening right now. But there are a couple of things that I've been told that I want to point out to you just to sort of illustrate. You know, we've talked about how Prince George's County's acting executive talked a little bit about how the debris field had sort of reached parts of Prince George's County, and I want to sort of bring you downstream. The first thing I want to show you with Ed Coker, there are a couple buoys in the middle of the Potomac River. I am told that the one that is on the left, the one that is the darker colored one, is something that is not ordinarily there. So whether or not that's some sort of net or something to denote a certain location as the work, the first responders' work continues, that is something that is new and that is noteworthy. So we're keeping an eye on that as well. As we take you to the right, I can tell you that within the last couple of minutes, there were, I'd say, one or two boats that had sort of been here that appeared to be recreational vessels. Those have cleared out. It's unclear whether or not there's been something that's happened in the last couple of minutes to sort of order this area between the site of the debris and the Wilson Bridge to be cleared out. Actually, as we look, and again, this is the Prince George's County side, so we're across the river from MGM. There does appear to be at least one boat kind of off in the distance that we can see. So we've got the buoy that we talked to you about that's not ordinarily there. The boat traffic is incredibly light, just given what we might ordinarily see. Obviously, there's just not a lot of people out here, as might be compared to a normal day. There are boats that still do go out, and we are told by here at the boat club that there were a couple of people who did take their boats out first thing in the morning and are still out on the water. And then as we pan more to the right, so again, I mentioned that we heard from the acting county executive in Prince George's County, and that National Harbor was a sort of staging area of sorts. If you sort of look through the Wilson Bridge, you might be able to see that is a staging area. It's unclear what debris, how much debris has made its way sort of downstream. But again, the last helicopter that might have been searching for something like that was about an hour ago, according to the general manager here, and you can see right over there that the staging area, there appears to be some sort of staging area for first responders downstream here at the Potomac. So the other thing, and we haven't gotten one during this live shot, just to sort of reiterate the fact that, you know, we told you that Reagan National Airport did reopen again at about 11 o'clock this morning. We have seen a few planes taking off from that runway heading south. We haven't gotten one here recently. So just the sort of top line things that we can see from our vantage point are the addition of some buoys. There were some boats that were allowed between the crash site and the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. Those appear to be clearing out. It's unclear exactly why, and we can't see close enough to see if they're recreational vessels, but they don't have flashing emergency lights on them. And then we are told, again, National Harbor, that marina is closed, and it does appear to be a staging area at this point for boats that are contributing to this rescue operation, guys.
So just a heads up to you, David, because we've been tracking all these flights on FlightAware since they resumed at 11 o'clock. You got a flight from Miami, should be coming up the river in about 10 minutes. That's pretty much the only one that's on the radar right now. So that would be coming up south to north for the landing on the main runway at Reagan National Airport. That flight, Delta flight, is scheduled to land at 12:55. So we'll keep an eye on that. David, we appreciate it.
Yes.
While Dave's been bringing us the coverage from Alexandria, we want to get a little more feedback on what we've been able to learn here and by following social media.
Yeah, we want to bring in now Stephen Braddock and Jacqueline Matter. They are in the newsroom, and I understand you all have some breaking information from our sister station in Atlanta regarding one of the pilots of the commercial flight.
Yeah, that's right, Steve and Marissa. What we just found out from our sister station in Atlanta, and a good colleague of ours, Eric Perry, just posted an exclusive. The father, they were able to speak to the father of one of the pilots that was on that flight there. His name is Sam Lilly, the father named Timothy Lilly. And Timothy himself is a pilot from the D.C. area, but his son, 28 years old.
Yeah, and reportedly was engaged to be married, started his training back in 2019, and went on to say, you know, ultimately he was a first officer there in the plane, and we know that, like you said, he was 28 years old. We're also still getting some new information about some of the other victims. We do have 6 other members of the Skating Club of Boston that we have confirmed earlier today that we are getting confirmation on, but there's still a lot of people out there that we aren't getting details on, and we're working to confirm that information. So I'm going to go through the list of people we do have confirmed. This is from the Skating Club of Boston. We had a spokesperson speaking earlier about, I would say about 10 o'clock this morning, who gave us a list of names. They included Spencer Lane, 16-year-old figure skating champion. He was basically becoming a phenom in the skating world, really on the way up, as well as Gina Hahn. She was 16 years old as well. Both of their mothers reportedly were with them, Jin Hahn and Christine Lane, and then their 2 coaches, Vadim Naumov and Evgenia Shivkova. Both of them were Russian figure skaters. They actually won the World Championship, won the gold in 1994, and then in 1993 and 1995 won silver and bronze respectively. Went on to coach some of these younger generations of skaters out there. So again, we still have a lot of unconfirmed names that we're getting into our newsroom. Of course, we'll bring that to you when we get solid information and we independently confirm that. But of course, we don't want to share that information preemptively.
Yeah, and let me just add this about Timothy, who's the father of Sam Lilly, who was the pilot on that flight, the one that we have confirmed from our sister station in Atlanta, Fox 5, is that his dad, Timothy, was actually in the cockpit of his own flight in New York City. Oh, wow. And of course, he learned about his son while he was in the air. And he couldn't believe it, is what he said. He was listening into Trump's message earlier this morning and said that he believes that it was the military and the Blackhawk flight that was actually to blame. He thought that his son followed the procedure. And that's what we're reporting here from Atlanta. But he went on to say that he has served in flight for 20 years. He's been a pilot for 20 years. But again, we're getting more information about who was in that flight, who may have been one of the passengers. We still got flight attendants to talk about here. So there's more people that we're going to be investigating, and of course, social media helping us figure this out as we get more information, guys.
Yeah, you may have also seen the story about John Maravilla. He was one of the figure skaters with that group who actually was not on the flight. That's because he went to go board the flight in Wichita. He was turned away at the gate because he had his dog with him, and his dog was too big to fit on the flight. He ultimately then decided he was going to make that, what he said, really inconvenient drive from Wichita, Kansas here to D.C., about 14 hours. Ultimately, that and the dog saving his life. So that's another story we're tracking on social media. We're also seeing Loudoun County schools. They did just tweet out that some of their former students were involved in the plane crash, as well as Fairfax County schools also confirming they did lose members of their school family as well. And we did just find out on social media too, the NTSB, they're going to have an update coming up at 2:45. So we'll of course bring that to you live.
Yeah, and of course a lot of folks calling this home who were on that flight. So this is just it just gets more and more sad as we continue to find out more information about the folks who are on that flight, guys.
All right, Stephen, Jacqueline, thank you so much for the latest there from the newsroom, including on Sam, who's sadly one of the pilots who lost his life in that collision last night. We want to go back out live to one of our correspondents in the field. We want to return to Lili Zhang. She is live at Gravelly Point. Lili, what can you tell us at this hour?
Yeah, so in the past hour and a half, almost 2 hours here, we have seen more planes landing here. Again, this is about a few hundred yards away from the runways at Reagan National. So behind us, you could see, if we're lucky enough to, in a few minutes, you might see a plane landing here. So we've seen more since Reagan did resume its operations at 11 o'clock. Something we should remind people again is, even though the airport now is back to its normal operations, some flights may have been delayed or canceled, that they are urging people to check with their specific airlines about their flights. But immediately behind us, here you could see this appears to be one of the sites in terms of recovery operations. As we've been reporting, the operations on that front, it is massive. I'm seeing state, local, and federal partners out here, and that normal entryway to Gravely Point has been blocked off to the general public. We can only assume it's going to be blocked off for some time here. But nevertheless, I'm also hearing from some folks who do come here often, perhaps with their families, with their friends, for plane spotting, since this is a very popular spot for that. We just spoke with a woman a little bit earlier, live here on Fox 5. She says that she's from Potomac. She does come here often with her family, and this is really a lot to absorb, you know, whether you're watching from home or you're seeing this live in person. Just really unreal, even though we're getting more information and as the hours go on here. So as far as the recovery efforts, guys, we're hoping to learn more about exactly how this all works in the coming hours. We'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Lily, thanks very much. Lily's saying they're outside of Gravely Point. And, you know, I mean, like she was saying, Gravely Point, very popular if you want to get on and watch the planes take off and land. And we do have some planes that are taking off and landing at Reagan National today. But you cannot get in, like she mentioned, to the main entranceway to Gravely Point. Now, I will say this for recovery efforts as far as, you know, pieces of the plane that might have washed up. We're not talking about people here, but some of the equipment. Keep in mind, there were parts of that fuselage that were closer to the airport. Most of the recovery efforts that we've seen, what you're looking at there on the other screen.
Concentrated there.
Yeah, that's more concentrated in the middle of the river. So we do know that there are large plane parts that are closer to the airport itself that we can't really pick up on the cameras that we have right now. So it very likely could be that it's just one of multiple places that they're using now to collect evidence.
And also the latest guidance from the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, is that they will provide a public briefing at 2:45. So that's the latest.
All right, we'll carry that here, of course, as we continue our coverage throughout the day today on this plane crash collision with a Blackhawk helicopter that occurred just before 9 o'clock last night. Right now, it's 12:50 in the afternoon. We're going to take a real quick break and back with more after this. All right, welcome back at 12:53. We want to get back to Melanie Alwick, who's just been making her way around the DMV this morning. Started out at Reagan National Airport and was down at the airport for a long time, now making her way to Boston. Morning, Mel. Afternoon, Mel.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yes, good morning. So we're here outside the MedStar Capitals Iceplex, where, as you know, the Washington Capitals, that's their practice facility, they are out of town on a road trip. But inside the Iceplex, there are still plenty of skaters who are working on their craft today. We talked to some of the young people in here who are really just coming to grips with all of this. There are a lot of tears inside. They are doing what they can. They told us that 3 of their, as they say, rink mates from the Skating Club of Northern Virginia and the Washington Figure Skating Club, Brielle Beyer, Edward Zhu, and Corey Hanos, were among those who were killed in this crash. They knew that they were out on this camp. They were excited for them to come back and hear about everything that they had learned and experienced. These are young skaters who have spent countless days, countless hours with these other skaters, watching them, learning from them, but also being friends. They build their own community here. Some of them are homeschooled, but again, as you can imagine, this takes a lot of time, a lot of dedication, and they really have, again, a sense of camaraderie and spirit, and they always cheer for each other. So think about this, though. For teens who are so connected on social media, many of these girls here this morning, and I say girls just because that happens to be the skaters that talked to us today. The first thing they did when they got up this morning, they got up early around 5 a.m. They picked up their phones, they looked at social media, and they really just couldn't believe what they saw. Here's some of what they had to tell me this morning.
I was shocked. I thought it wasn't real because, like, I see these people every day, and now they're caught.
I first saw this on Instagram when someone posted a story about this plane crash, and I realized, oh, this might be my friends, because there was only one flight from Wichita to here, and when their messages didn't go through, I was speechless. I woke up like every other morning at like 5:30, and I was looking at the news, and I saw like the live updates going on, and I saw that the ISU had put out a statement that there were figure skaters on the plane, and my heart kind of dropped. I was like, oh my gosh, what if my friends are on the plane? Like, what is going on? Slowly, it's not the kind of thing you think is ever going to happen, so it doesn't really feel real.
Well, we just went to Harris Teeter to buy flowers and stuff. Like, Brielle's favorite color is pink, so we looked for pink flowers and stuff like that. Tell them to put there for them.
And that little memorial that those girls put together is growing by the minute as more and more people come. I talked to one of the moms, and I said, you know, really, what was the decision process today to come here? And she said, this is where the girls needed to be. They talked to the coaches, and they said they're going to try to get through it as best they can.
That's so tough.
Oh, gosh, and holding on to each other, and probably their first run-in with death at this level.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mel, really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, to hear from the young people talking about the other young people that they lost and their friends, and just hearing, like, I sent the text, they didn't get through, that's when we thought something was wrong. Our coverage is going to continue. Marissa and I are going to take a little break. We appreciate you being with us throughout the morning hours, but Marina and Sharon are going to be on board right after this. Our coverage will continue right here on air and online.
Thank you for continuing to join us here as we continue to follow this breaking news coverage of the tragedy on the Potomac. I'm Marina Morocco, joined here by Sharon Raget. We know an Army helicopter collided with an American Airlines passenger plane late last night near Reagan National Airport.
Yeah, just a horrific scene, horrifying moments late last night as both aircraft were sent crashing into the icy waters of the Potomac. Let's get over to Lily Zhang, who is covering it for us. But we have a team coverage tonight. Just after 9 p.m. last night, American Airlines Flight 5342, arriving from Wichita, Kansas, collided with a military Blackhawk helicopter while approaching runway 33 at Reagan National Airport. The airline confirming that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board the jet. We have learned that 3 soldiers were on the helicopter, which was on a training mission from Fort Belvoir in Virginia.
Hundreds of first responders joining what is now a recovery effort at this hour. As we have learned, there are no survivors. We have team coverage all across the district in Northern Virginia working to get that latest information about this crash.
Let's get right to Lily Zhang, who is in Gravelly Park, learning more about the investigation into the crash. Lily, what are you seeing at this hour?
Yeah, hey, good afternoon to you both. So we are at Gravelly Point here. This is a few hundred yards away or so from the runways at Reagan National. If you could take a look behind us, plenty of activity happening behind us here. I can tell you on the scene, it appears there are federal, local, state partners throughout this. We do know that the investigation includes the FAA, NTSB, as well as the U.S. Army. In a joint statement released about an hour or so ago, they mentioned that they are committed to transparency as part of this investigation, and we hope to hear more about how this all works, how the recovery efforts and operations will go in the coming hours or so. We also heard from the D.C. Fire Chief a little earlier this morning. He says that while, right now all this is still ongoing, he says that he's very confident that the remains of those who have died in this horrific crash will be recovered. But of course, as you can imagine, this is going to take some time. Just that image alone is an example of the small glimpse, again, of the massive efforts underway here, and also speaking with some people all throughout this afternoon. This is typically a spot where people like to come and watch planes take off and land, typically a spot that's really scenic and enjoyable. But I will tell you that the mood out here today is incredibly different. It is really hard to absorb this information and this tragic situation, really hard to grasp, according to some people that we've spoken with who spend a lot of time out here. So as we learn more about this investigation and what these recovery efforts look like, we will keep you all posted. We'll send it back to you for now.
Thank you. We'll continue to check in, of course, with our reporters across the region here, assessing what we've seen since first dawn at this hour, which was really what many people were waiting for. As we knew, we got information that there would be no survivors, and this would now search and rescue would turn into a search and recovery effort. But we are learning that that first officer aboard that American Airlines American Eagle flight coming from Wichita, Kansas, into Reagan National Airport has been identified as 28-year-old Samuel Lely. We understand that he is from the Charlotte area of North Carolina. And here, our reporter down at Fox Atlanta writing, the father of the pilot on board the American Airlines plane identifies him as 28-year-old Sam Lely. His father, who is also a pilot, says he was engaged to be married, started his training in 2019, was the first officer on that flight that left from Wichita. And of course, we're waiting to learn more. His family down in the Savannah, Georgia area right now, and we're waiting to connect with the Lely family. But of course, as you can imagine, so many people starting to get notification that their family members may have been involved in either in that plane that was carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew, or of course aboard that Blackhawk from the Army that had left Fort Belvoir with 3 soldiers.
Yeah, and you can imagine being the father of this pilot who had to announce this news, this horrific news. Sadly, the first officer on that flight, we're going to be getting more identifications of the other 2 soldiers on board that U.S. Army Blackhawk helicopter, as well as the 64 people on board that flight, American Airlines flight. It is so tragic as we are watching all of this unfold. Tom Fitzgerald is at DCA tracking conditions for us. I know earlier it was kind of a ghost town at DCA. Now operations started back up around 11. Fitz, we're waiting a press conference. Anything that you're learning now?
We are told right now by the National Transportation Safety Board that news conference, that briefing, is now going to be taking place at approximately 2:45 of this afternoon. As you can see, we're in a different location now. We're in what a lot of people would know as the original historic waiting room at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, and they have moved the communications element of this response over to this location. Now, just a moment ago, we had talked about the fact that this airport is now back open. There were some big questions about whether or not that was going to happen earlier in the morning, because people were trying to figure out whether or not the officials were, speaking after midnight, whether they were referring to Thursday or whether they were referring to Friday. In fact, they were referring to Thursday, and they were able to get the airport back up again at 11 o'clock this morning. So flights are departing. We are seeing less red on the departure and arrival boards. And if I can do something, if we could just, this is going to be a little clumsy, but we're just going to spin the camera around for you for a minute so you can see where we are and you get a little bit of a look at the operations at the airport right now. So that is, the view out from the runway right now. As you can see, there's an American Airlines plane that just went by. There are some United planes that have also just landed, and they are disembarking their passengers. They are actually putting new passengers on as well. So flight operations have resumed at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. But in our conversations also with airport officials today, one thing they are stressing is that you should contact your airline about the status of your flight. Yes, the airport is up and running again. Yes, there are again flights departing and arriving. However, they think it is incumbent on flyers today to make sure that you have checked in with your airport, your airline that is, to make sure that your flight is on time, either for departure or arrival today. So what are we going to hear a little bit later on this afternoon as we come back around? Well, the National Transportation Safety Board, in essence, is the federal government's investigators on large-scale transportation disasters. You will remember they were front and center during the East Palestine, Ohio, train disaster several years ago, and every major either train derailment or aircraft crash in this country falls under their authority. Earlier, during a briefing with officials from the D.C. mayor to the head of the airport operations at the Washington Metropolitan Airports Authority, they made a point of saying that this operation is now going to turn over to the NTSB. So from here on in, we expect all briefings to come from federal investigators. We'll send it back to you.
Fitz will be awaiting that, and of course, as soon as we get that press conference, we will bring it to you live here on Fox 5. In the meantime, we've got John Gagliano. He's an aviation attorney with us now on the line. John, good to see you. Unfortunately, under these circumstances, you've been in litigation. You know cases like this. Obviously, we first have to get through the investigation and see exactly what brought us to this point. But you look at one thing. You look at the audio recordings from the tower, from air traffic controllers. You're going to look at the black box, and you're going to see from eyewitnesses if all these things get in line. And I just want to read to you some of what we know from the audio from air traffic control here, because it appears as though air traffic control tries to make contact with that military chopper, with the Blackhawk, and says, pass behind the C.O.G, which is that American Eagle plane. What does that tell you? Because seconds later, there's the crash. Who right now are they looking and focusing on to see how exactly we got to this point?
I'm going to back it up just a little bit. Before air traffic control gives the instruction to the Army helicopter to pass behind the C.O.G, they ensure and they ask the Army helicopter if they have the C.O.G, the American flight, in sight. And the Army helicopter says, yes, they do. I would say probably due to confusion, maybe due to physiological illusions, confusing lights. They did not have the aircraft in sight, even though they thought they did. So that is my first impression, backing it up one step from the direction that you mentioned. In order to pass behind the flight, they've got to see where the flight is. And I don't think there's any way that the Army crews saw where the flight was. And potentially not through any fault of their own. We don't know what happened yet, and we need to see.
Yeah, it seems like obviously a lot of questions to be answered. What exactly went wrong? Clearly some failures in communication. We don't know if there was any kind of technical issues. A lot of people were criticizing that a lot of these warnings from air traffic control came too late. Also, there's a lot of safety precautions and technology that protects the pilots to warn them of surrounding aircraft that might be in their way. We still don't know exactly what exactly happened here. But from your perspective, what is the most important thing to focus on right now as the NTSB will be leading this investigation?
Well, there are three things: sorrow, thanks, and inquiry, right? Sorrow for the incredible loss of life that the nation has experienced, including those victims and their families. Thanks to the first responders who are on the scene right now. And inquiry, right, which is what you just mentioned. Going forward, we need to find out exactly what happened in really granular, fine detail, analyzing every bit of every radar sweep, everything that was in all of the flight data recorders about the TCAS, the traffic collision avoidance system on board the American flight, what it saw, what it did, and then also the cockpit voice recorders, the air traffic control tapes. You know, these are all going to be analyzed in very, very fine detail.
Mm-hmm. John, we've got about 30 seconds here left. Last time we saw anything like this, Air Florida crashing into the Potomac, there were about a handful of survivors there. These investigations can take months, they can take years. How long before the families get any realistic answers here in this timeline? What are we talking?
Well, the NTSB's report on this is not likely to come before a year. Could be as long as 2 years or more. So the NTSB will be giving briefings with information that's publicly available, you know, throughout the day and throughout the coming weeks. But I would not expect a final report until, you know, at least a year, probably longer.
All right, John Gagliano, we're going to have you on with us here on Fox 5 to give us more insight as to the legal aspect of what's to come here in the days, weeks, and even years to come. Right now, we continue our coverage here on this crash. As you see here, no survivors at this hour.
Yeah, you know, it's just so heartbreaking to kind of see what everyone's up against and the long time that they might actually have to wait to get some answers. Our coverage continues, of course, of this horrific tragedy. We're back in a moment. And welcome back. We are continuing our breaking news coverage of the horrific scene that's playing out in the Potomac River here in D.C. Several local school districts announcing ties to the victims of this crash. In a statement to Fairfax County Public School families, the superintendent says, quote, It continues to be a very difficult day for our FCPS family. Our hearts are broken as we learn that we have lost members of our FCPS family in this tragic accident at Reagan National Airport last night. I invite you to join me in praying for our families, our friends, and colleagues that we know who have lost their loved ones in this tragic accident. Loudoun County Schools also announcing close ties to this horrific event, saying in a statement, this unimaginable loss has deeply affected our community, and with great sorrow, we have learned that multiple victims were former LCPS students. Many other Loudoun families have been impacted. We extend our deepest condolences to all those grieving in the wake of this tragedy. You can imagine to have personal ties, right? Somebody knows somebody. And as we're going to get more information from officials, hopefully in the next press conference, sadly, more people are going to be identified. In the last briefing, we had 28 bodies recovered. That number certainly up, but I know our region, our country is mourning right now.
We heard the president say that he's expecting the release of the identity of those victims to be released here in the coming hours, and we're hoping to get that as we're learning more. U.S. figure skating releasing a statement saying that many of their members were aboard this flight coming from Wichita, Kansas, as there had been competitions that were happening out in Kansas. We know that there are a number of skating schools, figure skating schools in our region, most of them in Northern Virginia. We've got reporters fanned out across them, and although we cannot confirm because we're waiting for next of kin to be notified first who these people are, we've heard from our home of Bash for hours now and other reporters who are at Skate Quest and other of these iceplexes where people are in somber moods. They are mourning what has been an absolute tragedy for hours on end now, as this happened just before 9 p.m. Let's go out to our Katie Barlow, who has been near the Potomac. You stayed for much of the day today, Katie, near that makeshift morgue, if you will. Now you've got a higher vantage point of everything that's happening below at this hour.
Yeah, there was actually just a little bit of movement right behind me where it appears some of those smaller medical ambulance trucks may be picking up some remains. That's what has been used since I've been here, since about 10 o'clock. It's only happened once since we've been here, but these smaller trucks carry over what appear to be human remains and put them in this medical tent, this makeshift morgue that has been created with these red tents that you can see right here that are set up. Earlier, from our vantage point, we could see one of the trucks back up to the medical tent, and then there is a flap that they lift, and there was a gurney with a body bag on top of it that appeared to be human remains that were delivered here to this tent. So lots of activity that's going on right here. Our Josh Rosenthal was here through the night when they were getting all of this set up with the D.C. medical examiner. Our understanding is that there are some human remains that are getting dropped off here, but they cannot be fully processed here, is our understanding, so they will go from here to the office of the medical examiner. We also, I spoke briefly with an official with MPD who says that homicide detectives are assisting the investigation here with NTSB, not as a homicide, but it is typical for MPD to investigate any death that happens in D.C., so they're providing assistance. They also are providing divers who are continuing to do the work in a little bit more daylight now. We've got dive teams from across our region, from Prince George's County. MPD has a group of divers. And speaking to the official at MPD, my understanding is that the cold water is not as much of a concern right now for the divers in their rotations, but it's more their availability with their air tanks. And so they're trying to rotate divers as they do what they call treacherous work, collecting both the debris and the human remains. And both are important here. There are, it's in the Code of Federal Regulations that all of the pieces of debris from this incident get collected and, of course, then become a part of the NTSB investigation. All of that is enshrined in law, and that's the process that's happening simultaneously with this collection of the human remains.
Speaking with officials there on the ground, a sense of just how massive this work is right now. Obviously, we know the crash site is just off the banks of Reagan National, of that runway 33, but you've got a debris field because of the currents of the Potomac that span all the way about 3 miles south to the Woodrow Wilson. You've got Harbor Patrol from D.C. Police and mutual aid from just about every jurisdiction that has a boat in this region. What are officials telling you is the painstaking work that's happening right now for these first responders?
That's exactly it, Marina. We understand that the debris field is wide and continues to be so because of the waters of the Potomac, an area that is notorious for these types of exercises. We saw just last week that officials were practicing rescue on the ice. There's still fractured ice across the Potomac right now, which in the early hours of the morning, they were doing some work to try and break up some of the ice. But yes, that is part of what makes this treacherous for the dive teams to collect the pieces of what happened here, because that debris field is so wide. I can also tell you, as we know, there have been flights now leaving DCA as of 11 o'clock this morning. We have seen airplanes in the air for the first time in the last hour or so. I can also tell you there continue to be helicopters. There have been helicopters in the air since before DCA put planes back in the skies, including where this setup is actually where the MPD helipad is, and one of the MPD helicopters took off from the helipad not too long ago, but you also see other helicopters that have been circling the area as well. So now we can confirm there are both airplanes and helicopters in this airspace as of now.
Yeah, you know, it's chilling because when you think of those airplanes taking off at one of the biggest and most trafficked airports in the country, you look at the scene below in D.C. and the scene is just chilling as you see a massive response still trying to recover bodies. We were talking about that debris field. I know the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today said that they will do every effort to bring closure to every single family that is waiting to be reunited with their loved one. Katie, you said something earlier that really struck me, that sadly a lot of these bodies may not be intact. And so I can only imagine just how difficult, how horrific the task is for all of the divers, the emergency crews, this unified command, for the work that they are doing right now, hopefully trying to bring some closure for these families. But it is not an easy task.
Yeah, the dive teams train for this, but this is certainly perhaps the darkest task that they have to engage in, and one that they certainly would have never anticipated of this scale, given the safety and security of American airspace for over a decade. Something that, of course, they train for and prepare for, but not something that you ever expect to actually have to do. But as Marina pointed out, nearly every jurisdiction around us is contributing resources for the dive teams, for the water boats, and you can also potentially see behind me, they've also set up, you know, some food and water and necessities for those first responders who have been working nonstop since this happened shortly before 9 p.m. last night. So making sure that folks have, you know, some of the basics just to keep fueling, to keep doing this job. There are individuals who have been working longer than 12 hours straight at this point. We're heading into the 20s here soon, but they have some food stations set up, very oddly, but perhaps not so odd in tragic situations like this, right next to this process that has been set up for processing the human remains that are brought ashore from the crash. We also were listening to some radio activity earlier today about kind of what's going on near the crash site and transferring from the crash site to here because it's not directly right next to it. So it takes some time to get here by boat as well.
Absolutely. Painstaking work there for the first responders who continue at this hour to at least recover as much as they can, including debris, which will be very important for this investigation. Or Katie Barlow for us there on the banks of the Potomac at what seems to be the main place, where the staging area, if you will, for most first responders. Let's check in with our Jen Delgado now. Jen, look, a lot of this, it's January, it's cold. Regardless, the impact was beyond, and we're hearing that most of these bodies are not intact. Obviously, we know that there are no survivors, but if there was any hope, the waters of the Potomac at this hour, they don't help that they're this cold.
No, it doesn't. But, you know, you keep in mind, if you go back a week ago, we had the Potomac. It was at 31.7 degrees, one of the coldest on record. So luckily right now it has climbed to 35.7 degrees. But the biggest problem right now for the rescue effort and the recovery effort is certainly going to be the rain that is looming. And that rain is going to start to come in even as we go after about midnight tonight. We look outside right now, and you can see things are dry. We don't have any rainfall right now, and the water seems relatively calm, but we will see those winds picking up as we go through tomorrow because we have an area low pressure and a cold front coming through, and that will briefly bring some stronger wind gusts. Temperature right now, 51 degrees. Our winds are from the south, and as we look outside, the temperature, it feels like the actual temperature because we are warm. Today, we're expecting a high of 52 degrees, but we look at the water temperature, and this is from our buoy, showing the number at 35.8 degrees for the water temperature right at the Potomac, very close to the confluence of the Anacostia. Now, we look at our satellite and radar, just a few clouds around. The weather is ideal, but as we look over towards the west, here comes our next system. Area low pressure bringing really heavy rainfall at times across parts of the Midwest. That's what's going to head our way. It gets heavier in the morning, and then it goes throughout the afternoon tomorrow. So we look at our planner ahead for tonight. Keep in mind, sunset's going to happen about 5:27, so we roughly have about 4 more hours of daylight out there, and then we start to see that rain working in after about midnight from west to east at times. Now, the good news is we're not expecting anything severe, no thunderstorms out there, but we look at our futurecast. This is at 11 o'clock. Then we go after midnight. The rain is just starting. Wherever you're seeing the yellow shade, that's that heavier rainfall moving through around 11:30 tomorrow, and then it will continue. And as we look at this, we could be looking at anywhere between 1 to maybe 1.5 inches of rainfall, especially areas down towards the south, very close to where the staging is happening. So again, we don't want the rainfall, but it looks like it will move through and it'll move out of here on Friday, and that's the ideal news. Now we look ahead for the wind gusts. This is Friday. Some of those winds peaking up to 20 to 25 miles per hour, and you can see behind that front how those winds will shift out of the north. Now here's your sunset for tonight. It happens at 5:27. Right now we're averaging about 10 hours and 30 minutes of daylight, but certainly right now that rain is not going to help things. Right now, we'll send it back over to you, too.
Thank you, Jen. All right, we are getting word now from Team USA, and we know that some of these figure skaters had competed, and obviously this is a small community, so as you can imagine, this is their statement here. It's long, but if you want to see some of what's on there that they're writing from Sarah Hirschland.
Yes, as today we join in mourning the profound loss of the passengers aboard Flight 5342 and all those impacted by this tragedy. Sadly, so many young athletes, their parents, they had just come home from a competition, a national competition. These were bright stars in the world of figure skating. It is so gut-wrenching to think how many families impacted as they continue to recover bodies from the Potomac River. We will be covering this, of course, from every angle, but the angle of these families, sadly, the most heart-wrenching.
Stay with us. We'll be right back. continue our breaking news coverage here on Fox 5 of that crash that happened late last night, and we know at this hour no survivors. But as you can imagine, this is a community. We know that there were U.S. figure skaters, ice skaters that were on that plane, and of course the iceplexes around our region today. They're reeling. They're trying to confirm if in fact any of their members may have been on that plane, and this is a long process as we await word.
And even if they weren't on that plane, a lot of those skaters skated in our region. They were from this region. Let's go to Homa Bash at the Ashburn Ice House. I was watching interviews earlier, Homa, and you could see and feel the emotion from everyone who's just trying to understand how to even cope.
Yeah, absolutely. There is such a somber mood inside. While lessons are going on here at the Ashburn Ice House, we're in Loudoun County. We were at the Fairfax Ice Arena earlier. They asked us to leave because they were so distraught with the information that is coming in. And I want to point out that neither have confirmed that their skaters nor their coaches were involved in this crash. They did have skaters and coaches, families down in Wichita for the championship and for the developmental conference down there, but they cannot confirm that any of them were involved in this crash right now. So that is important information to get out. There have been earlier reports. A representative from this area, Representative Suhas Subramanian, initially reported that the Ashburn Ice House coach was involved in the crash. He has since walked that back. The Ashburn Ice House telling us that they cannot confirm that their coach or any of their skaters were involved. 3 of their skaters were down in Wichita. They don't know their travel plans or if they have returned or if they were in fact involved. They were between the ages of 10 and 14 years old. They were with their parents and or with their coaches. Again, this information is so preliminary. Hearts are heavy here. It's really a tight-knit community. And I want you to hear from the general manager. He's been here. He's from Leesburg. He's been in Loudoun County here at the Ashburn Ice House for 20-plus years. Here's Rob Lorenzen.
As a family, I think the skating community, again, is very close, whether they're skating here or a neighboring rink. They compete against each other. They're friends on the ice when they're competing. They're friends on the ice when they're training. And together you support each other, and that's how we hope to get through it.
Us Virginians stick together, and I'm just so sad about this. And we just wanted to let him know that I'm thinking about him, and I'm thinking about everybody.
Now, that was a woman who lives in Herndon, has no connection to what happened here, but heard the news, heard that these skaters, these coaches may be involved, and she felt compelled to go get some flowers and drop them off here and just share her sympathy, her empathy for what people are going through here. Listen, there are very young kids inside at their lessons right now. This is their first encounter with loss, with death. Many of them, they're 4, 5, 6 years old. They don't know what's going on. That's why the media has been asked to stand outside. But they understand that something has happened. I know the general manager here telling us they are looking currently for a grief counselor to come in and speak to these children, speak to these skaters, because this is such a close-knit community. You heard him say they skate together. They dedicate so much of their life to this sport. They're here at this rink early in the morning, late at night. They spend so much of their time here. It is an alliance like no other. But again, the Ashburn Ice House, the Fairfax Ice Arena, they are not confirming at this point that any of their skaters nor their coaches were involved. LCPS, Loudoun County Public Schools, and Fairfax County Public Schools did release statements to us telling us that they have learned that former students and community members were involved in the crash. But we know the notification process, it takes a lot of time. So we are just waiting for that confirmation at this hour, guys.
These are exemplary skaters, right? These were the people that were at the best of their sport, their skill. Many of them just, dreaming of that next step, traveling to this national championship, coming back with their parents. We're all moms here, and just kind of putting everything into perspective. I just can't imagine what these families are going through. And we were talking about it earlier, Homa. Not the first time that the U.S. Figure skating has dealt with a tragedy of this magnitude. In 1961, the entire team, sadly, was killed in Belgium as they were going to a world championship. So I know the whole institution is grieving in a much bigger sense to now see this play out again in 2025.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been tough, and you can see, I mean, when we were inside, before we were asked to leave, there are a lot of tears, there are a lot of emotions. Again, these are young kids. I mean, the kids, the three that were in Wichita from here, ages 10 to 14. Again, no confirmation that anything has happened to them, but these are very, very young kids with their families, the best of the best, training to move on. So it's heartbreaking is an understatement, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just that, I think for all of us, the shock of where this happened, so many of us, if not all of us, have flown many times before out of a place like Reagan National. It's almost like common. Like if you're in this area, that's one of the airports that you go to. So many of us have flown on a regional jet that could have been that Bombardier CRJ 700. I mean, this is not an uncommon occurrence. It was a confluence of events that are so common in this area as we see so many helicopters train up and down the Potomac. And then when you start talking about the stories of every soul that was on that plane, on this chopper, and you start to learn who they are on a granular level, I think it starts to strike even more. And to your point, Homa, for these children that are practicing there in ice skating and they see themselves as potentially one day competing at these levels, traveling across the country for these competitions, to think it could have been any of us, I think is incredibly unsettling. Homa, we'll let you get back to your reporting as you're there at the Ashburn Ice House, and just look at these pictures here from the Potomac. And when you read about what we're dealing with at these hours, you see some of the images behind us. This plane, which is not a small plane by any chance, 60 passengers on board, including 4 crew, just chopped up in 3 different places because of this crash. Then you have a debris field that spans 3 miles down the Potomac with these currents, the water temperature, like we heard Homa say, and boots on the ground here. I'm getting text messages saying things like they are bringing body parts up to the bank on boats. The officers and firemen then put the body parts in body bags. The bags are then go on a gurney into a gator, and then they move the bags to a temporary morgue. And the words being written are, it is very unsettling. You have to imagine the emotional toll that this is taking, not just on the first responders who have been there, like Katie said, with no respite, now trying to look for tanks with oxygen to keep them going as they can enjoy some of this daylight, because it will get dark here at about 5:36, and this will again hamper some of these efforts as they continue the recovery. And like Katie said, look, you need every part of the fuselage of both aircraft involved. I remember being in New York City when Miracle on the Hudson happened in 2009. A week later, I was on the Hudson, and there were still doors being recovered from that plane that were part of this investigation. This is not going to be a one-day, one-week operation. This is something that we're going to be talking about and reading about for weeks, months, if not years to come. And, of course, the devastation so personal to so many.
Absolutely. And as we look at some of these images and these tweets from people pouring in really from around the world, prayers, love, the sense of unification of people just coming together as the country mourns for all of these precious souls that were lost today. But yes, this was a standard flight for this regional jet coming from Wichita to DCA. This was a standard training flight for this Blackhawk U.S. Army military helicopter. What exactly went wrong? I know there's a lot of speculation out there right now that's going to take some time to actually sort out. But people are also angry. They want to know what went wrong. How could this have happened? Where was the communication failure? All of those answers, hopefully, will come in the coming days, months. Sadly, it may take up to a year. But right now, the focus is on these families. 28 people were recovered from the 2 aircrafts, 27 from the plane, 1 from the Blackhawk helicopter. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said that the soldiers on board the helicopter were fairly experienced. They might have had night vision goggles. We don't know if they were actually wearing them.
Let's actually listen into the Secretary. We have some sound right now.
Yeah, let's listen to him.
It was an annual proficiency training flight. And when we look at the crew, and not all kin have been notified, so we're going to withhold ranks and names at this point. We do know on our side who was involved. It was a fairly experienced crew, and it was doing a required annual night evaluation. They did have night vision goggles. It's a tragedy, a horrible loss of life for those 64 souls on that civilian airliner, and of course, the 3 soldiers in that Blackhawk. They're in our prayers, their families and their communities. As people are notified, I can't imagine.
Just heard the Secretary there of Defense, Pete Hegseth, saying that the soldiers on board the UH-60, that Blackhawk, fairly experienced. They were in a night evaluation. There's training that happens for that they've got to maintain with these hours to make sure they're certified to fly these type of helicopters, choppers, and they were flying with night vision goggles. So, of course, it was dark. It was a clear night, but still the hampering of the vision. Of course, we'll talk with some aviation experts here throughout the next hours to keep us posted on exactly what this means. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage. All right, we're back here with our breaking news coverage of everything that's happened since last night at about 9 o'clock. We are just getting into the newsroom that the bodies of all 3 soldiers who were aboard that Army Blackhawk that had left Fort Belvoir, those bodies have now been recovered. We saw in our reporting in the overnight hours, our Josh Rosenthal was there as one of the bodies had been recovered, and now the final 2 as well. There was full honors given there on site as that flag-draped coffin was removed in body bag from the Potomac. Unfortunately, we continue to see these efforts continue on this recovery mission.
Yeah, the names of the soldiers, the names of the victims have not been identified. However, one of the soldiers' fathers had kind of put out there that this was potentially somebody that we know. We're not going to identify the names. But the soldiers' bodies have been recovered. Again, our hearts go out to the entire U.S. Army that is actively on scene, of course, helping in this unified command.
All right, let's check in now with Richard Levy. He's on with us now, aviation expert. Richard, thank you for continuing here on Fox 5. You've been here since as soon as we got a word last night about 9 o'clock. We're getting that latest from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He said that as far as it relates to this Blackhawk, this was a night evaluation. These soldiers, he said, were fairly experienced and they were using night vision goggles. So it seems as though this was a training exercise, one that seems to be routine for the Army and for these soldiers. What more can you glean from that information as to how it relates to this crash and how this could have happened?
It is your point on, spot on, and the Secretary is correct on that. It was a training mission, and the Blackhawk helicopter was flying north to south in the Potomac River in a prescribed corridor. Were they flying in the corridor at the proper altitude? That's going to be investigated. And the question that I would like to raise is, around this extremely busy airport, that I've flown in and out of many times, why do we need to conduct night training missions on Potomac River near Washington Reagan Airport?
You know, a lot of these aircrafts, as we know, these commercial aircrafts are equipped with traffic alert, collision avoidance technology. What happened here? Could these technology have been shut down? I know that they get activated. What is it at the 1,000 level fee? Where is the kind of marker as to when this technology gets triggered and alerts the pilots? What could have gone wrong here?
Well, the question is, does the Blackhawk have what we call TCAS, traffic collision avoidance system? I doubt it, but I'm not a helicopter expert in the U.S. Army. I was in the Air Force. Back to the PSA airplane, they had TCAS. Now, when you descend below 1,000 feet, the collision took place at 300 or 400 feet above the ground. The audio still works, and the audio would say something very simple as traffic, and then you look on an instrument and you see the target. That's what we call another aircraft, in this case the Blackhawk. But you do not get the oral instruction, descend. Obviously, you're near the ground. That would not be safe. Or climb right below 1,000 feet. So if the PSA did see the Army helicopter on their TCAS, it was too late. The collision was imminent. And when we recover the voice recorder, a cockpit voice recorder, a PSA, you're going to find out a lot of if they mentioned it just before the midair collision.
Well, it seems even from air traffic control at Reagan, by the time they had alerted the Blackhawk to make sight of this C.O.G. 700, which they did and announced that they did, the crash happened just seconds later. I'm looking at just some reporting, and maybe you can correct me or tell me more about this, but it seems as though flight ceiling here for choppers along this route is about 200. You're saying that maybe this collision happened at about 400 feet. Does that give you any sense if this Blackhawk may have been flying at the wrong altitude, may have not had the clearance to be flying that high, and this is why on approach it crashed with this flight from Wichita?
Excellent question. I do not, as an expert, I do not have the helicopter corridor numbers. I do not have that. But I do want to opine on what you just said before that. That is, Washington Reagan Tower, the controller, who was doing a superb job, in my opinion, said to Pat, Pat 25, that's the call sign of the Army helicopter. Pat 25, do you see the C.O.G. 700 And Pat 25 said, affirmative, we do. The tower controller then followed up with a routine instruction: maintain visual separation. We call that see and avoid. Nothing unusual about that. That's all good and all correct. They acknowledged they would. Somehow they didn't. Back to the goggles, perhaps, misjudging the PSA airplane, changing runways. Runway 01, a right turn, and then a left turn, runway 33. Bright lights, got disoriented. We won't have a voice recorder, as I said, from the Army helicopter, but early without facts, this is where I'm going with a possibility of the cause of the collision.
Richard, because of 9/11 and the events that happened, we know that commercial flights cannot clear D.C. airspace. They cannot fly over the District of Columbia. They've got to make a turn, usually up or down the Potomac, depending which runway they've been cleared to land or take off from. You've got training exercises on a daily basis, maybe even minute by minute, of any military aircraft, either the ones carrying VIPs or ones doing training or local law enforcement as well. As a pilot, how difficult is Reagan National on average? And then you take into account the busyness, the traffic, the added flights that we just saw from the FAA that are going out west. How convoluted is this for air traffic control and for pilots, both on choppers and on commercial flights?
Well, you're asking the wrong person. I love busy airports. I was based at Chicago O'Hare for 35 years, flew into Kennedy, flew to Washington Reagan, heavy traffic. And that makes it challenging a little bit more awareness. But back to what we call P56, Prohibited Airspace 56, over the Capitol and White House in one other location. No, that was there way before 9/11, way before. You depart to the north and you turn left, fly at the Potomac River, and we have electronic equipment in the aircraft that pinpoints the correct track so that you do not and you don't want to enter P56.
Richard,
that wouldn't affect in today's accent.
We thank you so much. You've been with us since last night. We appreciate you and your expertise. We hope that you can stick with us because we have a lot of questions that a lot of our viewers want to know, and so we thank you for your perspective. I want to bring in Hal Kemper, a Homeland Security expert who's also going to be weighing in with us today. Thank you so much for joining us as we kind of sift through this tragedy, and a lot more to come with a press conference, hopefully, in the next hour. But when it comes to our nation's security, there was a lot of questions last night as to exactly what this was. Was it a threat to national security? From your perspective, how did this all play out? Do you have concerns now for air travel?
Sharon, there's a lot of concerns. Obviously, this is extremely congested airspace. It's right near the national capital. So it's at any given time, this is extremely high profile just because of everything around it. It's tightly controlled airspace, as was mentioned. The helicopter is actually in a corridor on a track that they have to do. But the question is, are we deconflicting this airspace well? Now, that particular airspace, unlike some other large airports, is what we call VFR, visual flight rules. And that's because it is so congested that they have to be able to see. They can't come in on instruments. They have to be able to actually see the runway. There's a lot of questions that come out of this. And by the way, we've got to get this right because in this case, it was below 400 feet, which is above what's called AGO, above ground level. In this case, ground level and water level are about the same thing. Because it's Potomac, but that's an issue because of what's happening with drones. We're having an explosion of drones that fly in this same space. This was a manned aircraft hitting a manned aircraft, but we've got to get this figured out with these low-level airspace control issues because it's going to get more congested, far more congested in the very near future.
You bring up a great point. You add to that what seems to be already something as chaotic as landing or taking off from Reagan National, including the drones, the unmanned aircraft, if you will. Shireen had talked about this, the TCAS, right? These are the warning signals that pilots get. As we've understood, this is something that is almost routine. It happens often. Not to say that it's disregarded, but it happens so frequently that maybe the attention has not placed as much. When you talk about an airport like Reagan, where you have to use visuals in addition to your instruments on landing. You said under 400 feet. Are we talking 30 seconds before landing? I mean, how close to landing was this commercial jet?
I don't know if it was at the 30 seconds, but it was extremely close. I would say that's a pretty good guess, is within 30 seconds of actual touchdown. And at that point, the pilots, I'm not a commercial airline pilot, and I'm not a pilot per se. I have investigated aviation mishaps over the years, working for higher level commands. I also worked with some specialized units to do a lot of aircraft control in tactical environments. When the pilots are coming in for a landing, though, they're focused on the landing. They're extremely low. They're below 1,000 feet. There isn't really a lot that's going to do to help them when they get down that level, particularly in that congested area. By the way, there are limitations on what can be done to actually control it. As you see in the background, there's a lot of what we call clutter. So with that, radar is useful, but it's not as useful as one might think because it can pick up so much other stuff. So at that point, it's something of a challenge to control all the aircraft. The pilot, near as I can tell this, was totally focused on the landing. What it looks like is the helicopter is kind of the focus of attention on this as to what they were doing. And as was mentioned, they may not have had TCAS because of what they do. Also, I want to mention something that I haven't heard come up. That area, normally the military defers to FAA, to air traffic control, because it is such a congested airspace. However, there are circumstances where the military can do what's called MARSA, all right, which is the military accepts responsibility for separation of aircraft. I've never heard if that was done. However, one thing did come up in all the discussion or all the information coming out was that the aircraft was on a continuity of government training operation.
What does that mean?
That means it's looking at, something catastrophic happens, usually where we have to get key leaders to those infamous undisclosed locations, which means that they're doing a training operation, which is supposed to simulate what an actual situation like that would be. It may have been that they were on a training operation, which did have what would normally be considered a difficult profile, if you will, or difficult flight plan because of what they're doing. I can only guess at what that would be or where that aircraft would be going. It did come out of Fort Belvoir, so I can kind of guess of what squadron that was that might have been doing this. But that's a big mission, and because of that, there may have been some
we've got to run. We got to take a really quick break here. I know you're sticking around. I do want to continue talking about this COG because, as you say, this is a big point and a point of contention now as the investigation continues. Stay with us here on Fox 5 as we continue to cover this breaking news.
And welcome back. We are following the breaking news of the plane crash into the Potomac and with the Blackhawk helicopter. We're waiting a press conference from officials to see how many more bodies were recovered. Our Tom Fitzgerald live for us outside of that press conference area. Fitz, any more details from officials as these families are waiting for some answers?
That out about 45 minutes, the National Transportation Safety Board will be holding its first, full-scale briefing here in the airport this afternoon. Day we had heard from public officials and elected officials about the local response throughout the DMV area of Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia. We heard from the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, and of course, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, who both of them spoke live on Fox 5 earlier today. There's kind of been a change in this airport as we have moved through this most tragic of days. Earlier, as you know, understandably, this airport was shut down in the wake of the immediate aftermath of this disaster. However, they are back open now. Flights are arriving and flights are departing. Fox 5 did speak with the D.C. Fire Chief, also John Donnelly, just a few moments ago about what this has been like for the firefighters who are out there on that river and who've been responding to the scene. And also, a few of the passengers that have been coming in here today, understandably and visibly upset as to what has gone on here at the airport over the last couple hours. Take a listen.
It's a tragedy, right? It's sudden, it's unexpected, and whether it's one person or 67, every life matters, and I think you just feel it acutely no matter what.
I don't know. I'm sad. Yeah. I don't know what to do. I'm just kind of confused now. I don't even know what to do.
Kind of worried all last night, so already a nervous flyer, so it made me nervous.
What has been going through your mind as you've watched this?
Just obviously sad for the families, kind of wondering how it happened, not wanting to speculate too much.
Part and parcel, that's pretty much the feeling we've heard from a lot of passengers as this has gone on today. Some of them just so visibly shaken when they got here, seeing the phalanx of emergency personnel, all of the different units throughout the region who have been responding to this crash. And make no mistake, these folks knew that they were getting on planes here today, and a lot of them told us that there was just a pit in their stomach, knowing not only that this had happened to these passengers last night, the people on that helicopter, but also in a real sense knowing that they were going to have to get on a plane today and take off from this very same airport. Send it back to you.
Yeah, Fitz, the president was saying that potentially they might be identifying more people. Have you heard anything as far as the kind of information we might get in this press conference?
Well, to put it, mildly, the president said a lot of things in that briefing today. One of the things that we heard from him operationally was the fact that he had appointed a brand new head of the Federal Aviation Administration, and that is news because you may remember that just before the end of the Biden administration, the former FAA head had resigned. So as of today, Christopher Rochenlew is now the acting FAA administrator. This is in response, obviously, to the disaster that happened overnight. They did not want the agency to move forward without leadership. So the president making that announcement earlier today that FAA does now have an acting head. When we begin this press conference at about 1:45, we're told we are going to be hearing exclusively from members of the National Transportation Safety Board. We do not expect to be hearing from any political leaders in this as part of their response and as part of their duties. NTSB's sole reason for existence is the investigation of major transportation disasters across the United States, whether they be in the air, whether they be in the sea, whether they be in rail, or whether they be on the nation's highways. So we are going to get our first airing of what exactly at this point this afternoon that they have right now as far as information that they can give to the public. We expect that there is going to be an update on casualties. We are going to expect that we should get some news as to whether or not they recovered any kind of flight recorders from this aircraft. As you know, know from the coverage overnight, this fuselage of the airplane had cracked into several different pieces. So we're going to be able to kind of hear exactly from the NTSB exactly what it is they have been doing up to this point. And then, in turn, the work that has been going not only the rest of today and into tomorrow, but for, you know, let's be honest here, this is going to be a recovery and an investigation effort that's going to go on, you know, for some time, weeks, maybe months, maybe years.
Fitz, before we let you go, and I know that they're starting to set up behind you there for this press conference again, the NTSB is expected to give us a briefing here at about 2:45. They are the lead agency on this investigation. You've been on the Hill for years now. In the last year from the former administration, there were hearings from the then Secretary of Transportation, from Pete Buttigieg, addressing specifically the issues as it relates to Reagan National. Now, today, much of the focus is on this military helicopter, but you cannot leave aside this commercial jet that was attempting to touch down on runway 33. And the talk of the added traffic, the added flights that were going out west, what that would mean for air traffic control, and the amount of work that they were handling and juggling on a night where everybody said was a clear night. This should not have been a difficult landing for that plane. This should not have been a difficult training mission for the helicopter. And yet here we are talking about 64 lives lost from that plane and 3 from the chopper. And yet, like you said, the president opining, you've got Pete Buttigieg on X also talking, and so many senators who have gone and flown so many times before out of Reagan National. I imagine that at some point the conversation will come back to the safety of those runways at Reagan National.
Well, you know, Marina, to a point, you're correct in what you said about the traffic at this airport. You know, and let's remember, you know, we spent a good amount of time over the past couple of years covering an incredibly intense political debate over whether or not Congress was going to add more flights to Reagan National. Now, what I can tell you right now is that in speaking to an airport officials here at Reagan National, this flight was not one of the flights that was added as a result of that congressional action last year. However, Marina, you're correct in the supposition you were making. One of the main arguments for opponents, and remember, this included the entire congressional delegation of the Commonwealth of Virginia, this included the entire congressional delegation of the state of Maryland and D.C.'s government as well, was that in their opinion, that the air traffic at Reagan National Airport, DCA, was already past capacity, and their argument was to not add any more flights to this airport, to not put any more undue stress on this airport. One of the things that was mentioned in one of those news conferences by the head of the Washington Metropolitan Airports Authority was the active airspace, not just the airplanes, not just the passenger craft that are coming in and out of this airport, but also the fact that anybody who lives in this area knows that Potomac River, in addition to being a vessel ship conduit for the vessels that are in that water, is also a main route for the many military, police, and law enforcement helicopters that traverse this area. So you're correct in what you're saying. We're not hearing that debate right now. Nobody is in, you know, I don't know a better word for it, I told you so mode on this right now. But certainly, as this investigation rolls out, as these questions roll out, that is something that is certainly going to have to be asked and answered as we move forward here. And we're going to find out in just a few minutes when the MP steps to that microphone.
All right, Tom Fitzgerald for us there from Reagan National. We'll take you live as soon as the NTSB begins that press conference.
All right, let's get to Dante Mills joining us now, a private pilot familiar with the flight paths at DCA. Is he with us? Hi, Dante. Thank you so much for being here. I think for a lot of folks, it's bringing back some of the concerns that we have seen in this last year. Near-miss collisions at DCA. I believe we had 2 last year, a JetBlue flight, a Southwest flight, that raised concerns. I think it also highlights the congestion that's in the DCA region, with the military bases, the no-fly zone, the military helicopters, all the commercial flights. As a pilot, was all of this in the back of your mind too, you know, kind of watching this play out?
That's the first thing you think of, and this is such a tragic situation, but you think of the congestion at that area. It exists. And as you've heard, it has been determined that they are kind of pushed back past capacity, but I don't know if that is what caused this accident, it's kind of an easy target to say, well, it's just so much traffic here. But even with traffic, listen, I've been flying, and what happens is when there's congestion, you have to get in line, but you still are able to see all of the other planes that are in the air and make sure that you avoid coming into contact with them and flying in the same flight path. That's something that we practice all the time. And I can tell you a lot of times, most people now, most pilots are flying, they're doing instrument flying where they're not actually looking out the window. When I fly, I have even an iPad with me in addition to the radar that's on my screen that tells me where everything else is in the air. So it may have been congested, but that's no excuse for not seeing that something else was there and not taking the same flight path. So it makes me wonder, was that training mission something that they were doing? I've been looking at this and investigating this because I'm an attorney as well, and I handle cases involving airplanes. I've been looking at this and seeing there was low lights on that helicopter. Did that have something to do with the training that they were doing, where they were trying to fly in a stealth manner, which didn't allow them to be seen by other radar or different air or by the airplane itself? You know, those are the questions that I have, because it's not just standard congestion. There's congestion all the time, and airplanes don't collide. So what happened different here is what I'm looking for.
And that'll be a big question here. As we know, many have said that this is a continuation of government mission, and that training for that chopper. Blackhawks are stealth helicopters, so certainly that is a probability that maybe they had no lights, there was no visual, but regardless, it seems as though that plane would not have seen it on approach at about 400 feet there before making it into landing on runway 33. Dante, you are an attorney. I think that we need your legal insight here. We're going to take a quick break and reset, but at some point throughout the hour, we'd like to bring you back and talk about that. You've got the government involved, you've got the FAA for the air traffic control, and of course, a private entity as it relates to American Airlines. And right now, although this is a recovery mission, and of course, families want to know exactly what happened. Later on, and not too far a distance, we'll be talking about the legal ramifications. So stay with us here on Fox 5. We're going to take a quick break here on our breaking, continuing coverage, as we know that American Eagle flight from Wichita, Kansas crashed into a military chopper last night over the Potomac River. And at this hour, there are no survivors. Stay with us. learning at this hour that amongst those 60 passengers who were on that commercial jet coming from Wichita, Kansas, which was figure skaters, ice skaters that were on that plane, were coming from a U.S. National Development Championship out there. There were 14 members of the skating community that were killed. 6 of them are from Massachusetts. They're from the Boston Club. And earlier today, we heard that Boston Club speak about what this means. And like you said, Sharon, earlier, it's not just the lives were lost, but the people that have competed with these skaters, that know them, that obviously at this hour are also trying to find answers. Let's listen in.
Full of grace, a serious competitor, but so nice about it and so supportive of her fellow competitors. Just a delight, but for a little 13-year-old, just full of grace. And I want to say one other thing about Vadim and Jenya, because I refer to them as being strict, and I think what I really mean to say, they had high standards, because they were incredibly kind. They were so kind, but they had high standards. And the combination really worked with their kids, because they felt the support, but they also knew where the bar was. And I have to say, for me, as CEO here, I could not walk into this arena, see them for the first time that day, and for them not to come over, shake my hand, and thank me for the opportunity to be here, which you don't always see. Just very grateful and generous with their feedback. I mean, we can probably all speak to that. Well, maybe you're probably too young. But I grew up in the shadow of that. So the crash had happened before I was born, but my mom had me skating at a very early age. And even as a little 4-year-old, as a little 3-year-old, I knew something terrible had happened. Folks weren't talking about it, but there was a pall. There was like this black energy in the arena at the old facility at 1240 Soldiers Field Road. And as a little kid, it was like the terrible awful that you couldn't talk about. It was that devastating. And I just knew not to ask about it, but I could viscerally feel it. I think we'll see how we move forward here. The fact that we have no skaters on the ice right now and no coaches is not because we asked them not to come. I think they're staying away, they're just processing this, and they're taking a break. But I think Nancy and Tenley and Elin and Paul coming to join us today and not knowing there would be media here, but just to be part of the fabric of our community over the decades speaks a lot to why skating is such a special and in many ways unique sport, a really strong sport.
I will attest to that, going through something tragic, not like this, but myself, that the communities stood behind me, and I'm grateful for that. And so it's my turn now to hopefully be here. I'm not sure what it is to do. Maybe get someone a cup of coffee, but a hug, I'm here for hugs. I don't know. It's just, I want to be able to give back what I feel like I got.
Nancy, so many people see figure skating as hyper-competitive. Oh, thank you. Can you see other figure skaters other than competitors? Obviously today, even though perhaps you didn't personally know these people, you feel a connection. So skaters just don't see each other as somebody else to beat on the ice, do they?
But I think there's like a camaraderie. We spend a lot of time focused on yourself or your team if you're a para dance, but you're in the cold, not so much here, but a lot, hour after hour. So there is like this, you don't have to know everybody to feel that connection. We've been through the same thing, that training, that rigorous schedule of falling over and over and somehow picking yourself back up, which is like the main lesson I think learned in skating is you get back up. Keep on trying, and even when it's hard, you get back up. Even when you're crying, hurt, pain, you get back up and move forward. It's not easy, but that's what we all have to do now together.
Could you reflect on what this loss means for the sport, too? To lose coaches like that, to lose just up-and-comers like that, what that means for the sport.
Does anybody want to start on that one?
Is there more?
I would say, first of all, that the sport will rebound. It always hurts to lose coaches of the talent we lost. In 1961, the same thing happened. We lost some very, very outstanding coaches, but coaches came up and worked harder. To Nancy's point, Nancy went through a very tough time. She had great resolve in 1994 and came back. Tenley, around her Olympic time, as you may recall, had an injury, if I recall correctly, Tenley, but she fought back. Skaters are resolute. The other thing I would say is that we're part of a larger sports community. I've heard today from the president of USA Hockey, the executive director of USA Hockey. I've heard from countless people in other sports. We band together. We're a family, not only of figure skaters, but of sports men and women. So I think we will very much rebound, and we'll get some coaches going.
Nancy, you spoke about the coaches a little bit. Are there others that were lost that you would like to share anything about, anything that you knew personally?
All right, we've been listening to that Boston club. Obviously, they have been through a lot. Nancy Kerrigan herself, a Hall of Famer there for figure skating, and clearly the trauma from her 1994 attack still very fresh in her heart. And like they said, even from 1961, the pain still remains. Another big blow for the figure skating community across the country.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, these were coaches, parents, skaters that were coming back from Wichita, Kansas, this big national championship. They were there for this camp, coming home. So many of them now grieving a lost son, daughter, parent. The grief is just endless. Our breaking news coverage continues after this.
We continue our breaking news coverage at this hour. Fox News is reporting that there will be a crisis center set up in Bethesda, Maryland, for all the families that are coming in now from Kansas into the region so that they there can be briefed. And of course, that is the top priority right now for the White House, setting up that family crisis center, again, happening in Bethesda, Maryland. Let's get back out there to the Unified Command Center. Katie Barlow with the latest on the ground. Katie?
Hey guys, we're in an apartment complex that's right next to what has been set up as the mobile morgue, where they're bringing in some of the human remains from the crash to the shores here and then processing them in a tent that you can see right here. In fact, we just saw a gurney with a body bag on top of it go into that red tent. And I'll tell you, I went to the rooftop here so I could get a bit of a bird's eye view of what this process looks like from up there. And we saw some of the DC fire boats appearing to transfer some of those human remains. They came to the shore here and dropped those off in a blue tent, where they're then put into one of these smaller red trucks. You can see the empty gurney now going back into the truck. Just a moment ago that had a body bag on it. Those small red trucks come over to the bigger red tent and drop off what appears to be human remains. One of the notable things about this process, I'll tell you, is everything has been slow and deliberate. The boats having to move through thick sheets of ice and navigate those slabs of ice as they're delivering these human remains to the shore. A huge team of people stand ready to greet the boats and whatever they're bringing with them to shore through that process, and then very carefully, slowly, and deliberately transferring that into these smaller trucks and then transferring over here to this mobile morgue. And then our understanding is that these remains will then be transferred to the Office of the Medical Examiner to go through the process. But very slow, deliberate work here, as the D.C. Police Union called it, treacherous work overnight. Officers, first responders taking very careful time here as they process the human remains. You can see behind me the activity is still continuing as they're continuing to bring in new folks. They've got a hydration and a food station set up for the first responders who have been working around the clock here as they continue now with these recovery efforts.
It is just a gut-wrenching effort, a massive effort for our first responders who are up against a lot. Not only the conditions that they are diving into in the Potomac River, but also what they are recovering. And tragically, it's dark. It's a very dark day. That debris field we also talked about is very widespread. So we are covering every inch of this as we are also waiting a press conference that is happening in the next 15 minutes. So stay with us. We will be right back.
We are continuing our breaking news coverage here of this crash as we enter another day in these recovery efforts. Let's take you out live right now to Reagan National, where we're awaiting that National Transportation Safety Board meeting. That's expected to start in about 15 minutes here at about 2:45. Our Tom Fitzgerald is there, and of course, we'll be asking questions as to how much they know and what they've recovered so far. The black box will be entirely a part of this investigation and one of the main things that those crews on the water are looking for. Secretary Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation here, just hours after being confirmed on the job. He was there at Reagan National in the overnight hours, tweeting today, "I want the families of the victims to know they have my word. I will not rest until you have the truth. We have to find out what happened here. If there was negligence, incompetence, a failure anywhere in the system, we will find it and I will fix it." And I think a lot of that right here we've heard from experts in the last hour and a half that we've been on the air, you and I, Sharon, many people saying this was completely avoidable. This should not have happened. And therein lies the question, what happened?
Yeah, this was a standard flight path for the regional jet. It was a standard flight for the military helicopter. We see military helicopters going up and down the Potomac all the time. So where was the communication failure? What exactly went wrong? That is going to be under the investigation, lead agency, NTSB. So we are, yes, waiting a press conference that is going to be starting in 15 minutes. Transportation Secretary Duffy also wanted to reassure Americans today that everyone who flies is safe. This is a rare occurrence. The last time that we had a major commercial aircraft crash was decades ago. And hopefully it can give some calm to folks that are flying in and out of one of the busiest airports in our country. So we will bring that to you live in about 15 minutes. Again, the lead agency, NTSB, leading that. But let's get to Hale Kemper back with you again as we are just talking about the massive response that we've been seeing in our region. We're talking about state, local, federal officials, U.S. Coast Guard, and you see the divers and the challenges that they're up against. Talk to us about this whole unified command and what you're kind of seeing.
Sharon, this type of unified command, anytime you have it in the Washington, D.C. area, it's going to be big. And this one has a military aircraft that has a civilian airliner, so you have all the agencies responsible for that, obviously NTSB, FAA, Department of Transportation, but you also have, and you saw at the press conference with the President, the Secretary of Defense was there. You have a joint task force in the National Capital Region for coordinating activities like this. That's just part of it. So unified command is big, and instead of a unified command, you probably won't find one single commander. What you're going to find is they're going to have it's kind of not exactly command by committee, but you're going to have major stakeholders, and then one of them will be like the chief spokesperson for the unified command as they work through a lot of these issues. Now, with that, you've got a couple of issues. You've got water side. You've got things on the water, so you're going to have incident command on the water using the incident command system, which is under the National Incident Management System. It's a way that we structure and operate for these types of complex events. And then, as you saw, we have things on the ground. So you may have an incident command set up for just the ground stuff. And then as things get more complex, you'll break out into branches or divisions, depending on how if they want to do this geographically, or if they want to do it by type of function or whatever it is, from an operational perspective. And then they have to do all this planning and intelligence. They have a lot of logistics they have to coordinate as well. It's going to go on for a very long time, so they're going to have to think about that. So it's a very complex organization, and this is what makes it even more complex, is when you have the White House calling down regularly, asking for updates, trust me, it gets to be very busy in there, and you become responsive to a lot of different things outside of the normal, shall we say, the normal chain of command. But that is the Washington, D.C. area. It has a lot of overlapping, concurrent jurisdictions, if you will. And this one, it landed in the Potomac River. You've got at least 2 states and 1 federal district that are involved right there from a jurisdictional standpoint. Then it's on the water. The Coast Guard would be implicitly involved, but then again, a lot of the watercraft rescue stuff would come from the local agencies. So it gets to be a rather extensive coordination thing. With that said, This is the type of event they practice for. So it's not something they're going in cold. They know how to do this, and there are protocols, procedures, so they move rather quickly. But looking from the outside for most, it is really something to see all of these muscle movements, if you will, come together in such a coordinated fashion so quickly.
All right, Hale, we've got to leave it at that, at least for now. And of course, we'll keep bringing you in for some of your expertise. But as you said, so many jurisdictions, as would be natural in a region like the Capital Region, to have not just federal authorities, but also state and local officials there, even on the water. I mean, jurisdiction, who has jurisdiction over what parts of the banks of the Potomac? That, too, is at play at this hour. But the main concern right now is to continue to search for those bodies and, of course, more of that wreckage. Hale, we'll have to leave it at that. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our breaking news coverage. We are in recovery mode. Sadly, no survivors from last night's plane crash over the Potomac. Homa Bash talking to people in the community, this figure skating community that are so close-knit, that are just reeling in pain right now.
Sharon, it is such a tight-knit community, and hearts are heavy across Northern Virginia right now. We are at the Ashburn Ice House here in Loudoun County. Earlier, we were at the Fairfax Ice Arena. It has not been confirmed that any skaters or coaches from here have been involved in that crash, but there are reports that here from the Ashburn ice house, there was potentially a coach involved, 2 sisters. But again, we have not confirmed that. The ice house will not confirm that for us as the family notification process goes on. But I do want you to hear from some people. The first is a mother who was absolutely heartbroken to hear the news. Her daughter used to work here. Another daughter used to skate here for years and years. And then the general manager here at the Ashburn Ice House.
I haven't stopped crying all day. I mean, it's just been, it's unimaginable. I just can't, it's terrible. It's just a terrible, horrible thing, and I feel so badly for all these people and the skating community.
As a family, I think the skating community, again, is very close, whether they're skating here or a neighboring rink. They compete against each other. They're friends on the ice when they're competing. They're friends on the ice when they're training. And together, you support each other, and that's how we hope to get through it.
Me being so close, why not? I mean, because this country, that's what we're about, love, and just showing compassion and everything for people you don't even know.
And you see that growing memorial inside the Ashburn Ice House. They have actually asked the media to be staged outside because there are currently lessons going on inside. And a lot of these kids that are there, they are young. The ones who are in Wichita, we were told 3 skaters from here were in Wichita for the championship competition and for the developmental conference. They were between the ages of 10 and 14. They were there with their parents, their coaches. It is not clear what their travel plans were, where they currently are, if there was any involvement in this crash. Again, that has not been confirmed. But there are a lot of very young children inside who are feeling heavy hearts, a very somber mood, guys. So we'll continue to monitor a lot of emotions out here in the entire ice skating community in Northern Virginia right now.
Homa, thank you so much. You know, last night when we were doing this coverage, families were here, some waiting for their loved ones. In Wichita, the mayor today said that forever Washington, D.C. and Wichita, Kansas will be bonded over this tragedy. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
All right, we're back here waiting for that NTSB press conference to start right now at Reagan National Airport. But we are getting word from the Army. We just spoke with here the Chief of Staff for Army Aviation, saying that the crew that was aboard this Blackhawk helicopter was, quote, very experienced. They were not new to this flight path. They were not new to the congested flying that occurs around Washington, D.C. Apparently, according to this person, it was a crew chief that had been in this unit for a very long time. The crew included an instructor pilot. That pilot in command at that point of the crash could manage this helicopter by themselves. He was quoted as saying, the instructor pilot who was serving as pilot in command, he got about 1,000 air flight hours, which he says is incredibly experienced. The second person who was evaluating, that second pilot, if you will, had about 500 flight hours. That is considered normal. And then, of course, there was a third person aboard that could have been providing visual aid. Unclear where, in fact, they were seated on that Blackhawk, and that could have made a difference there.
And sadly, we saw the bodies of 3 of those soldiers being recovered from the water. This all ties into the press conference we are waiting from the NTSB because a lot of those questions about the experience of the pilots have come into question. A lot of questions about communication failures with air traffic control. Was the helicopter at the right corridor, at the right altitude? These are the questions that people want to know. There's a lot of speculation out there, and sadly, we're not going to get these answers anytime soon. Of course, the NTSB leading the way in that, in this unified command, but they are the lead agency in that investigation. Our Tom Fitzgerald standing by live, waiting for that press conference, waiting to get some of these answers. Fitz, it's frustrating, I know, for a lot of folks who see so much sorrow. They are grieving, and they want these answers now. Sadly, we know how this stuff works and how it can take some time.
Yeah, let's roll out a little bit of what we're probably going to hear here in a couple of minutes. NTSB, traditionally, they open up these pressers. Jennifer Holmaday is the 15th director of the National Transportation Safety Board. We do not know which members of NTSB are going to come out here today. We are initially probably going to get what they call a TikTok. What that is, not the social media app, of course. This will be a point-by-point description from NTSB of exactly not only what happened with American Airlines 5342, but also what was going on with that helicopter. NTSB investigators will update us on the recovery efforts that have been going on since about now. We're looking at about, over 18 hours ago. And then we are also going to get a picture of what the way forward here looks like. And remember, we are only in the early stages of this recovery. They are still pulling victims out of the Potomac River. Now, what we did hear recently was a statement by D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton, who is on the Congressional Aviation Committee. We're here 2 minutes? 3 minutes. So we're being told this is going to begin in 3 minutes from right now. What Delegate Norton had said was, to her information on the Congressional Aviation Committee, was that the black box flight recorder, in her words, had not been recovered yet. Now, what we do know from some of the preliminary briefings that have gone on was that the fuselage of this aircraft broke into 3 different parts. So this is one of the primary things that investigators try to do when they are responding to major aircraft disasters like this. Not only the recovery of the victims from the Potomac River, but also getting hold of that flight data recorder and be able to go through the telemetry in that to be able to discern exactly what was going on prior to this midair collision, and then what happened in the immediate aftermath afterwards. So again, we do not know what we do not know. The press conference has not occurred yet, but certainly these are all going to be major points of the presentation today as we move forward here with what these federal aviation investigators are looking at, what they have looked at, and what they're going to be looking for in the future. Back to you.
Yeah, bottom line, I think, Fitz, accuracy is of utmost importance. There's a lot of information being disseminated through a lot of different avenues, and people want to kind of latch on to what they want to latch on, or they want to point fingers. But I think at this point, we need to leave it up to the NTSB to give us the information that we need. There were a lot of failures here, no doubt. We're going to have a lot of these conversations we talked earlier about congestion at the airport and whether or not, things need to change. I think will be a discussion for a different day. But I think we need to, everyone, as we are waiting for this press conference, to allow this process to play out. As we see in that image next to you, Fitz, this is a operation that is ongoing. These crews have been up against really horrific situations in these waters, trying to recover these bodies, many of these bodies not intact. It's just been a dark, dark moment in our history, for sure. That's going to go down.
Look, all aviation disasters are horrible. That's a given. The worst case scenario in this situation is a water crash, and that's what we're dealing with. Years ago, I had gone to an FAA facility in Potomac, New Jersey, and worked with some of the FAA and NTSB investigators, and they have a laboratory there where they actually will go and train investigators on how to decipher exactly what happened in an airline disaster. And, back when I had made that trip 20 years ago, the NTSB investigators had told me, but that is the hardest kind of air disaster to investigate, because not only are you dealing with, the tremendous conditions of the water itself, but also the recovery operations of the victims are arduous. So this is a horrible disaster. It's a terrible disaster, but also in the eyes of emergency officials, this is the worst case scenario for their jobs on trying to decipher not only what happened here, but, how it happened as well.
Yeah, and we're waiting this presser here from the NTSB. And Fitz, maybe as we've got about a minute here that they gave us that warning, speak to what exactly this agency is. It is an independent federal agency charged by Congress with investigating situations like this. We heard from Jennifer Homendy. She's the chairman.
I'm gonna sit down right now because we're about to begin. Okay.
Okay. So go ahead, Fitz, as we await
I can
we'll
still
see the picture there from the podium. And wait and see as investigators are now making their way. And there in the back, you see the 15th chairman of the NTSB, Jennifer Homendy, who we heard from at the disaster at the Baltimore Key Bridge. Let's take a second here and listen in.
Member Chapman, stay within that border there.
Good. Thank you for joining us. My name is Jennifer Homendy, and I'm the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board. The National Transportation Safety Board is an independent federal agency that's charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation and serious accident and serious incident in the United States and significant events in other modes of transportation. I want to start by expressing our deepest condolences, our sympathies on behalf of the entire board for those who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you. Entire communities were affected, and we are thinking of you. With me today is Bryce Banning. Bryce is a senior aircraft accident investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. He's also going to serve as our investigator in charge of this investigation. Also with me today is the entire board. We have Todd Inman, Member Todd Inman. Todd is going to serve as the board member on scene, the spokesperson for this investigation. We have Vice Chairman Alvin Brown, Member Mike Graham, who lived in Wichita for 20 years, and we also have Member Tom Chapman. The NTSB's headquarters is just a mile from here. And so we are all here because this is an all-hands on-deck event. And we're here to assure the American people that we are going to leave no stone unturned in this investigation. We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. Now, with that, I want to level set. When we go to the scene, and we were here last night, we allow the responders to do their important safety mission, which in this case was search and rescue and recovery. We stand back to allow them to do their important safety mission. And so this, for us, is our first full day on scene with our entire crew coming together. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency. So with that said, we are not going to get into specific facts in this press conference. I want to level set here. We're going to get into our investigative process. As we are able to confirm factual information, we will provide that. I do want to say this is a whole of government effort. I was able to brief, along with others, the President of the United States and the Vice President this afternoon. I want to thank them for their leadership, for their tremendous support of the NTSB, for our investigators, and for the responders that are on scene doing an important mission. I also want to thank Secretary Sean Duffy, who I was communicating with early on after we first got word of this tragedy. We've been working together throughout the day, along with his team at the DOT and within FAA. I also want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was also integral in working with us today. Chris Rocheleau, the acting administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. We've heard from many members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, and so I will say this is a tremendous, one more time, whole of government effort. I also want to take a moment and thank the many, many responders that have been on scene. It has been an incredible effort. And I will have a full list that I will provide, that we will provide tomorrow, but I do want to thank them for all their work. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Inman for additional remarks.
So today is our first full day on scene. Our investigative team will be on scene as long as it takes in order to obtain all of the perishable evidence and all the fact-finding that is needed to bring us to a conclusion of probable cause. Our mission is to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and to recommend changes to prevent it from happening again. Since we're just beginning our investigation, we don't have a great deal of information to share right now. We will keep you informed by giving regular updates as we learn more. Our intention is to have a preliminary report within 30 days, and the final report will be issued once we've completed all of our fact-finding and investigation. Now, we will not be determining the probable cause of the accident while we're here on scene, nor will we speculate about what may have caused this accident. Today, we will be going and having an organizational meeting and establishing our parties to our investigation. We currently have the following parties that are already identified: PSA Airlines, GE Aerospace, Sikorsky, FAA, NACTA, which represents the air traffic controllers, ALPA, which represents the pilots, Army, AFA, which represents the flight attendants. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada will be an accredited representative under Annex 13 of ICAO. They will be supplemented by MHIRG as a technical advisor. They were previously known as Bombardier. midair, sorry. The NTSB offers this party status to those companies, government agencies, and associations that have employees, activities, or equipment involved in the accident. We offer that because they will provide technical expertise and relevant information supporting the development of the best possible factual record. Once they join this investigation, they are not permitted to release documents or talk publicly about the investigation without the consent of the NTSB. So I want to stress this. It is only the NTSB that will provide information related to this investigation, with one exception. Regarding the fatalities that occurred, that notification will be handled by the DC medical examiner. We will not be discussing fatalities or names. That will be handled by them as the proper authority. So we want to talk a little bit about our process. We will analyze the facts and determine the probable cause of the accident and then issue a report of those determinations. I also want to talk a little bit about some additional people that are here with us, and they're very important to us, and that is our family assistance group. Later today, we will be briefing the families. We normally try to do this before a media event, but in this case, they're still arriving. Our family assistance specialists are already working closely with local officials and others to help assist them in their efforts to support everyone that's affected by this accident. And let me just reiterate what the chair said. A loss of life in an aviation accident is very unusual in the United States. And our heartfelt sorrow goes out to everyone that's affected. It affects us, it affects everyone around us. There are a lot of people hurting today. We will help find out what happened. We will do it factually, and we will do it accurately. As part of this, we are going to be standing up some specific working groups. Those working groups will be operations. They will be looking at the history of the accident flight and crew members' duties for as many days before the crash as appears relevant. We'll be forming a structures group, which will be the documentation of the airframe wreckage and the accident scene, including calculation of impact angles to help determine the plane's pre-impact course and altitude. We'll have a power plants group. They will do the examination of the engines and the engine accessories. We'll have a systems group. They will study the components of the plane's hydraulic, electrical, pneumatic, and associated systems, together with the instruments and elements of the flight control system. We'll have an air traffic control group. They will do reconstruction and review of air traffic control systems provided to and including acquisition of pertinent flight track surveillance information, what you might typically think of as radar or ADSB, along with controller pilot communications. We will also have a survival factors group. They will be doing the documentation of impact, forces and injuries, community emergency planning, and all crash and fire rescue efforts. Also, due to the unique nature of this crash, we will be having a helicopter group as well. Lastly, we will have a human performance group, and this will not be its own group. It will actually be a part of the operations, air traffic control, and helicopter groups. They will study the crew performance and all before the accident factors that might be involved in human error, including fatigue, medication, medical histories, training, workload, equipment design, and work environment. Now we're going to take a few questions, but I will again stress, we don't have a lot of information now. We will continue to gather that. We will try to release it as we can, but we will only talk about the facts of the case that we know right now. I'm going to ask, we'll call on a few people. I'm going to ask that you state your name and affiliation.
James Matthews from Sky News. So we've heard from President Trump today talking about DEI hiring policies within the FAA and associating that with the cause of this accident. What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear the remarks. I was briefing House and Senate members, but I believe, Chair, would you like to take that?
Listen, as part of any investigation, we look at the human, the machine, and the environment. So we will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident, Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment in which they were operating in. That is standard in any part of our investigation. I'll turn it back.
Chair, can I ask you, has the flight data recorder been recovered yet? And what is the difficulty in a water disaster like this, which presents a very difficult environment for your investigators and the people out on the water?
Well, the question was on the flight data recorders. And we have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB. We have many times recovered flight data recorders in water. We have our lab right here that is about a mile from the NTSB, so it's not unusual. And once we get those, we'll be able to get those read and information from them to be able to provide further information to you. I'm going to turn it back over to Member Inman.
Sir.
Heather Henry with CBS News. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said a mistake was made last night. Based off of you all's initial investigations and preliminary findings, have you all been able to tell whether this was human error or mechanical failure?
The question was, has there been human error or mechanical failure? We don't know what we know just yet. We do not know enough facts to be able to rule in or out human factor, mechanical factors. That is part of the NTSB investigative process and where all of these groups will come together. It's one of the reasons why the NTSB is known as the gold standard. We will take the time that's necessary, but I'd also like to reiterate, if we find something that is a significant issue that warrants immediate action, we will not hesitate to make those recommendations and make them public. We have a good track record on that, and we want to continue doing so. Sir.
Hello, Sir. Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
Thank you.
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTSB, it's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information. We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
Williams from Fox Business. I'm wondering about the conditions in the tower last night. Were there any performance issues in the past with any of these controllers? Anything of that?
The question is about controllers. As I said, we are just now forming the groups. The controllers do have union representation, which they are entitled to. They'll be working with our party system and our party groups. They will be conducting interviews. Those interviews will need to be analyzed, transcribed, and other team members will need to look over it. It'll be a long process, but we will go through the entire history.
Sure. So the question was about my briefing for the president and the vice president. As is standard, we offer briefings on our process and what we know. And this was a briefing with the president and vice president and with Secretary Duffy and Secretary Hegseth and also the acting administrator of the FAA. There was discussion on what we know so far and our process, and that was about it.
Madam Chairwoman, Stephanie Ramos with ABC News. Similar to Tom Costello's question, the President has stated what may have caused the crash, stating common sense. Does that affect your progress at all at this early stage?
Yeah, so the NTSB, we conduct an important safety mission where we take a very careful approach. I'm sorry, the question was on speculating during investigations, which is we often hear about. What I will say is we look at facts on our investigation, and that will take some time. And at some point, we'll be able to provide that factual information, as Member Inman said, and provide that hopefully tomorrow.
Hang on a second. Dave.
Jefferson from Reuters. Have you been able to retrieve the black boxes from the helicopter? Has the military decided whether they're going to read those to the NTSB? And what about the ATC tapes?
So the question was about black boxes, which are referred to as black boxes, which are typically orange. We have not recovered any of the boxes involved yet. We feel comfortable and confident that we will be able to. Right now, recovery of life is probably most important in those that were involved. I mean, there are still ongoing recovery efforts involving the fatalities involved, along with some debris is coming out as well. We will make sure that that perishable evidence is maintained. We have a great process for that. We will probably have more than one black box, so to speak. It's our understanding that the Sikorsky helicopter is equipped with some form of recording devices, and those will be read either by the DOD or by us. We have a good starting relationship with them, and we've already made agreements in order to be able to do that. So I feel comfortable in what we're going to be doing. The other question was about air traffic control. We received a very large package of information from the FAA at about 3 a.m., I believe, this morning. That is still being reviewed and analyzed. I would say there's a lot more information that usually comes in that than what you may find online and people might speculate about. And that is part of that overall process where we take the time to get the information correct and to make sure all the parties are engaged and involved and can fact check that information. One.
Dave Cohen from CNN. Can you tell me if the NTSB has reviewed this FAA internal report that has been cited by the New York Times indicating that the controller that was on duty at the time of the crash was doing a job that's usually done by two people?
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information, their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued. All that information will be part of that investigative process. But right now, we can't speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation. We're going to take just a few more questions. Sir?
Yes, Warren Khanna, Zebra Magazine. What's the process and the logistics like of bringing the families in? Are they coming into the airport? And how are you going to sort of treat the sensitivity of bringing them to the place where this tragedy happened?
So the question is about the families. And many of those families are still en route. Some are still being notified from both the military and from the commercial crash. There is a family assistance facility that's being stood up by American and PSA Airlines in Bethesda, Maryland. They've already been working on that, standing it up. Our team from our disaster assistance team has also been coordinating with them. We plan on briefing them. It is customary that at some point, if the families wish to go to part of the accident site, that we would arrange such a thing, but it will only be when we know that it's safe, we have the correct perishable evidence, and we can do it in the proper modesty that should be for those family members. It will be a little bit of a process, but it will take some time.
Sir, to follow up on the air traffic control system.
No. Sir, or are you?
I know that Marielle Carville with DC News now. We've heard from some witnesses that they saw people were able to come down the slides of the plane. Has there been any indication that people made it off the plane into the water?
Well, again, we will not speak to the fatalities. The D.C. medical examiner will, but I think the D.C. fire chief this morning very succinctly said correctly that we believe there are no survivors.
But were they off the plane? Like, did they even get out of the plane?
Last question.
So, hang on one second. Right now, we're going through the debris fields. Nothing we've seen would indicate that maybe slides or chutes were deployed. It was a very quick, rapid impact. But we've seen nothing in that regard so far from the evidence we have, but we still need to verify all of that information. One more question?
For example, the 57. Are you going to be looking at the family member's cell phone?
Go ahead.
Jeff Cook, ABC News. What do you know about the altitude of the helicopter at the moment of impact? And can you talk about the procedure for such helicopters in that area?
The question was about the helicopter procedures. And in D.C., it's kind of a unique environment. We've been getting briefed more and more by the FAA. I'm not an air traffic control specialist, but they're actually helicopter zones, if you will, or tracks. And this one was transiting, I believe, from track 1 to 4 as part of their normal procedure. If you live in D.C., you see a lot of helicopters going down into this area. So there's a very well-defined system in that regard. As far as altitude, until we get the additional information, we can't validate or basically corroborate any of that until we get more of the electronic data and the data that's on the plane. I do want to clarify one question that also came about cell phones. You know, in today's age and time, a lot of electronics and other devices do contain a lot of different information. We've found on a number of our accidents that we actually are notified through a smartphone that may sense that. As part of our process, we will obviously treat all of the effects of the deceased with dignity. We are already starting to pull that information together. If we feel that it's necessary to find or pull some of that information, we will work with the families and make sure we do it in a manner that's respectful for them and their privacy. But right now, we don't have any plans specifically on that amount, on that area until we need to. Thank you very much.
And you've been watching this NTSB news conference, the first one after this tragedy on the Potomac. I'm Kenneth Moten, along with my colleague Angie Goff. There were a lot of details that we learned in that very first press briefing from the NTSB, which is the lead agency investigating this mid-air collision between American Airlines flight and a military helicopter. Again, we thank you for joining our breaking news coverage of this tragedy here on the Potomac that continues here on Fox 5. Just to reset, to catch you up here, we know that this horrifying incident happened late last night, just around 9 p.m. as both aircraft were sent crashing into the icy waters of the Potomac. We've seen so many images like this, Angie, of this video of that fireball, that collision.
And we talk a lot about just giving you the facts and what we know at this time. And so we do want to go over what we are able to confirm at this hour. So just after 9 p.m. last night, that is when that American Airlines flight 5342 that was coming in, landing, arriving from Wichita, Kansas, collided with that military Blackhawk helicopter. All of this while approaching that shorter runway, we've come to learn is the shorter runway at DCA, known as runway 33. The airline confirming that 60 passengers and the 4 crew members who were on board that jet, and along with 3 soldiers who were on the helicopter, on the Blackhawk, which was on a training mission from Fort Belvoir, Virginia. It is believed that there were no survivors.
Yes, no survivors. That grim news today, the first full day for federal investigators. Again, you were just listening to that briefing by the NTSB. So we want to get back to our Tom Fitzgerald, who was also there asking questions about the black boxes, which we've learned bits have not been recovered.
Yeah, that was one of the operational pieces of news that was just related to us, and this just wrapping up a couple of moments ago. Before this started, we went over what we might hear. A big part of what we did not hear today, which was one of the things we were expecting, was that we were going to get some kind of timeline. As, bear with me one second here, I'm being told that there's no sound. All right, we're back. I'm going to continue. Okay, no soundbite, sorry. A little loud in here, sorry. One of the things we were expecting was that there was going to be an operational timeline in this press conference. So when the head of the NTSB came out today, one of the first things she said was that they were not going to do that. They were not going to go point by point, giving us times, places, altitudes, things like that. It's extensively what we heard here was an outline of what NTSB is going to be doing moving forward. Now, in this moment where we are right now, and the time is about 15 minutes after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the priority is still recovery. So the NTSB, while they are on site and investigators are at the scene, the primary job right now is that recovery job of recovering the victims from this air disaster. Now, there were also questions here today about some things that President Trump had said in his earlier briefing when he raised questions about whether diversity, equity, and inclusion programs had played a role in this accident. The chairman of the NTSB, Jennifer Homendy, was asked about that, and she answered. And she said one of the things that the NTSB looks at when they get into an air disaster investigation like this is everything. So they will look at the physicality of the aircraft involved with this, both the helicopter and of the American Airlines plane. They will look at the environmental situation that these aircraft were operating in last night, and they will also look at the people involved in this. And she said to her point that some of the things that the president raised today would be part of this investigation. Now, I want to play for you just two parts of this, which just wrapped up. This is Todd Inman, who is a member of the National Transportation Safety Board. He is going to be the lead board member on this. And then also Jennifer Homendy talking about not only the black boxes that still need to be recovered, but what being in the water will mean, whether it will, hinder this investigation moving forward. So take a listen to this, and we'll be back on the other side. Okay, now I'm being told we do not have that sound. So, guys, why don't I throw it back to you, and we can maybe discuss a little more about what we heard just now.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of time here, Tom, to really go through point by point, more so, even though your reporting there was spot on, that they're looking at the human, the machine, and the environment here. The NTSB is used to doing these types of investigations. Obviously, this one was a horrific one, a catastrophic one, but they do small incidents and then the large ones just like this one.
Yeah, and the one thing that we did hear is that we really don't have a timeline, but they said that within 30 days they plan to have that preliminary report. And then Todd Inman also went on to say that they normally do things, they brief the families of these catastrophes usually a lot earlier than this, but in this case there are still family members that are still arriving, but they're going to have a team in place there to work with them, and that a loss of life in any accident, especially an aviation accident, it's very unusual, and they're going to find out what happened. They're going to do it accurately, and they say they're going to do it factually.
Yeah, the family is definitely what we're thinking about. We're going to squeeze in a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back. We continue to follow this tragedy that is gripping the entire nation, people across the globe, and right here at home. It hits hard. People on board the American Airlines plane that crashed with countless connections to people that live right here in the DMV, including a lot of young skaters. It's a story that we've been following since it broke last night, and we're trying to really get more light. We're trying to find out more information as much as we can, in addition to the witness account and the NTSB briefing, and also the expertise of aviation.
And that's
experts.
why we are bringing in an aviation expert right now, retired airplane captain Mike Cofield. Captain Cofield, thank you for joining us here.
Thank you so much. It's good to be with you again under this terrible situation.
Horrible circumstances here. We appreciate your time here. We just heard from those NTSB investigators. This is something that we've seen before when it comes to aviation incidents here in this country. The NTSB taking the lead today, the first full day for these federal investigators. I'm curious what stood out to you from what we just heard there from officials.
Well, a couple of things. One, the good news is that the DOD folks have been a little bit more aggressive, which is very good. The president has made some statements and directed additional action. The NTSB historically is slow. As you know, it's a independent entity for safety. Its responsibilities are pipeline accidents, railroad accidents, shipping accidents, and aviation accidents. The members of the GO team, which you saw today, rotate throughout the leadership. I am disappointed that the chairman didn't take the responsibility of this purview of this accident. DCA is owned by the federal government and Dulles. They're the only two airports owned by the federal government, and it's controlled by the United States Congress. So I am disappointed. I hope that she'll reconsider and take the chairman will reconsider and take the responsibility for the investigation.
Yeah, Captain, because we heard from the chair, Jennifer Hamady, and she said it's not that we don't have information. We do have it. We have the data. We have substantial amounts of the data, yet we are being told that it'll be at least 30 days for a preliminary report. And so we heard the president speak earlier. We heard Pete Hegseth speak earlier as well, and they said, look, this is not going to take as long as it's taken in the past. They are going to be expediting this. So what are the chances of that actually happening? Because the NTSB, as you mentioned, is separate of this. They have no control over that.
Well, the interesting thing is all the board members are political, right? And Senator Moran, who is the chair, the Commerce Aviation Subcommittee chair from Kansas, is one of the most knowledgeable people on Capitol Hill about aviation. I mean, aviation is central to Kansas, the long history there, Kansas. My dad flew a B-29 that was built in Wichita, Kansas in World War II. And so there's a long history there. Senator Moran, I don't think is going to stand for it. I think the president won't stand for a long one. I think they'll be saying to the technical people, which you fall underneath the GO team, you've got 72 hours to get us a report. I don't think they're going to wait a month like they normally do.
Yeah, all right, Mike Cofield, there's a lot to hash out here and to talk through. We appreciate your time. Our continuing coverage continues right after this quick break. Stay with us. Welcome back to our live continuing coverage here of the tragedy on the Potomac. So much focus on the search and recovery effort now on the water, those icy waters, but also we are still focused on the families that are impacted after these victims there, the loss of life, 67 souls lost there in this incident.
And we know that a number of those were skaters that were part of the National Development Team, a training team that performs and competes after the U.S. Nationals competition in Wichita. Many of them, the young skaters, along with their parents, their supporters, some friends, and their coaches were on that fateful flight. We want to go out to Arlington now, to MedStar Capital Iceplex, and that is where we find Tisha Lewis. Tisha, I know that you have been speaking with members of this community, one that I know well personally. It's a very tight-knit community. These are people who get up before school, and they wake up with each other, and they end their days with each other. And I know that this has to be just such a difficult day for everybody out that way.
Well, Kenneth and Angie, you described it correctly. It's such a close-knit community. And you mentioned they're up before sunrise, and now today they are grieving and mourning together. Folks coming and going here at the MedStar Capitals Iceplex. I did get a chance to speak with some parents who tell me that they're having to share a lot about this tragedy with young skaters, and they're not taking it well, understandably. And again, the Iceplex is open. This is the MedStar Capitals Iceplex. Just want you to get a look at it right now. A home rink for so many figure skaters grieving the loss of their rink mates. Again, we spoke with a family here who heard about the devastating collision and loss, sharing it with the young people in their lives on their way here. Take a listen.
We actually just left a hair salon recently, and one of the clients who came in, she knew the owner, and she started talking about the tragedy from yesterday, and that she knew multiple coaches and students that were on the plane. They were just coming from nationals, and then it sounded like they had a clinic or a camp after that, and maybe it seemed like she was just in the area recently and came back 2 days or so ago, but she knew multiple families involved.
That was Jesse Jones, who we met here at the MedStar Capitals Iceplex. He's here with his son and his daughter, who you saw next to them, the latter wanting to play hockey. Jones telling us so many in the ice skating community are impacted or touched by this devastation. Jones himself playing hockey and says the skating community is a small one, as we've been talking about all afternoon. Many young and old alike learning about the tragedy on social media. Fox 5 has learned some of these teenagers, you can see the video here, are working on a slideshow to share with their loved ones.
It is just so hard to hear, Tisha, and I know you're going to be out there throughout the day speaking with people. And also we've heard through you and also through HOMA that there is a real need with finding support, finding a way to be able to comfort this community, and especially the young ones there. So hoping that they are going to have a system in place to be able to do that. If there's one thing I know about this community,
Angie,
is that it'll come together.
Yeah, Angie, you bring up a really good point, and I just want to give you the latest information. We did reach out to the management team and the folks here at MedStar Capitals Iceplex, asking about what their plans are to honor and remember these victims. They are on it. They say they are working on those plans as we speak, and they also tell us that they're working to finalize those plans, and they'll make sure we have that information so we can share with folks who are watching. But there is a plan in place as we are speaking to remember and honor the victims.
Yeah, and as we learn more about them, we will report out and share their stories. Tisha Lewis, there in Arlington, thank you. There are so many aspects of this, from the investigation to the families, and then there's that legal aspect as well. We want to bring in Alan Siegel, a personal injury attorney, because when it comes to a mass casualty incident like this, there are families that need legal help, families that are impacted. So, Alan, thank you again for giving us your perspective. As the NTSB, the federal, the local investigators try to figure out how this happened, what is the first step for families when it comes to that legal aspect?
Well, first, my heart goes out to all the families, and, the most important thing, of course, is, to take care of your family and make sure that everything's going to be okay. But there's going to be investigations into this. We've been hearing from the NTSB already, and we've already heard this morning from Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy that this was, in fact, a preventable incident. So there are going to be parties that are responsible. And it is important for the families when the time comes and when they're ready to make sure that they have the team together that they want so that they could pursue legal action against the responsible parties.
Because this is a very delicate, a very sensitive time, a time also where a lot of misinformation, unfortunately, happens, and there's bad things that happen, and people are taking advantage in times of vulnerability like this. So what is your advice for those that have been impacted here as far as, because there's really no playbook for something like this, right? Nobody really prepares for a tragedy of this magnitude. Knowing exactly just where to start, and what is the most important thing here to keep in mind?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to make sure that you do the appropriate, retain the appropriate people, do your research to hire, good people, good lawyers to do this investigation. The NTSB does an excellent job. They are going to get to the bottom of who is responsible. And then once they get to the bottom of who is responsible, then you're going to, these victims are going to have claims on behalf of their loved ones against the responsible parties. And those responsible parties, of course, are going to include potentially the federal government if the NTSB concludes that the pilot of the helicopter was at fault or had acted inappropriately. Similarly, they're going to be looking at the actions of the American Airlines pilot. They're going to be looking at the actions of the air traffic controllers. And there's a lot of different pieces. So you got to make sure, number one, that you understand who you're going to be making claims against and have a good team that's going to be able to make sure that you get what you're entitled to when the time comes.
Yeah, when it comes to legal recourse, definitely there are a lot of things that these families will have to look at. And you're right, there are a lot of parties involved here, from American Airlines to the federal government to PSA Airlines as well. And so those families, they will do what they have to when it comes to next steps. Alan Siegel, personal injury attorney, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Oh, thank you very much.
Of course. And our next person here that we're going to, Oriana Pollock, a reporter here, covers, sorry, say it again.
Covers aviation.
We're listening to our control room right now.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
It's good to see you. We've got our guests lined up here, and we appreciate you guys. So forgive us. Tell us what you're looking at here, what you know.
Yeah. So, yeah, based off, because we just heard from the NTSB, and so just initially, just to start off, I would be interested in getting your thoughts and your key takeaways from what you heard from the chair, Jennifer Homendy.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to hear a lot of this fact-finding mission speak from this agency for a bit. That's what they're going to really look into. It's obviously going to be about just the basics at first for their preliminary report, but what they're going to be diving into really is a year-long investigation. And it'll spur a lot of questions, and they will be asking the FAA, they will be asking, the DC Tower, they will be asking all parties involved, including the aircraft manufacturers, on what could have led up to this incident, this terrible tragedy. So obviously that is to be determined, and again, it will take likely longer than a year to get some of these answers, but obviously people want answers as soon as they can get them. But it's going to be a culmination of what was going on in that tower, what was going on that aircraft, and what was going on in the helicopter as all of this came together.
I know that we have been kind of repeating ourselves because everyone is just trying to make sense of this unspeakable tragedy. You cover aviation. You know this airport well. What about this particular airspace is so challenging?
Absolutely. It's one of the most restricted airspaces around DC, just given there are constantly temporary flight restrictions. The president is obviously here. Lawmakers are obviously here. You can't fly over certain areas of the city. You have to be a highly technically skilled pilot to fly into this airport. It has one of the nation's busiest runways. You've heard officials talking about that as well. And you also have a ton of air traffic. You have helicopters from the military, the Coast Guard, local law enforcement also flying about. I mean, there's a reason why the airspace is restricted. You can't fly a drone in this airspace. And so when you talk about this narrow corridor of planes just intersecting, it is a really highly congested airspace. So everyone needs to be on their game, so to speak, when coming into this airport. And so I think investigators will also be asking how that could have happened, just given how you have to essentially look at how you, quote unquote, stack airplanes in the sky among all of this other air traffic.
And we really don't have time to address this, but I have to ask you, so you cover aviation, obviously the politics in this town. There is a political side to this. We heard a little bit of it this morning from the White House with a number of attacks on potential causes of this being DEI related. How does that complicate things as this investigation is ongoing?
I think that investigators know at the core of it that nonetheless, pilots and air traffic controllers, again, as I mentioned earlier, are some of the most highly technically skilled individuals in this type of workforce watching over the national airspace and being able to fly. You need thousands of hours in order to be certified as a pilot. You need months-long training in order to become an air traffic controller. It's not like somebody can walk in through the door tomorrow and just say, I'm going to be put in a tower and start watching planes in the sky. That's not how this works. These people have the skills. So talking about this in the political aspect, of course, like I said, investigators are going to look into all of it. But again, a really highly technically skilled workforce that really needs to be trained up and know their stuff and what they're doing. So again, just to dispel some of that conversation and that narrative, these are people who know their stuff.
Yeah, Oriana Pollock, Politico aviation reporter, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We're going to squeeze in another quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our breaking news and our continuing coverage here of the tragedy on the Potomac. Right now, we are joined by Ella Atkins from Virginia Tech Aerospace Engineer as we really try to understand the magnitude of what has happened and wrap our minds around the incident that's happened.
Yeah, we have a lot of experts and a lot of professionals, people that are well versed in aviation that have been joining us since this story broke. And Ella, as we bring you in, we know that your body of work really focuses on aerospace engineering. So just to get your initial thoughts on what you've seen, what we've learned, and what your key takeaways are as to what went wrong last night.
Sure. The collision had several precursor events just based on the flight track and the air traffic control audio that has been shared publicly on the web. The flight track data initially looks unremarkable. The CRJ was asked to switch from runway 1 to runway 33. And if you look at the flight track, they seem to have done an excellent job, the crew, so that the flight did a very smooth maneuver, lined up with runway 33 and seemed to be following the right path into the runway in a stable configuration. That suggests that there was not anything mechanically wrong with the CRJ before the accident occurred. The helicopter was in communication with air traffic control also. Notably, air traffic controllers asked the Blackhawk to confirm visual separation, which meant that the helicopter crew was basically saying, hey, I can see this other airplane and I'm okay, I can visually separate from it. That was asked twice, and apparently the crew of the Blackhawk didn't actually see the aircraft properly and ran into it. So I think as an aerospace engineer in this case, it appears that the communication systems and the vehicles were performing nominally. I do not have any information on the Blackhawk's data other than the flight track. I know that Defense Secretary Hegseth recently commented on there being some sort of elevation issue and that a mistake was made, but there's no other information I have at this time about that.
Yeah, when you're looking at you have these types of investigations and you have a sophisticated aircraft like a military helicopter and a sophisticated aircraft like a commercial jetliner here, will this be, and I hate to say this, easy, for lack of better words, easy for investigators to learn pretty quickly exactly what happened? I know that when it comes to NTSB, it could be a year before, 30 days before when we get the preliminary report, but until that official cause, it could be years before we get that official report and that final report from the NTSB. But could we know pretty soon here with all the instruments, with all the flight data recorders, the black boxes, that we can know exactly what happened?
Yeah, so I think the key is going to be in the Blackhawk's cockpit voice recorder, which is going to reveal what the crew in the Blackhawk was saying to each other and if they had any concerns about the equipment that did not come across the audio to air traffic control, and also the data recorders. What was happening to all the sensors, all the actuators on board both vehicles? Early data suggests that if there was a problem, it would have been on the Blackhawk, but that is so important in the investigation to look at all of this data together, both what the crew was saying and whether they were coordinated and situationally aware, and then also what the data tells us about the sequence of sensor data points collected, as well as whether there actually was a problem in any physical system of the Blackhawk.
And Ella, that's just the point I just want to underscore very quickly here, because we're hearing about human error here. We're hearing that from the White House, that there was human error here, but you're saying there could be equipment malfunction. In other words, the investigation needs to take time.
The investigation needs to take time. I totally agree with the White House that there was human error involved. We know that the Blackhawk crew said twice that they were okay, that they had visual separation. Air traffic controllers told them to go behind the CRJ, which they failed to do. So that part of it clearly was human error. I think the question is, most aviation accidents have multiple precursor events, and often if there is even a small system anomaly in a vehicle, the crew will become distracted dealing with that anomaly, in which case they may not be focusing enough attention on things like actually maintaining visual separation. So I don't think the helicopter was uncontrollable. There's no reason to believe that, but it is possible that there was some kind of anomaly on the Blackhawk that caused the crew to become distracted from their primary mission at that point, which was to maintain visual separation from the CRJ, which they did not do.
Okay.
Wow. Thank you so much for joining us, Ella Atkins, who is a professor there at Virginia Tech, who focuses in aerospace engineering, for giving us more insight on what possibly could have gone wrong. We sure appreciate it. And to echo what Jennifer Hamady said along those lines, and Kenneth, you mentioned it, she said that they're looking at everything from human, machine to environment in coming up with their preliminary report. So we do have some news to break in with. We have heard from Fairfax County Public Schools.
We have, and they have made the confirmation that we've been hearing for some time, that we've been waiting for this. They have confirmed that 3 Fairfax County Public School students were killed, along with 6 of their parents in that crash. That is the information that's coming in from Fairfax County. You see that update from the district on the screen right there. Just reading a portion of it from the superintendent, Dr. Michelle Reed. She said, "We are devastated by the tragic news as we learn members of our FCPS community have lost their lives in the accident last night at Reagan National Airport. Many are reaching out to share their sorrow and emotions at this difficult time. We are hearing from students, staff members, and others in the community. They say that we have more details that we can now share, that many on the flight were returning from a figure skating event in Wichita, Kansas. What we know at this time is that 3 of our FCPS students and 6 of our FCPS parents were lost, affecting multiple schools and departments here at FCPS. 2 of the parents were current or former FCPS staff members. Multiplying the grief are the siblings, spouses, relatives, friends, and colleagues who have lost loved ones."
And we also, this comes on the heels of learning from Loudoun County Public Schools, getting a notice from them saying that a student is believed to have been among the passengers of that flight as well. So a lot of these families and a lot of our school districts, they're reeling from this as we get word and confirmation that we lost not only members of our community, but very young ones and their family members.
And you know, those school districts providing resources to those very young students who have lost friends, and obviously the families, they're dealing with so much right now, just unspeakable here. But that is the word from Fairfax County School District. They're confirming that 3 of their students killed in this crash.
Our coverage of this unspeakable catastrophe that has left so much devastation in its wake, it will continue right after this.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage here. As we cover this tragedy on the Potomac, we were in Arlington earlier with Tisha Lewis. She was speaking with skaters, and our Homa Bash is in Loudoun County at the Ashburn Ice House there, talking to more skaters. What are they telling you, Homa?
Well, you know, this tragedy is being felt through the ice skating community, not just here in Northern Virginia, but throughout the entire country. There are such heavy hearts here. This is a sport where families and these children, they dedicate hours and hours of their lives inside these places. We are hearing reports that a coach and 2 skaters from here were involved in the crash. That has not been confirmed. We are not sharing any names with you until we have that official confirmation. But I want you to hear from 10-year-old Alexis Winch. She has been here. She's been coming here since she was 3 years old. She basically grew up on the ice. She told us that she looked up to these skaters. She has seen them as a source of inspiration. Her dad telling us that she asked them on the way to school this morning, how do I feel about this? What do I do? How would I process this? And they said, whatever you do, just feel. And they say her coming here with her skates on this afternoon, being the only one on the ice, that was a way to process some of that grief that they are feeling. Her dad also telling us that just half an hour before that plane went down, she was playing a game on her iPad with one of those victims. Here she is.
I look after those people, and they were my inspiration.
I don't know, it was a roller coaster today. I mean, she said to my wife on the way to school this morning, I don't know how to feel. And we said, whatever you do, just try and feel. Just, you know, and this is going to come out of her over the next couple of days. It's not over yet. It's just beginning.
It's just beginning for so many people, so many families, that grieving process. And here, the ice skating community is such a tight-knit family out here, not just figure skaters, but this entire Northern Virginia community. They are hurting right now. We saw one woman leaving flowers that had a note saying, "May God bless all who were affected by the tragedy. Such a great loss. Our prayers are with you." Inside the Ashburn Ice House, there is a growing memorial of candles, flowers, stuffed animals. We were earlier at the Fairfax Ice Arena. They were too distraught to even speak with us. Again, just getting word about the victims of this crash and understanding that they were children and their parents coming from this championship, this conference, ice skating conference in Wichita, Kansas. Guys, I can't even begin to explain to you the heartbreak and the grief that these children, their parents, their coaches are feeling right now.
Yeah, these competitive circles, you know, you talk about being a tight-knit community. It really is special. I mean, the competitive circles are very, very small. This is a very rare class of athletes here in the U.S. And we have a high concentration of them that study, that train here, the best of the best here in the Northern Virginia and the DMV area. We know that, as you mentioned, with that one young girl talking, they grow up on these rinks. And a lot of times they stay and they train at the very same rink under the same coach, and they grow with them. And it essentially becomes their family. It is their life. And then, of course, at the elite level, which we know we have lost some elite skaters in this tragedy, there's a certain sense of camaraderie and rivalry, but at the end of the day, they always support one another. This is just so devastating on so many levels, an unthinkable disaster that is going to be life-altering for so many lives.
And Homa, thank you so much for your reporting. Our News at 4 begins right now.
And right now, at 4, no survivors found after an American Airlines jet collides with an Army Blackhawk helicopter near Reagan National Airport. Some of the victims, members from the ice skating community right here in the DMV.
As a family, I think the skating community, again, is very close, whether they're skating here or a neighboring rink. They compete against each other. They're friends on the ice when they're competing. They're friends on the ice when they're training.
Plus, the rescue operation turning into a recovery mission. 300 first responders in the middle of the night pulling out more than 24 from the icy Potomac River. President Trump and other officials saying it's still safe to fly.
On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come.
And flights resuming at Reagan National Airport this after the ground stop was lifted just hours ago. What is next with the investigation?
Our breaking news coverage continues after the mid-air crash between an American Airlines regional jet along with an Army helicopter.
And at the latest news conference, we learned that the flight data recorders have not been recovered yet. Teams still doing their best trying to recover the bodies in the river right now outside Reagan National Airport.
What we know at this hour, 60 passengers and 4 crew members on a flight from Wichita, Kansas heading to DCA, 3 service members aboard an Army Blackhawk flying on a training mission.
Both aircrafts ending up in the water right before 9 o'clock last night. We have team coverage with reporters that are spanned out across the DMV. Fox 5's Jim Lokay joining our coverage tonight live from Southwest. Jim, we were there together last night when this news broke, and it still feels unbelievable at this moment.
It's been 19 hours, Angie, since those initial calls came in. We are here in Southwest D.C. In fact, the initial calls that came into our newsroom came from Southwest because not too far away from me, where I stand right now, is Reagan National Airport. I'm going to show you why the reason we're here, because most of the focus of this investigation is now on what has become a makeshift morgue down here in the Buzzards Point area, pretty much in the shadow of Audi Field. This is where many of those remains are being brought at this hour. We've seen boats coming through here through that boat ramp, because this is also home base for D.C. police and their air unit. And you could see at this hour, there is still some activity over my shoulder there. The tents, the vehicles, the flashing lights. It's also the command center for this, for at least the local response. We have seen, really, what's amazing about this city is a lot of resiliency, because in spite of the fact there was this obscene tragedy not too far from where we stand, for a lot of people, life continued today, but there are tangible reminders of the tragedy. There are still police blocking off the sidewalks there along here, right along the Frederick Douglass Bridge, which, of course, stands in the shadow not too far away from Reagan National Airport. Now, we talked about what we saw and what we heard, but there have been so many stories that have come out from people who witnessed these, especially people who live here in this neighborhood. Katie Barlow has been part of our coverage all day long. She is not too far from where I stand at a higher vantage point. But before we get to Katie, we're going to go to Tom Fitzgerald, because during that NTSB press conference that you saw right here on Fox 5, Fitz did get a question into investigators, but the focus now, Fitz, is on what is key and tangible to any air disaster investigation. That's the black box, and that's the data recorder.
.245 this afternoon in their briefing was that key piece of information that they still have not recovered the black boxes, and they still have not received what they described as recording devices from the U.S. Army helicopter that was involved in this tragedy as well. All of the members of the National Transportation Safety Board arriving here at Reagan Washington National Airport today for this first expansive news conference here within the airport itself regarding what happened. Now, in addition to revealing that the black boxes were not recovered as of yet, NTSB did see that the priority right now is the recovery effort. Earlier this morning, officials announced that they had transitioned from what they deemed as a rescue mission to a recovery mission once they determined there were going to be no survivors from this disaster. That recovery mission is still underway. So as a result, NTSB is still waiting for those recovery operations to continue. Now, they do have investigators on the scene, but the bulk of this work will likely not swing into full action until the majority, if not all, of the victims have been recovered from the fuselage of the American Airlines plane, which, as we know from previous briefings from officials, actually broke into 3 different segments. So, you know, if you think back to previous, air disasters, think about the Miracle on the Hudson, Sully Sullenberger. This is not one plane sitting in the water. This is parts of three different parts of the fuselage, plus the wreckage of the helicopter. So essentially they have 4 different locations of wreckage that they're dealing with out in the water. And yes, it has warmed up over the last couple of days, but these conditions are arduous. Now, we were told by the director of the NTSB that the water itself will not affect the operational status of these black boxes, which he said, by the way, are not black, they are orange. They can be submersible, they can be in the water. I want to play for you 2 pieces of key sound here from the NTSB briefing in the last hour. This is Todd Inman, one of the NTSB officials and the board members, and Jennifer Holmaday, who is the chair of the NTSB. Inman talking today about what NTSB views as its role, given the fact that there's a recovery operation still going. And then we're going to hear for Jennifer Holmaday talking about the status of these very key pieces of information, these black boxes.
A loss of life in an aviation accident is very unusual in the United States. And our heartfelt sorrow goes out to everyone that's affected. It affects us, it affects everyone around us. There are a lot of people hurting today. We will help find out what happened. We will do it factually, and we will do it accurately.
We have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB. We have many times recovered flight data recorders in water. We have our lab right here that is about a mile from the NTSB, so it's not unusual. And once we get those, we'll be able to get those read and information from them to be able to provide further information to you.
All right, so to wrap up quickly here for you, one thing we do know, the parties to this investigation right now include, and this is not a complete list, American Airlines, GE, Sikorsky, NATCA, which is the Air Traffic Controllers Union, the Flight Attendants Union, the Canadian manufacturer of the aircraft, Canadian Bombardier, the U.S. Army, and of course the FAA. We're told, Jim, from the NTSB board head today that they are expecting a preliminary report 30 days from today.
And for a lot of people, 30 days is still too long to get those answers that they want and deserve. Tom Fitzgerald for us at Reagan National. Fitz, thanks. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. In the meanwhile, as mentioned, many people saw the precursor to this crash, that video that made the rounds quickly afterwards. Let's bring in Katie Barlow, who's down here in Southwest D.C. as well with a different vantage point. Katie, you were talking with somebody who witnessed a lot of the aftermath of this crash.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, I'm here with Jack Lyle, who has been kind enough to let us work today from his balcony. And we're just across the way, as you were describing earlier, on the other side of that mobile morgue, where Jack has had a view of things. And as you can see behind us, we're also closer to the shore, where D.C. fireboats have been bringing some of the human remains to the shore, and they've been processing them over to the mobile morgue right here before going over to the medical examiner. But, Jack, you've been watching what's happening since very shortly after the crash last night. Can you describe what you saw overnight?
It actually started very confusing, not only for me, but for the mass casualty team, because they didn't know where to go. And it was a huge, humongous amount of police cars, fire trucks. And I'm like, where is the fire? This is before I knew that the tragic accident. And by the way, let me preface it by saying my deepest condolences to the family and my heartfelt condolences to all those kids. I mean, that just tore me apart when I heard that, the ice skating kids.
It's those families, of course, experiencing hell right now, very likely. You took me up to your rooftop where you could actually get a vantage point out close to where the crash is and the boats as they're coming in, bringing in some of the human remains. Last night it was much colder. There was more ice out on the river. Tell us what you saw with that transportation last night.
The exact same thing you and I saw. The boats coming up, pulling over at the dock, and of course for privacy reasons, they set up a tent so you really can't see them take them out of the water, and that was a good thing. That would have been a little too morbid, but my curiosity got to me, and I just wanted to see, and I never thought I would be in the midst of a mass casualty event like this, never ever. And it's a little bit overwhelming, actually.
We were also talking about the first responders have started to set up here last night, and they have been working through the night. What have you seen with the work of DC's first responders in our neighboring jurisdictions and what they have been able to do just in the last few hours, working around the clock, as the DC Police Union said, in treacherous conditions, both out on the water and here?
They've been very efficient. They've been very professional, and I don't know how they do it. But I had an inkling very early after I figured out what was going on with the accident, and then I saw a bunch of people down on the ground from the balcony with DCME shirts on, District of Columbia Medical Examiners. I said, oh my God, this is going to be a setup for the casualties and the bodies.
We're in an apartment complex right now where most of this area had been cordoned off by police, and only folks who live in the area or have business in the area have been allowed in with their vehicles. There hasn't been much activity around the tents in the last little while, but I will say we have seen over the course of the day since about 10 o'clock this morning, we've seen I watched from the rooftop the fire boats bring in some of those human remains, or what appeared to be human remains, to shore. There was a full team of first responders ready to accept those, and then they transferred them into these smaller trucks that are lined up and moved them into the larger tent for processing. Again, these first responders have been working around the clock to make sure that everything is processed here, and as the temperatures continue to drop tonight, they will also have to battle that as well. Guys.
And Katie, to that note, I'm learning from the D.C. Fire Association president that they will not be undergoing any recovery efforts once it gets dark tonight, so they will end those at least in a little bit from now. Katie Barlow, thank you again. We have more coverage for you here from all angles on this continuing story, the crash of Flight 5342. You're watching Fox 5's live continuing coverage. Stay with us.
Welcome back to our live continuing coverage here on Fox 5 of the tragedy on the Potomac. We will get back to our Jim Lokay, who is in Southwest D.C. with more on this investigation. But we want to turn our attention to Reagan National Airport right now, where flights have resumed.
They have resumed, and that is where we find Lily Zhang. She is standing by. I know that you've switched locations a few times during our team coverage here. What have you been able to gauge from your vantage point there? I know that you've been talking with people. What do you know?
Yeah, hey there. Good afternoon to you guys. So at Reagan National Airport, as you mentioned, operations have resumed back to normal. They've been this way since about 11 o'clock, so we've seen some planes come and go here. Just a word to the wise that if you do have a flight today, you might want to just check with your airlines. But in terms of where we are with the wreckage, I'm going to move out of the way so you guys can take a good look at this. The wreckage is just past these runways here, so it's hard to see with the naked eye, but certainly with our cameras, you will be able to see that wreckage a lot more clear. As we've been reporting, more than 24 bodies have been recovered so far, and while the DC fire chief says he is confident that everyone who died will be found, it will of course take some time, as will this entire investigation as a whole. And as NTSB investigates this crash, some people have told us today that it is a bit nerve-wracking just thinking about flying again. We spoke with a number of people at Bradley Point a little earlier. That's where people typically go to watch planes take off and land. Take a listen.
It does make me a little bit nervous because now, like, you know, whenever I get in the plane, I have to think about if there's something else that might be in the air, that might, you know, where there's maybe perhaps the pilot wasn't communicating what's going on around them. And if we take off, maybe if we hit something or something running to us, like it's kind of like bringing like a little bit of fear.
Okay, so back here on the scene again, you're taking another look at that wreckage. In terms of the investigation by NTSB, we know from their briefing a little earlier that the preliminary report is expected to be released within about 30 days. Guys?
30 days, which is still a long time to learn some answers here after this horrific incident. But Lily, as you know, this is a very busy airport you're standing at. I mean, hundreds of flights going in and out of Reagan National every single day. We assume that air traffic not as busy right now because flights have been canceled. If they can cancel flights to release some congestion in that area, especially in the wake of this incident, are you finding frustrated passengers? Obviously, we're blessed to have two other major airports. Are you finding people going to other airports to continue their travels?
Yeah, so we haven't heard as much on that front, guys. But again, when you're talking about delays, cancellations and such, we are told if you do have a flight that was supposed to take off from here today, the best thing is to maybe check with your airlines. You know, again, from just speaking with people outside of the airport a little earlier, some people do tell us that, you know what, I'm not going to not get on a flight, you know, but does this bring us a little bit of nervousness? Sure. But in terms of frustrated passengers in regards to today, I haven't heard that quite a lot, to be honest with you guys. But could be some people out here who do feel that way, and perhaps we will find those passengers in the coming hours here. But again, for a lot of people that we've been speaking with, they're really just sending their condolences because, as you mentioned, this is a place that people come every single day, flying to their various locations and such. So they are certainly, even if they weren't here last night, they are really, this really resonates with them.
Yeah, so many people still in shock and disbelief. Lily Zhang, thank you so much bringing us up close to Reagan National and the situation there. And just to reiterate what she was saying, in talking about what the fire chief had mentioned, he said that he is confident that they will be able to recover all of the remains. But what is making this so difficult? Last night, we had the issue of not having daylight, right?
Yes.
And it was dark. And today, because the water is so shallow, they say that their divers and their emergency responders are half walking, they're half swimming. That is making it very, very strenuous, very difficult for them. And then with all the debris scattered across this field, which they believe will expand, that could tear their suits, that could cause different issues and injury. And so this is a very delicate process, and it's going to take a lot of time.
Let's bring Caitlin Roth into this conversation because weather is playing a role in this investigation and the recovery efforts as well. Yes, yes, we've got warmer temperatures today, as we all know, Caitlin, but those waters are still very cold.
And I want to let you know, Kenneth and Angie, along with, yes, the cold waters, we've got rain moving in overnight tonight. Tomorrow looks like it could be a soaker, and that will certainly hamper a lot of the recovery mission out there. Just the falling rain adding to the obstacles in the way of our first responders and all of the search and rescue crews. So right now it's 53 degrees here at Reagan National. Yes, temperatures are warmer outside, the air, but not the water. Winds are out of the south. They're fairly light at about 9 miles an hour. Visibility is good. We know last night we had great visibility. We had light winds. It was cold, but there weren't any other mitigating factors. Air temperatures around the area, 40s and 50s, but the buoy data that we continue to use to get an idea of the temperature of the Potomac in the Washington Channel between Haines Point and Southwest D.C., 35.8 degrees. So those are the water temperatures that you're dealing with, close to freezing. Even though the air temperature fluctuates during the 24-hour period, the water temperature is not changing. There's still areas of ice around portions of the Potomac. There is a lot to navigate. I want to show you satellite and radar and what we're watching to the west. Big storm system that's moving through the Tennessee Valley. This will start to spread rain overhead tonight. So as we get towards sunset, we have our first issue as it'll start to get dark after the sun goes down at 5:27 p.m. You've probably got about 30 more minutes of civil twilight before it's truly dark out. But then later tonight, closer to midnight, you've got the rain coming in. It is just rain. We're not dealing with any winter weather. But I just suspect with everything that Angie mentioned and just all the hazards out there to begin with, you don't need rain that's even heavy at times. So as far as the forecast for Friday, day 2 out there on the water for everybody, rain will be with us from almost start to finish. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that forecast and how it could play a role going forward. Angie and Kenneth?
Caitlin, thank you so much. Our live midair collision, which is now turned into a recovery mission, continues right after the short break. 14 figure skaters are among the victims of the deadly plane crash near Reagan National Airport. Many of them had ties here to the DMV.
Let's get to our Homa Bash, who's live at the Ashburn Ice House in Loudoun County. We know you've been speaking with people there, Homa.
Yeah, hearts are heavy. There's just such an incredibly somber mood here in Loudoun County, in Fairfax County, where many of these figure skaters have trained. They have grown up on the ice. People have been coming here all day long, bringing flowers, sharing their condolences. I want you to hear from 10-year-old Alexis Winch. She has been coming to the Ashburn Ice House since she was 3 years old. She skated with who we believe are some of the victims of this plane crash. She was coached by who was a woman who was on this plane. She says she is just trying to process this grief as best as she can.
I look after those people, and they were my inspiration.
I don't know. It was a roller coaster today. I mean, she said to my wife on the way to school this morning, I don't know how to feel. And we said, whatever you do, just try and feel. Just, you know, and this is going to come out of her over the next couple of days. It's not over yet. It's just beginning.
And this is the beginning of the grieving process for so many, not just the figure skating community here, but so many across Northern Virginia who knew and loved these people, these souls that were lost on this plane crash. One woman left flowers that had a note saying, "May God bless who were affected by this tragedy. Such a great loss. Our prayers are with you," inside that ice house. Like I said, there is such a growing memorial of flowers, candles, stuffed animals. Again, there are unconfirmed reports that one of the coaches who taught here at the Ashburn Ice House was on that plane along with two young girls. The general manager here telling us this is such a tight-knit community. Whether or not you compete on the ice, you are friends on and out of that rink. So this is being felt by so many out here, guys. For now, we'll send it back in to you.
Definitely feeling it. Homa Bash, thank you so much. We have more coverage. We're going to get back to Jim Lokay in Southwest D.C., and we'll have a report from our David Kaplan. Our breaking news coverage continues this half hour, nearly 20 hours after the deadly midair collision of American Airlines regional jet and an Army helicopter.
And at the latest news conference, we did learn that the flight data recorders, they have not yet been recovered. That is for the airliner as well as the black box, so to speak, of the Blackhawk helicopter. Teams right now still trying to recover the bodies, passengers in the river right now outside of Reagan National Airport. We do want to go back to Fox 5's Jim Lokay. He joins us live now on the ground there at Southwest near the airport. Jim?
Well, and where we are, Angie, is this is where the temporary morgue has been set up in the D.C. police air wing. This is where the helicopter is located. A few minutes ago, we did see what appeared to be another body recovered and loaded into one of those tents at this temporary morgue situation over here in Southwest D.C., not too far away from the airport. We're here along the Potomac, and obviously you have the district, and you head down south, and you head over towards Arlington, and then down towards Alexandria, which is where we saw a lot of curious onlookers last night, especially around Dangerfield Island. A lot's been said about the federal response so far. I want to get out to Fox 5's David Kaplan. He is live in Alexandria right now, south of where the crash site is. And David, let's get some insight on you as to what we're seeing in that response from that end.
Yeah, Jim, focusing on the executive branch here, this is a new administration led by President Trump, obviously. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said today during a briefing that, quote, it appeared that a mistake was made, appearing to refer specifically to the helicopter, indicating that it was an elevation issue, is what he said, that is being evaluated by the Army. Also on social media last night, President Trump posted that the airplane was on a perfect and routine line into Reagan Airport last night and wondered aloud why the helicopter did not get out of the way. We heard from President Trump today during a briefing at 11. He expressed condolences for this loss of life, but also sort of reiterated again his questions about the helicopter.
Precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly. You could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going.
In a briefing this afternoon, NTSB officials were asked about Secretary Hegseth's remarks that this was a mistake. They declined to directly answer, emphasizing that they were still conducting their investigation. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and Hegseth said today they would ensure a thorough investigation and work to ensure that something like this does not happen again. President Trump, Secretaries Hegseth and Sean Duffy also made references to needing top talent at jobs in the military, air traffic control, and across government while taking a swipe, President Trump specifically, at Democrats and diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, implying that DEI programs may have played a role here, despite there being no publicly available evidence right now of that being involved. President Trump was asked during his briefing how he sort of came to that conclusion, and he responded to that reporter's question by simply saying he had common sense. Those are remarks that have drawn condemnation tonight. Jim, some reports that senators had been asked about this and also referred to the NTSB investigation, saying they didn't want to get ahead of that. But just some of what we're hearing from this administration, again, which is just barely a week and a half old, Jim.
Oh, and let's be honest, David, you know, we're less than 24 hours into this. There's still a lot of information. We never get all the answers when there's a plane crash 24 hours into it, let alone the 30 days we're expecting to see this report. And with what you mentioned during that briefing today, I'm glad you brought that up, because clearly that is something that has entered this conversation. But regardless, we don't have any proof, any so-called receipts to back it up. From your vantage point where you are, and people are watching right now on the screen, you can see some of the rescue efforts. You can see some of the rescue or some of the wreckage there in the water. From your vantage point where you are, I mean, what are you seeing down there on that end of Alexandria?
Yeah, Jim, I'm going to just step out and kind of walk you through what we see. I just tweeted this a couple of minutes ago. We saw a Coast Guard boat come down and up, and there also appears to be what is a sheriff's office boat over there that you can see. So photographer Ed Coker's giving you a look right now. So I got to tell you, we have essentially done a huge loop around this portion of the river, south of Reagan Airport and to the Wilson Bridge. There have been some reports of debris being found down at this area, but I got to tell you, we haven't seen much activity on this part of the river this afternoon. So these boats that we're seeing are definitely something that's a little bit new. We're going to be here for the next couple hours, so certainly if we see any additional developments here on this part of the river, we'll be sure to keep you posted on that, Jim.
All right, David Kaplan, thank you very much in Alexandria for us. In the meantime, let's head back to the studio right now as we continue to follow this story and more developments. And as we go back to Kenneth and Angie on this, I mentioned this before, but I spoke with David Hoagland, who is the president of the D.C. Firefighters Association, who gave me some insight on how his members are doing, how his rank and file are doing. They have obviously had a very stressful almost 24 hours at this point. But we should point out that last night, while they were working into the night, damn the temperatures, damn the cold. Now that it is more or less a recovery operation, they will not be doing that tonight. So they're going to do the work that they can. They're going to, if they find remains, if they find anything, they'll bring it here to the morgue. But beyond that, we don't expect to see a full-out recovery effort on the water tonight.
Yeah, it's been a monumental task. We know that the dive teams have been cycling in all day long. And then we heard from Caitlin Roth earlier, Jim, that now rain is expected to move in. That could complicate things.
Yes, and we are keeping watch on that. Stay with Fox 5. Our thanks to Jim, by the way, and we will have more live coverage on the deadly plane and Army helicopter crash near Reagan National Airport after this.
Well, we are hearing reaction now from the ice skating community near and far.
Yeah, we want to get to Fox 5's Tisha Lewis, who's in Arlington now. And Tisha, what are we learning?
Well, first and foremost, just a few moments ago, we spoke with a parent who tells us that the off-ice activities here at MedStar Capital Iceplex are canceled for tonight. What we're learning is that a lot of these folks, it's a close-knit community, and they are grieving together. We're speaking with families and parents, letting us know that they're letting their young people know about this particular tragedy. And so many say that there are connections between the victims and the home rink here at MedStar.
Sure, you'll find many people that come in here today who, from figure skating, learn to skate in various programs that probably knew someone. Once again, it's tight-knit, so they probably knew someone that went to the Nationals and competed, or knew a coach, or it's very tight-knit.
That was Jesse Jones, who we met here at MedStar Capital's Iceplex. He's here with his son and daughter, who you saw, the latter wanting to play hockey. That's what brought them here today. Jones telling me, though, that so many in the ice skating community are impacted or touched by this devastation. Jones himself played hockey and says the skating community is a small one. Many young people and old alike learning about the tragedy on social media. Fox 5 has learned some of these teenagers are working on a slideshow to share with loved ones. Teens who tell us they knew some of the victims on board, sharing personal stories and moments.
Skate together every day. Brielle was homeschooled and so am I, so we spent the whole day doing schoolwork together, and then Corey and Eddie would get here in the afternoon and be on freestyle. It's not the kind of thing you think is ever going to happen, so it doesn't really feel real.
MedStar Capital's Iceplex, meanwhile, telling us they're gathering information and also finalizing some plans on how to honor and remember the victims. Meantime, the rink is open. Skaters are here. They are all grieving together. Again, those off-ice activities canceled for tonight. And just a couple hours ago, this is, of course, for the Caps practice. Caps head coach saying that thoughts and prayers are with the victims.
And we are mourning with them as well.
Also, this just in, the Association of Flight Attendants, the president has come out and she said the union now is mourning the loss of 2 of their flight attendants. And as we know, that there were 2 flight attendants along with 2 pilots on that plane. So
right. The development is still coming in here. We're going to take a quick break and get another report from Josh Rosenthal in Bethesda after this.
Welcome back. Our team coverage continues now. We are hearing from some families that are gathering right here in the Bethesda area. Fox 5's Josh Rosenthal, he joins us live from the crisis center that was set up to help these impacted families. Josh?
Yeah, hey guys, so right here behind me, this is the Hyatt Regency in Bethesda. This is on Wisconsin Avenue. We're actually just 1 block away from Fox 5. I walked in earlier, a lot of people inside, and someone from American Airlines did confirm to me that this is a family crisis center. That person told me he wasn't sure who would be coming, when they would be coming. However, if there are family members connected to this crash, this is one of the places that they may be taken to. This is one of the places that they might come. I can tell you inside, it's not just American Airlines personnel. You have a whole lot of law enforcement. And actually, if you look over here, this is unusual. I mean, we pass by this area all the time. It's Wisconsin Avenue. It's right up the street from the station. Look at all these cop cars. All these police officers, inside, outside, also inside. Follow me back in this direction. Emergency management personnel. There's a truck just up the road there, says Virginia Emergency Management on there. So a lot of personnel here, presumably ready to help these family members who absolutely are going to need it. I will tell you, we've been here for about an hour. If you follow me over in this direction for a minute, there was one coach bus that pulled up. It's still down there. About 2 people got off with luggage. May or may not be connected to this. We don't know. Certainly coach buses pull up to hotels all the time. The other thing we have seen, though, and with increasing frequency here recently, a whole lot of these big black SUVs. Some of them are still here. Others have left. I will tell you, about 10 minutes ago, several pulled up at the same time. The people who got off of those SUVs certainly look like they might be connected to this disaster. Although, again, black SUVs pull up to hotels as well. We have no way of knowing for sure. Nevertheless, guys, we're going to stay here for the foreseeable future. And our goal tonight, it's not to hassle these family members. That's not what we're doing here. However, we do think it's important to inform the public about this massive response that's continuing here today because of this absolute tragedy that we've all been monitoring since last night. Guys.
Yeah, it is massive, and it feels like the entire DMV is involved here. So many resources pulling from D.C., Maryland, and Virginia now to help these impacted families.
And as we learned just within the last hour and a half, that a lot of the family members and loved ones are still arriving. And the NTSB, they do have their family assistance program and their members in place to meet with these individuals. So they're going to be met with support with that. American Airlines, the CEO, he has met with the families that are already there at the airport. So it looks like there are going to be quite a number of groups in place to offer support and give some direction to those who whose lives have been changed forever. Yeah. And during this time of just ultimate sorrow and loss. Well, despite that warm-up, we've been talking a lot about the frigid temperatures and how that's still a factor.
Yeah, and on that shot just now, we could see from the wreckage that the winds are definitely still a factor here. There are a number of factors when it comes to the weather, when it comes to the recovery effort. Caitlin Roth.
Yeah, and Kenneth and Angie, you know, history has shown us that weather often has played a big role in issues with aviation, but this time that was not really part of the factor last night. What's more of the issue is with the earlier rescue and now recovery mission, the frigid water temperatures, the ice out there, and then the cold temperatures in general. But we are going to shift away from the cold being the biggest issue and more into rain. I heard Jim mention earlier, you know, we're not talking about recovery issues or recovery missions ongoing tonight after dark, but if anyone's back out there again tomorrow, they're going to be doing that under a soaking rain. So right now at Reagan National, 53 degrees, light winds out of the south. Visibility is good. It hasn't been a bad day out there. But the one thing that doesn't change, even though the air temperature changes, the water temperature, 35.8 in our Potomac buoy in the Washington Channel. So it's been a really cold January. There are pockets of ice still on the water, and you can tell that that has just made it pretty frigid underwater, and it will remain that way for the foreseeable future. Clouds have been increasing out ahead of our storm system, which is back to the south and west. This is rain over the Tennessee Valley, and this is a lot of it. And this is all poised to move due east, so overhead by midnight tonight. As far as what we're watching out on the Potomac this evening, after 5:27, it gets dark quickly, and then we won't be able to see as much. And then overnight tonight is when the rain moves in. So you're seeing on Futurecast those first showers around 1 a.m. This will continue to intensify towards daybreak tomorrow. So sun's coming up right before 7:30, but you're not going to see a lot of sunlight. You'll have daylight, but it will be rain pretty much all day. And it could be heavy rain at times as you get deeper into the afternoon. You watch that banding over us, and you are talking about moderate to heavy rainfall through the day Friday, and then eventually moving out of here by late Friday night. Models giving us a good inch of rain here in D.C. and areas to the south. So what would initially have been a good thing, we need the rain, is now just going to kind of add another layer of obstacles to what is already such a challenge outside and along the Potomac. Weekend is drier, and I'm showing you that so you know that this is just a one-day rain event. And if there is any need to be, to continue out there through the weekend, obviously not going to be an issue. Even into next week, it does look milder, 65 on Monday, with no shower chances again until next Thursday. Kenneth and Angie, back over to you.
That rain will definitely play an impact. All right, Caitlin Roth, thank you. We know there are hundreds of first responders on that scene. They said, 300 that have been out there in this recovery effort.
Oh, yeah, in 21 agencies. I mean, this was a colossal effort. And many agencies, they're all working together hand in hand. And crisis communication is taking center stage here, more crucial than ever. We are joined now with Attorney Jessica Ehrlich. She is a communications expert. Based off of what you've seen so far, what is your take on how things are playing out and the level of communication that it appears not only we're getting as a public, but perhaps those that are most closely impacted by this?
Well, it's very tragic. I think not only the situation, but that in this day and age, communication travels so quickly. I think last night we all had seen the video of the impact and the explosion. And certainly, as someone who is not a family member of those who are lost, I can imagine having to see that is very incredibly difficult. But, we've seen various responses, not only from government agencies on the communications level, but also from the president's office, as well as the different agencies involved. But I think the NTSB did a very good job in controlling the communications that they put out today when they held their press conference. They had a lot of control. They were very focused in terms of their message and the responsiveness and the capabilities of what they do. They laid out how they're going to do it and what's going to be involved. And I think that's very important for the public and for handling the situation as delicate as this is in terms of laying out expectations as well for the press and the public in general.
And Jessica, what about the other two major parties involved here behind these two aircraft? You got the federal government in charge of that Blackhawk helicopter, and then you got the American Airlines jet that American Airlines is responsible for. You saw the CEO of the airline come out, I think black background last night, give a 3-minute video statement where there weren't many details he could give, but he gave some information. Do we need more from both the federal government here and American Airlines?
I think absolutely American Airlines is best not to put out any information other than to do the triage that they need to do with the victims and their families, including their staff, their other employees who work with those people. That is what their response needs to be focused on here. And then cooperating with the NTSB and any investigations that move forward. Certainly from their standpoint, I don't think that they could really offer anything that would help the situation. Sorry? That would help the situation necessarily going forward otherwise. And for the federal government, I think, it's very important that they show support here, be consolers, and also show reactiveness and responsiveness and settle people's fears about flying. Because I think not only for those who are flying into Reagan Airport in the near future, but also for people flying in general, we've seen so many issues over the last year plus with doors flying off of planes, issues with the planes from Boeing and American Airlines. They really need to make air travel and those who are flying feel comfortable, and to know that the federal government is in charge and is being responsive and is going to make sure that people are safe when they're in the air.
Yeah, feeling scared to fly after something so traumatic like this, an event like this, totally an understandable reaction. But as we know, flying does remain one of the safest ways to travel. But at this point, a lot's going to have to be done to calm so much fear and anxiety that does exist still out there. So Attorney Jessica Ehrlich, thank you so much for joining us.
And stay with Fox 5. We have more live coverage on the deadly plane crash. An Army helicopter crashed near Reagan National Airport. Our coverage continues with Marina and Sharon next.
We continue our breaking news coverage at this hour following that mid-air collision there near Reagan National Airport last night. Now, at this hour, we are awaiting a press conference out of Wichita, Kansas on the latest in the investigation.
It all comes as the National Transportation Safety Board, which has taken the lead, is working to locate the flight data recorders, even monitoring the painstaking work our first responders are doing right now in this recovery stage. The NTSB says they will be briefing the family members of the victims later today. Sadly, we know that all 67 people on board that American Airlines jet coming from Wichita, Kansas, and a U.S. Army helicopter that collided are feared dead.
At this hour, as you know, we have been on air since the crash last night. We do have team coverage, and that continues at this hour with the latest up-to-minute information, what we know about the investigation as the ongoing recovery efforts continue on the Potomac. With just minutes here before that sunset, we are going to go hear from our Katie Barlow, our Tom Fitzgerald, as well as our David Kaplan in a moment. But first, let's turn things over to our Jim Lokay out in the field in Southwest D.C., who starts us off tonight. Jim?
Maureen and Sharon, good evening once again. Down here in Southwest D.C. is where the initial calls came in last night when people living in many of these apartment buildings around the Buzzard Point area noticed what they believed was a collision over the Potomac. And sadly, as we know at that point, that was all too true. The reason we're in this location is because while Reagan Airport was the focus of last night, today a lot of the focus is on the area behind me. This has become, this is where D.C. police land their helicopter, but this has also become a command post. And if you look over here in front of these apartment buildings, those tents, those red and black tents with the white awnings, those have become the temporary morgues where many of the victims of this crash have been brought. And in the last hour, we have seen some activity with some of those boats coming in through here and taking some of those bodies into the morgue. It is a very grim scene, but it is a very necessary scene as they work to figure out, again, not just the cause, but trying to put names to these victims, to these 64 people on board that American Airlines flight, and as mentioned before, the 3 soldiers who are on board that Blackhawk helicopter. Again, we've stayed on top of this story since it broke last night, but there's one thing that a lot of people want to have, and that's answers. We're going to get to Tom Fitzgerald. Let's check in with him right now. He's at Reagan Airport. Are we going to get the... No, we're not. Oh, okay. Well, let's check in with Tom Fitzgerald. Fitz?
Yeah. Jim, good evening. Yes, the National Transportation Safety Board held their first full-scale briefing here at Reagan National at about 2:45 this afternoon. The big headline out of that briefing today was that the black box flight recorders, which record all the telemetry and the information on the aircraft, those have still not been recovered. NTSB said that their primary focus right now is to allow the recovery operation to go to all of the victims and their families right now. They will then get into the investigation proper. I just want to get a little clarification from our headquarters. Are we going to go to a news conference right now? Okay, we're going to go to that now. I believe this is a news conference from Wichita, Kansas. Let's go to that now.
And I want to say thank you to many of the individuals in our community who donated water, donated food, and trying to make it comfortable for those who are trying to report about this tragedy from our community, as well as those who have friends and families affected. I am really grateful to the kindness of Wichita. We've had donations, again, from all across the city, so again, thank you. We also have grief assistance that Sedgwick County is providing, and there will be further information regarding that in the coming hours. That is who Wichita is. For those that don't know Wichita, Kansas is the air capital. It's a community built on kindness, built on being together and working together. And we have an opportunity to use our words for comfort. We can use our actions towards helping and uplifting one another. And here in our community, we unite. And you saw that in our community-wide prayer at noon today. You saw faiths from all across the spectrum. You saw people of all races, of all backgrounds, because Wichita is very diverse, and I'm proud to come from this community. This is my community. I've grown up here, and I'm proud to be a Wichitan. And I'm proud that this community is coming together in a time like this, in a tragic event that should unite us all to remember that life is precious. So at this time, I would like to invite Kansas Governor Laura Kelly to provide remarks.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and afternoon, everybody. I really do appreciate all of your being here.
It is very important that the people who have been affected by this tragedy know that they've got folks on the ground working on their behalf. I have been incredibly impressed with the response of the mayor's office, our first responders here, the Red Cross, and a number of other nonprofit groups that have really gathered together to be as responsive as is humanly possible to meet the needs of those who've been impacted by this incredible tragedy. So I'd also like to reassure people that we are in constant communication with our federal partners. Both the mayor and I have been on the phone constantly since last night with representatives from the National Transportation Safety Board, from the governors of Virginia and Maryland, and all sorts of other folks who are involved with this tragedy. And I can assure you that they are working as hard and as fast as they possibly can. I mean, they had first responders from multiple jurisdictions respond last night, all through the night, first for the rescue and then for the recovery operations. So what can be done is being done. I know that the Red Cross has set up a center in Bethesda, Maryland, I believe at the Hyatt Regency, for folks who are on that end of this tragedy, and that we have the Red Cross set up here at Eisenhower Terminal. So there are resources available for people. The other thing we would like is American Airlines is responsible for notifying the families of the folks who perished in this plane crash. They would like it very much if you think you might know somebody, if you think a friend of yours, a family member, or someone else was on that plane, please contact American Airlines, and let me give you their number. It is 1-800-679-8215. Let me repeat that. 800-679-8215. If you have any suspicion that you knew somebody on that plane, please call that number. And I also like to thank the press for being here in such force. You know, you are the way we are able to communicate with people and to reassure them that people have their backs and are on the watch, and that there are resources available for them. So thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you again, Governor Kelly. Really appreciate, again, that constant communication we've received from the governor's office, as well as the offices of our federal partners, including Senator Moran, Senator Marshall, Congressman Estes, and I also had a phone call from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. So I'm, again, very appreciative that people are reaching out. My colleagues as mayors all across the United States have been in constant contact with me. Friends that just know or have flown to Wichita, have visited this community, have been sending well wishes and prayers to all of us. And I'm very grateful that people are reaching out to all of us. But I ask that each of those prayers really go to the individuals who were on that flight, to the families who were on that flight, to the first responders in Washington, D.C. who are helping with the recovery efforts, and truly prayers for our entire greater Wichita and Kansas community. I would like to invite our representative for Senator Roger Marshall to please say a few words.
All right, you've been listening to Wichita, Kansas.
Good afternoon, Kenya Cox.
As you hear there, of course, also the governor of Kansas was there, Laura Kelly, as was Lily Wu, the mayor there for Wichita. Lily Wu saying life is precious. Remember that, remind that. She choked up earlier this morning when she spoke about her fellow Wichitans that were on that flight. And of course, the governor also saying what can be done on their end is being done.
And they're thanking everyone for all the love and support that has been pouring in. Listen, hearts are broken from Wichita, Kansas to here in the nation's capital. And this is a mayor that's been in office for less than a year. She took the position in 2024. So this is very difficult. A lot of people dealing with very heartbroken families that they're having to speak to right now, and families that are desperately trying to make their way here and hopefully be reunited with their loved ones.
All right, we'll continue our coverage here with the latest coming up on that continued rescue recovery efforts when we come back. We continue our team coverage at this hour. Our Katie Barlow live right now with a higher up vantage point from Southwest D.C.
Yeah, Katie, we've been watching just the tireless efforts of these crews. We had 300 personnel last night just trying to dig through these murky, dark, cold waters. What have you been seeing with this kind of unified command behind you?
Well, we actually just moments ago had a reminder of at least some things going back to normal. We are on the Southwest helipad area where MPD's helicopter lands and takes off right behind us. And just about, 45 seconds ago, the helicopter was back in the air. And we have seen now both airplanes and helicopters in the air at the same time, which this morning, of course, we did not see along the Potomac. So some things starting to go back to normal. But the work continues here. We talked about this sometimes gruesome, but really sacred work that these first responders are now doing with this recovery effort in recovering what is left of the souls who were lost on the Potomac last night and bringing those to shore. You can see behind me those efforts. In fact, for the last couple of hours, it's been fairly quiet, but we just saw 3 of the smaller vehicles that transport some of those remains from the shore to the medical tent that Jim was showing you earlier, the mobile morgue. They just moved up to the shore where they have been collecting what we imagine is human remains over the past few hours. So first responders here are taking boats from the crash. We had a bird's eye view earlier today watching some of the fire boats, DC Fire and EMS boats, carry very slowly the human remains down the river. We're a bit of a ways away from the crash, so it takes them a little while, and I'll tell you the boats are moving very slowly, very carefully, diligently. Meantime, there is also an Army Corps of Engineer boat that is blocking and breaking the ice that is still remaining on the Potomac. So both of those happening at the same time. But this is slow work. It is likely something that could last days, especially as Jim reported, if they're not going to continue tonight, and we may have a rainy, cold day tomorrow that could make for challenging efforts. But these first responders have been working all through the night, all through the morning, continuing to do so. The sacred work here of bringing those human remains to shore so that they can then go through the medical examiner's office and then hopefully be reunited with their family members. And while the people who are engaging in the recovery efforts have been working around the clock nonstop, of course, those people need to be taken care of as well. And as you can also see behind me, there has been the World Central Kitchen Chef Relief Team has a van that's over here that they are typically immediately on site when something tragic like this happens, helping to take care of the caretakers. You can see there's also food and water lined up for folks as they continue to do their work this evening.
It's 5:16 here. We've got about 10-15 minutes before the sun sets here. Any sense that this is starting to let up now and starting to die down and wind down as we approach these dark night hours?
Well, it seemed like that because we hadn't seen much activity transporting any human remains from those smaller vehicles that I was talking about to the medical tent here. But I just saw 3 of them head toward the water's edge, which is where they were earlier today, picking up some of those human remains to transfer them a very short ways just across the parking lot. But so now it appears maybe they are continuing to progress, at least for now, or perhaps this is one of the final rounds this evening. But we'll keep you updated with those efforts as those they're not moving at the moment. They just have backed up the trucks to the water's edge at the moment.
Yeah, I think to that point, I think we're running up against time, right? We're going to lose a daylight again. Our meteorologists have been telling us that rain will be moving in tomorrow. So, you know, you feel for these first responders, these crews out there, Katie, because you've painted this picture of this very grim task that we are so blessed to have them doing the work for us, the difficult work for us to recover these bodies, hopefully get some clarity and closure for some of these families that are desperately waiting to be reunited with their loved ones. But Katie, have you gotten a sense at all about just, you know, how people are coping doing this work? Have you been observing any of the maybe the fatigue that you're saying? We saw a lot of the divers having to swap with other people. And you were talking earlier, it wasn't about the temperature of the water that was troublesome now today. It was the air supply. Can you talk about that and kind of what they're up against?
Yeah, it was our understanding earlier this afternoon that they were rotating dive teams. As we've mentioned, jurisdictions from all across our region are helping with the recovery efforts right now. So we have dive teams. MPD has a dive team on the scene. Prince George's County has a dive team on the scene. Of course, they train for this, but you would never, ever expect this to actually come to fruition. But they have been going down and trying to recover not only the debris, which is spread far and wide in the Potomac right now, but also any human remains that they are able to identify. And our understanding was, while the water was cold, the bigger concern was how long they could be underwater with their air capacity. So it was a priority to continue to rotate those individuals as they continue to do their recovery work.
Well, Katie Barlow from Southwest. It's incredible to see these pictures. It appears as though there's more light than what there is, but truly with an iris and with gain, you see much brighter pictures. But Katie, I'm sure you can attest to this. It's starting to get pretty dark out there.
It is. It's starting to get pretty dark, and I can tell you the temperature has dropped significantly out here. And while this morning it was very, very quiet, it has started to sound a little bit louder out here with some of the trucks moving, traffic going by during rush hour. So it's the classic end of the day markers right now. Lower temperatures, getting dark out, busy traffic.
All right, Katie Barlow for us tonight. Thank you, Katie. Meanwhile, flights are resuming at Reagan National Airport after that ground stop was lifted following last night's deadly midair collision.
Yeah, while flights resumed, it left some travelers, of course, feeling nervous today. Lili Zhang, live at DCA with more on reaction from those travelers. They say at DCA that travel is back to normal, but this is nothing close to normal. Lili.
Hey there. Yeah, you said it perfectly just now. The operations resumed at 11 this morning, but keep in mind that there could still be some delays and some cancellations. In fact, I just checked FlightAware, which, as we know, does track all these flights around the country, every airport. And according to FlightAware, at DCA, there have been 36 delays. That includes flights in and out of DCA. But overall, guys, they're saying that there have been more than 500 cancellations. Again, this is a bigger picture for